Chapter 381. We's held a huge grudge against the Robert family because the space plane had exploded before it could even get much out of it. If it was in the past, the energy ores on the aircraft could still be pried out. After all, they were worth some money. But now that there were so many top-grade energy ores on the ground, the ones on the aircraft couldn't catch the cat's attention. Wheeze let out a loud curse as it stared at the destroyed space plane in the sky. Then, it returned to the surface and continued its great mining business. It didn't even bother to look anyone in the eye, and they were smart enough not to provoke the cat. Only a few robots were left struggling. The frequency of falling objects had decreased a lot. Due to the different composition of the atmosphere, the debris didn't burn for long and the sky returned to its original state. Sillin looked at the debris on the ground and then at the robots that were still struggling. They weren't affected by the destruction of the aircraft. They were relatively independent, but they could always follow their master's orders. Aside from the fact that they didn't have their own thoughts, this kind of mechanical army was pretty good. It was just that they were unlucky to run into the Shi family and the Shi family's army. Shikai was the only one behind the Shi family army, but the genius Shi Mu was also on their side. If the Robert family couldn't win now, then it would only get worse in the future. A used secret would boost the Shi family's morale. Although you didn't say anything, Sillin had the same feeling. Some people from a freedom army had already started cleaning up the battlefield. Others continued mining. Now that the enemies were dealt with, they could go mining without worry. A person from the freedom army was holding a tool and was about to start digging at a relatively large pile of ore. But as soon as he got close, a pair of cat paws appeared on the pile of ore, followed by a seemingly harmless cat head. Hui Mao pressed its paws against the pile of ore and looked at the person carrying the tool. It bared its teeth at the person who was holding the tool. The person was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and ran away as if it was the plague. Seeing that the person was so tactful, Hui Mao didn't continue to press and continued to mine. The people from the Freedom Army looked at each other and curled their lips. Forget it, don't provoke that cat. Didn't you see how those metal men were turned into ashes? The Freedom Army attributed Hui Mao's behavior to an animal's sense of territory. In truth, everyone in the 11th Squad knew that territory was bullshit. What awareness! To that bastard, these mines were nothing but piles of fish biscuits. Xianxia discussed with Sillin for a while and divided the area. Sillin occupied the majority of the area. After dividing the area, mining would be faster and there would be no conflicts. The Freedom Army had no complaints right now, and the metal soldiers were still floating in the sky. If a fight broke out, then they would definitely be the ones to suffer. It was better to be obedient, and at least they could reap some benefits. The fact that Alkinthis had brought them here meant that their brains were a bit better than most of the lunatics at Sector V. Not only were they a bit better skilled, they were also smarter than most of the madmen at Sector V. The danger was over, and there were still metal soldiers standing guard in the air. Old Mo also wandered out to survey the terrain and the surrounding environment. Others were concerned about the mineral deposits, but Mo Hung was more concerned about how such a mineral deposit could form here. Although Mo Hung was not proficient in these things, he had studied similar projects for a period of time in the past. After investigating this place, Mo Hung had a guess. He felt that someone had used the environment and magnetic field here and used some technology to catalyze the formation of this mineral deposit. Mo Hung didn't know how, but he did know that there were traces of artificial modification. It was just that it was a long time ago, and it wasn't that obvious. When Mo Hung mentioned his doubt to Sillin, Sillin smiled and told him not to look into it. Old Mo sighed. As I thought, there are top geniuses in every era. It's just that some have been discovered and become famous overnight, and some have remained unknown until now. Sillin didn't explain the Shi family's matter to Mo Hung, and the old man pretended to be confused. Mo Hung had speculated a lot of things during his time with the 11th Squad, but he didn't show it on his face. He pretended that he didn't know anything, and since Sillin told him not to look into it, Mo Hung pretended that he didn't notice anything. There were a lot of wounded, but the people of the 11th Squad were fine. Chiefing's claw wound was a little more serious, but the others only suffered minor injuries. The 11th Squad had also provided aid to the Free Army. If it weren't for them, the Free Army would have suffered more casualties. Akenus was very grateful for this. A lot of places on the planet, especially places with a lot of mineral deposits, had projectors installed underground. That was why White Knight could be seen in the form of a projection. For example, right now, White Knight, Moon, and Sigma were taking a walk side by side, but no one knew what they were talking about. It was a soundless conversation that most people couldn't hear. After a period of communication, Moon and White Knight walked into the spaceplane. We stopped watching them after seeing that the mines had been cordoned off and played with them. "You're White Knight." Hui Mao stood on a high shelf and looked down at the white projection below. It was growing more and more fond of the feeling of looking down at others from a high place. White Knight didn't answer. She simply looked at Hui Mao. After the chaotic battle earlier, she already knew what was different about the cat. We's wag its tail. "I know a guy called White Knight from the Mist Bodhisattva sect, but he's a man. His eyes are one black and one white, and he looks like an idiot. There's something in common between the two of you, and that is you both have facial paralysis. White Knight and Moon. Can't this cat speak a little more gracefully?" Although White Knight didn't have much of an expression on her face, you knew that she still cared a lot about Weeze's words. Moreover, her name was originally just one word, and that was White. It was only because of the minerals and the Olillo incident in the myth of creation that she was labeled as White. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. The League of Stars and Mist Bodhisattva are huge. There are plenty of people with the same name, Sigma hurriedly explained. "White Spirit." "What?" Hui Mao cocked an ear to the side and looked at the white figure below. "I'll be called White Spirit from now on." "White Knight is the name of the energy mine," White Spirit said. Yu swung his arms and circled the White Spirit. "In any case, I'll just call you Whitey." Yu told Wheeze about the White Spirit. Now that the White Spirit was completely free, she no longer needed to guard the energy mine. The She family was supposed to stay together, wasn't it? That was why the White Spirit was supposed to stay with Sigma and Moon. Hui Mao slowly wagged his tail and stared at White Spirit for a while. "You don't look like a bad person. Fine, I'll let you join the team." When Carrie heard Hui Mao's words, he curled his lips and knocked Hui Mao on the head with a tool. Then, he quickly put down the tool and slipped away. Hui Mao bared his teeth at Carrie's back, stretched out his claws, and pulled them back. "I'll deal with him later. I'll pry open all of Carrie's storage cabinets." No one knew what the White Spirit was thinking when she saw the scene. Even though to others, she was just a virtual character created by a program. Just like the original robot, the White Spirit had her own thoughts, and that was what amazed Shikai. Hui Mao bent his forelimbs and combed the hair on his head that was messed up by Carrie. Then, he looked at White Spirit and asked, "Oh right, when did you become Cheto's girlfriend?" "White Spirit. Who the hell is Cheto?" The White Spirit looked at Moon, who was counting his fingers, and then at Sigma, who was looking left and right. "I want to know as well." Chapter 382. The edge of the mining area was littered with debris. The cleaning robots only cleaned up the debris within the mining area briefly. They didn't bother to clean up the mechanical debris or the smashed robots outside of the mining area. The Freedom Army only took care of their own casualties. They didn't bother to deal with the metal guys because they were all too busy right now. Right now, Cheto was standing quietly in the middle of the wreckage. He looked very bleak in this dim environment, or at least that was what Carrie thought. Carrie had just knocked Hui Mao with a tool and slipped out of the mining area. When he was circling around the perimeter, he saw Cheto standing among the wreckage, so he turned a corner and walked towards him. In Carrie's opinion, Cheto must have been touched by the scene. After all, Cheto was a robot. How could he not be emotional when he saw the wreckage in front of him? It was no different from a human seeing a field of corpses strewn all over the place. "Hey, brother, feeling sad alone?" Carrie walked up to Cheto from behind and patted his shoulder. Cheto slowly turned around to look at Carrie. There wasn't any sadness on his face, and it definitely didn't look like he was sad. However, Carrie attributed it to a robot's habitual facial stiffness. Actually, there's no need to think too much about it. Hunters like us face things like this all the time. I was a little uncomfortable when I first saw a field of corpses and a sea of blood, but I'm a human too. Later on, I got used to it. Some bastards deserve to die. Just think about how evil those robots were. While Carrie was talking, he saw Hui Mao and Sigma walking towards him from the corner of his eye. The white spirit's white figure was too eye-catching in this environment, so it was hard not to notice it. Ahem about that. Keep thinking about it. I still need to help out over there. Carrie said goodbye and slipped away. He didn't want that fat cat to take revenge on him. Hui Mao trotted over and jumped on Cheto's shoulder. Then it patted Cheto with its paw and said to the white spirit, "Here, this is Cheto." Cheto looked at Moon and the others before looking at the white spirit studying him. Finally, he turned to look at Hui Mao and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Little Bai said that she doesn't know you, so I brought her here to meet you. She's your girlfriend after all." Wheeze licked its paws innocently and pretended not to notice you gesturing at it. Cheto and the white spirit turned to look at Moon at the same time. Moon's head was still bowed, and his thumbs made of oval-shaped metal plates were circling each other. Suddenly, he let out an "ah" and said to Cheto, "What did Carrie say to you just now? Is there a secret?" What a great way to change the topic. Still, Cheto gave him face and answered, "It's nothing. Carrie thought I was being sentimental here, and he was just expressing his concern for his teammates." "What's there to be sentimental about?" Hui Mao tilted his head and looked at Cheto. Cheto shot him a helpless look and said, "I don't know. Maybe human hearts are a little fragile and emotional or something." Ayu scratched his round head and said, "Then why are you standing here? This place is full of trash." "I'm looking for some useful information," Cheto answered. "Information?" "Yeah." While saying this, Cheto pointed at a robot that had been chopped in half, its torso caved in, and its head was severely deformed. Then, a disjointed image appeared in his eyes. The image was very blurry, but it was clear that there were two human figures in it. One of them was Robert Borat, and the other was flickering a lot because the image was very blurry. This is their memories. Cheto's eyes returned to normal, and the image disappeared. Doesn't that mean we can read the memories of these dead robots to find useful information? Hui Mao asked. "Not every robot. We can't read the memories of robots that are completely dead and relatively conscious. However, we can read the memories of robots that are in between these two states. However, the memories of these robots are incomplete and the degree of damage varies. It's up to luck to get useful information." Hui Mao, Yu, Sigma, and even the white spirit tried to read the memories of those who were in the dead and awake states. Most of them were in the dead state, and it wasn't easy for them to find a robot in the middle state. Unfortunately, it wasn't as smooth as Cheto's. "Meow. I'm giving up." Hui Mao clawed at a nearby robot that was in the dead state. He couldn't read Cheto's memories, and all he could see was a series of images that couldn't be seen at all. Although he was angry, he didn't stomp on the robot in the middle state that he had finally found. Instead, he vented his anger on the dead robot. Cheto walked over and read the memories of the robot Hui Mao had tossed aside. He didn't find anything special for now, so he decided to go back and organize the information he had gathered. He should be able to find something. If we can find more information, we'll be able to learn more of the Robert family secrets. It'll make our operation a little easier, and it'll be good for us, said Hui Mao while scratching at a dead robot with his claws. A cat was a vengeful animal. It still remembered that it had failed to obtain any benefits from Robert Borat, and that the fellow had slipped away. "No, these memories can only be used as a reference." "They might not be correct," said Cheto. "Machines don't lie." Ayu didn't agree with Cheto's explanation. His master once told him that robots were very honest, and that their memories were as they were. Unlike humans, they wouldn't make up a lot of things that they didn't know how to make up. "Amen, I agree," said Hui Mao. Cheto let out a sigh and nudged the robot next to him with his foot. Then he sat down in front of Hui Mao and held out a hand. The image of a fish appeared on his palm. It was a fish Hui Mao had raised in a pond in Sigma's indoor garden. "What is this?" asked Cheto. "Fish, of course," replied Hui Mao. The image on Cheto's palm flashed, and a plate of dried fish appeared in front of him. It was the kind Hui Mao often ate. What about this? Dried fish. What about this? The image changed into a bag of fish biscuits. It was Hui Mao's favorite flavor. Fish biscuits. Hui Mao's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, the fish biscuits flashed again and turned into an all-fish meal. It was a food Hui Mao had always wanted but never had the chance to eat. Cheto asked, "What do you hate the most?" Hui Mao's mouth started watering the moment he saw the all-fish meal in Cheto's hand. His pupils dilated, and his voice grew louder and louder. "Whole fish." Hui Mao's curved tail froze before he could finish his answer. His ears pulled back a little, and his beard shook a little. Then, he fell silent and lowered his head in deep thought. "What do you hate the most? What do you hate the most?" Moon, Sigma, and the White Spirit didn't say anything. If they were in Hui Mao's shoes, they might not have handled the situation better. Cheto closed his palm, and the image disappeared. "They are real, but they might not be correct. If I had asked you this last question alone, or if I hadn't shown you this image, your answer might not be wrong." Cheto rubbed Hui Mao's head before he got up and went back to looking for other intermediate robots to read their memories. Not far away, old Imo was resting on a rock. When he saw this scene, he patted Sillin on the shoulder and pointed at Cheto, who was reading the robot's memories. "How the hell did you build a guy like that?" Sillin rubbed his forehead. "I doubt it even now." Cheto's learning ability was just too amazing. Moreover, he didn't just learn a lot from life and interpersonal relationships. More importantly, he loved to read books, and there was no limit to what kind of books he could read. Back then, he could read an ancient classic literature appreciation book that the affiliated school students couldn't even be bothered to touch, and he could discuss all kinds of entertainment and pastimes with the students for an entire night. In fact, he had even taught Wii psychology before. Actually, Sillin, the question I want to ask you the most is, will your cat grow into something even more troublesome? Cheto was a relatively rational person. This was because of his very nature, but Weeze's nature was different. The so-called rationality of a machine couldn't even compare to a fish biscuit in its eyes. Sillin didn't know that the cat's mind was different from that of a robot or an animal. The reason Cheto was able to read the memories of the Robert family robots was probably because Sillin had used the Robert family's first-generation liquid core brain when he built Cheto. Although the liquid core brain inside Cheto's head was completely different from before, he still knew some of the Robert family's technology better than anyone else. 2 days later, the Freedom Army was more or less done with their business, and the 11th Squad was ready to return home. They had gained a lot from this trip, and it was all thanks to the 11th Squad. Without the 11th Squad, the number of people who would have made it back alive could be counted on one hand. The rest of the wreckage was dealt with by the Freedom Army as well. A lot of precious metals could be recovered from the wreckage, and it was also something the Freedom Army lacked. Of course, Sillin wasn't going to fight them for it. The materials Shikai had brought back from Mist Bodhisattva and Sillin himself were enough for the 11th Squad to use for a very long time. Thank you, everyone. I owe you another favor. I know I was the one who told you about this place, but I would have died without you. Thank you. Alkinthus said, "You're welcome. It's a cooperation, everyone. I'll keep an eye on this planet for you." All right. Although most of the mineral deposits on this planet have been mined, there are still some that could be used as bait. Millions of years later, this kind of energy ores might appear on this planet again. After the Freedom Army left, Sillin told everyone to get ready to depart. Moon and the others had dealt with the traces of the Shi family on the planet a long time ago, so they didn't need anyone else to do it. They also didn't need to worry that someone else might discover something about the Shi family. As for the secrets of the energy ores on this planet, Moon didn't need to tell Sillin. Sillin already knew that the Shi family had more than one planet as an experiment site. The undiscovered energy ores were probably kept for the Shi family's future use. Everyone returned to the starship parked outside the planet. This time, they had an inhuman with them. There were many projectors on the starship, so they could see the White Spirit from many places. The super AI Little 11 on the starship had also gained a new companion to communicate with. Sillin sat in the break room and went through the information he had gathered during this trip. At the same time, he He was thinking about the water bomb. How powerful would the water bomb be in an environment where there wasn't enough water? Sillin had tried it on the planet with the energy ores before. The crystallization process was very slow, and the effect wasn't great. He couldn't unleash its full power at all. Moreover, the crystals weren't pure either. Once they were impure, the crystal's hardness would decrease, and they would shatter easily. What if it wasn't a water bomb, but something else? After calculating for a long time, Sillin finally gave up. He couldn't think of a way to succeed just yet. Lying down on the chair, Sillin took a deep breath and relaxed himself. Then he turned around and saw Huimao sleeping so soundly beside the table that his neck was dangling over the edge of the table. He had no idea how he could sleep so soundly in such a position. Huimao had fallen silent for a while after Cheto had said those words to him, but it was only for a very short time. After that, Huimao had reverted to his old self and even pried open Carrie's locker. After stretching his limbs a bit, Sillin walked out of the break room and went to discuss his future plans with Yudi. Sillin immediately saw Cheto sitting there reading a book the moment he walked out of the door and turned a corner. This guy often sat there reading books, and because he wasn't disturbed by Snowball and the others playing around, very few people passed by this place. It was quiet and close to Cheto's own room. Suddenly, Cheto said, "Don't waste your energy. You can't infect me." The white spirit appeared next to him right after Cheto finished speaking. Cheto's gaze moved from the book in his hand to the white figure next to him. "You can't infect me as long as I don't agree to it." The white spirit stared at Cheto for a while before pointing at the book in his hand. "Why do you want to read these things? They can be firmly memorized through data transfer." "What I enjoy is the process because I can learn a lot of things through this process, and in the process, I can feel that I'm not a rigid machine." The white spirit didn't quite understand Cheto's words. It was because you had told her that they were advanced robots that were different from normal rigid robots. Therefore, she couldn't understand what Cheto was saying. Noticing the white spirit's confusion, Cheto flipped his palm and revealed a white interface. Let's take drawing as an example. If I want to draw a sea beast, the image of a sinister-looking sea beast appeared on the white interface. Its wide dorsal fin cut through the waves like a giant blade and rose straight into the sky. Is this a drawing? No, it's not. This is a direct reflection of the information in my head. I didn't draw it. While saying this, Cheto took out a pen and a drawing clip from his backpack beside the bench. He put down the book in his hand and placed the drawing clip on his knees. Then, he flipped to a blank page and started drawing with the pen. The charcoal brush carried an ancient charm as it slowly drew a silhouette. Then, the silhouette turned from blurry to exquisite, and the sea beast slowly took shape. The white spirit watched quietly from the side. She seemed to be starting to understand something. However, she was an incorporeal body, and she was used to conveying information through virtual projection. She couldn't walk and move freely like Cheto and Ayu. Her range of activity was always limited to a virtual world, and even her body was incorporeal. It was like a soul without a body. "Do you want to give it a try?" Cheto looked at the white spirit with a smile. "How?" It was still the same cold voice, but this time there was a hint of hope in it. Cheto raised the hand holding the pen. The hand that was originally identical to a human's gradually changed color until it was almost the same silver color as a crude robot's. The white spirit was stunned for a moment before she sat down next to Cheto. She reached out and touched the silver arm. Then the two arms overlapped. Cheto once said that no one could infect him without his permission. No virus or program could infect him. However, he had removed the seal on one of his arms and allowed the white spirit's hand to attach itself to it. It looked like the arms of two people had overlapped. The silver arm slowly turned back to the same color as a human's, and there was a white shadow on the arm. It looked like a pair of hands holding a white palm, and the two hands were holding a pen. Next to the completed sketch of the sea beast, a rather exaggerated but cute little drawing slowly appeared. It was a picture of blue skin swinging its tail while standing upright. Its mouth was wide open and spraying water. Standing at the corner, Silin smiled when he saw it. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Oh, Cheto is hitting on a girl. Cat's eyes widened. They're drawing blue skin? Why not me? Silin grabbed Fat Cat, who was about to go over and cause trouble, and walked to the other side of the passage. Meow, I'm going to tell Moon and the others. After Silin dragged him out of the passage, Huimao ran off to gossip with Moon and the others. The Miantuan hurriedly followed him and grabbed Cat's tail. Then, Huimao ran away with him. Oh, Silin, you came just in time. I was just about to notify you, said Yudi when he came out of the command room. Silin walked into the command room, and Yudi showed him the encrypted message he had just received. There was no actual content in the message. It was just a signal band, and the message was for Silin to contact them through it. Silin adjusted the parameters of the command room's communicator using the decoded signal band. Then, a human figure appeared on the light screen. I was wondering when you would be able to contact us. Long time no see, kid. Silin frowned. He didn't think he had seen this person before, but Silin remembered the voice. What a surprise. Chapter 383. The man looked very ordinary. His clothes and appearance were ordinary, and he did not have the kind of aura that could be felt even through the communicator screen. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged uncle in the middle of a crowd. That was all. However, this person was the person Silin had been searching for the answer to his doubts. Back when he was in the Grade 1 prison of Sector S, the semi-conscious Silin had heard this voice, and the voice had even hypnotized him. At the time, whenever Silin tried to recall the situation before he fainted, he would be affected by this voice and unable to calmly analyze what happened at the time. It was true that Silin had never seen this person in person, but Silin remembered this voice very clearly. Moreover, although this person did not rescue Silin back then, he did not kill Silin directly either. Wuxia incognito. Silin looked at the person on the screen. Yo, you know me. The uncle on the screen smiled, scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, and smacked his lips. I remember your voice, and then I made some deductions based on what happened later. Silin answered. Although things didn't go too smoothly at Sector S back then, Silin did admire Wuxia Incognito quite a bit. Wuxia Incognito, the leader of the organization Wuxia. He was also the assassin organization Wuxia that he led. Together with Mist, they were known as the two top assassin organizations in the entire League of Stars. Because they were so special, these two assassin organizations basically did not participate in other assassin organization rankings. The difference in strength and influence was too great, and these two organizations were like the glory and code of electronic media publications. They were lonely at the top. Why would a person who could directly go against Azrael seek him out now? Silin did not understand. The uncle who finished his ice cream touched the cream stuck to his beard and said, "The first time we met was inside that prison of Sector S, right? The time you were beaten half to death by the Blue Phantom." Silin, how direct. The Blue Phantom that Wuxia mentioned should be the woman with the blue light blade. Beaten half to death? Yudi looked at Silin. He really didn't know that Silin had been beaten so badly. In fact, you were the one who caused me to be in such a miserable state, said Silin. At that time, he really couldn't beat the blue succubus, but if Silin's guess was right, the one who dealt the final blow was indeed this uncle who had just finished eating his ice cream and was wiping his mouth. The uncle on the screen was stunned. Didn't you get beaten up by the blue charm? I remember that I usually don't fight with people whose strength is too far apart. Silin and Yudi, at that time, Silin's strength was indeed a little lacking. However, to Yudi, Silin's strength at that time was very powerful even in the 6th division. The difference in strength was too great. This was really a blow to him. I also remember that I had already escaped, but I was pulled back the moment my feet touched the ground, Silin said slowly. Wuxia patted his head as if he was thinking hard. 5 seconds later, Uncle Ian waved his arm. My memory is bad because of my age. I don't remember. Silin and Yudi, then why are you sending us this message now? There are many people here who are much weaker than you, Silin said. That's not it. I just heard that you guys taught that kid from the Robert family lesson. Oh, and I helped you silence him. Shouldn't you thank me? Borat was dead? Sillin and Yudi looked at each other. What they cared about was not whether Borat had been silenced, but how did Wuxia's people find out about what happened here, and how did they coincidentally encounter the escaping Borat? Did Wuxia already have his eyes on Borat and the others, or were they the ones who had their eyes on them? They had their eyes on Borat and used someone else to get rid of the main force, then waited outside to get rid of the fish that escaped the net. But if they had their eyes on the 11th squad from the start, after some thought, Sillin said, "You're really far-sighted." Uncle Ian chuckled and cupped his hands. "You flatter me. You've been watching us, haven't you?" Sillin said. "Yes." Uncle Ian did not hide anything from him. "It's just that I couldn't find you, kid. I only saw your robot substitute a few times." It seemed that Wuxia came prepared and had done a detailed investigation on the 11th squad. "You haven't told me why you're looking for us." The 11th squad is just a small squad in Vanguard, and it's only been established recently. Like you said, the difference in strength between us is too great, so there shouldn't be much interaction. Difference in strength. Uncle Ian rubbed his chin. "If I remember correctly, a couple of my subordinates suffered at your hand before. For example, Rhapsody on a rainy night. During their rescue mission, Sillin and the others had run into members of Wuxia, namely Liquid Silver, Stora, and Judy. The trio had failed to gain any advantage over Cheto and Xianxia, and Judy had suffered a setback as well. Back then, Liquid Silver and the others had gone to Miracle Corporation's base to complete their mission, and when they returned, they looked like a mess. Everyone in Merciless was very surprised because they had never seen them in such a sorry state before. Later on, after Liquid Silver and the other two explained the incident in detail to Uncle Ian, he managed to gather some information and put the blame on Sillin. Although Xianxia had reverted to his original appearance during the investigation, Liquid Silver was still able to recognize him. He didn't look like the man they'd met at the base. The more they investigated the 11th squad, the more puzzled they became. Why did it feel like this squad was full of secrets? Why would the captain use a robot as a substitute? Wuxia hadn't run into Sillin or Cheto at all during their investigation. It was precisely because of this that Ian Wuxia was even more curious. The fact that they were able to beat Wuxia's men proved that they were capable people. He didn't think that a small squad of the Big Four would be able to infiltrate Miracle's base and mess with his subordinates. "Let's meet up. There are some things I need to tell you in person," Uncle Ian said with a sincere expression. "Are you going to jump out of nowhere if I say no?" Before Wuxia could answer, Sillin said, "Level 1 search." Wuxia still didn't understand what Sillin meant. A short while later, Judy walked over and pointed to the side with an embarrassed look on her face. Wuxia turned around and saw a line of words appearing on a screen in the command room. "I found you." After Sillin issued the Level 1 search order, Moon, Sigma, Cheto, and the others would step in and help if the starship couldn't find a target. Sillin didn't believe that anyone could escape from their combined efforts. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, the spacecraft hidden in a large gas, star-shaped group of satellites was dug out. This is interesting. Piglet, you've been messed with twice already," Wuxia said to Judy next to him. Judy's face turned from green to red, and then from red to black. "Boss, can you call me something else?" "I can't." After that, Wuxia turned around and continued chatting with Sillin as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he gestured for his subordinates to fly the space plane over. The atmosphere in the 11th squad grew heavy when they learned that the target was Wuxia, one of the two great assassin organizations. Huimao, Xianxia, and the other gluttons were the only exceptions. Carrie's hands were shaking a little. It wasn't from fear but excitement. "Wuxia, that's Wuxia. I can't believe I've been a hunter for so many years. I can't believe that I'm able to get this close to a Wuxia, and it's the legendary hidden Wuxia assassin." Carrie panted heavily, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Unlike hunter regiments or assassin organizations, the Mist and Wuxia were too mysterious. Although they were notorious, Carrie was more interested in the Mist and Wuxia than Azrael. Xiaoxiang was still a little worried. After all, he had heard of the name Wuxia a long time ago. When he first became a hunter, These two assassin organizations were nothing more than legends to new hunters like him. Even after these two organizations became more high-profile, he still didn't think about getting close to them. After all, these two assassin organizations had always set their sights high. They were people who could even assassinate politicians from the League of Stars and military bigwigs. Xianxia could only admire them. Aren't you guys worried? Ba Dao glanced at his companions and asked. Mogaz was just as excited as Carrie. In fact, he didn't look worried at all. Although some of the others were worried, they were all looking forward to it. What's there to be afraid of? How about I protect you guys? But I'll charge you a protection fee. Hui Mao spread his wings and flew around in a circle. Forget it. I haven't even settled the score with you for breaking into my locker yet, Carrie said while tidying up his equipment. All right, Shusag. Did you say that you ran into Wuxia's men head-on before? Carrie asked. Yeah, Cheto fought them too. What happened? I'm standing right here, aren't I? Shusag flicked the corner of his shirt. They're pretty strong, but there's no need to be afraid. I might not be able to defeat them, but Cheto can. If it weren't for Silen's communication, he probably would have taken out one of them already. Shusag's words caused the mouths of the players who were sorting out their equipment to fall into an O shape. So the real badass had always been around them, and he was keeping a low profile. Everyone was ready to fight, but Wuxia's space plane didn't get too close to Silen's group. Maybe it was out of habit or something else, but Wuxia's space plane stopped a certain distance away from them. Silen continued chatting with Wuxia through the screen. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll tell you something, Wuxia said. What kind of news? Silen asked. Vanguard, of course. Why would I waste my breath? Wuxia answered. Not far behind Wuxia, Liquid Silver and the others curled their lips at the same time. You're always full of nonsense, aren't you? How do you want to compete? Silen asked again. Wuxia looked outside the space plane and said, 2 people from each side. Space combat. Space combat? No, naked combat. Silen didn't know what to say. On Wuxia's side, Liquid Silver and the others facepalmed. In the end, it was Judy who corrected them. Boss, they don't understand what we're saying. Uncle Kane explained, it's a common saying in our organization. It means fighting in space without using a space plane, just using protective suits or something. After Wuxia's explanation, Silen asked, location. Wuxia waved his hand, and an image popped up. It was a scene outside. The asteroid belt over there. It's close, and the venue is good. There's no electromagnetic storm. What a great opportunity. What if we lose? Yudi asked worriedly. He knew a lot about Wuxia, and it was precisely because he knew more than Carrie and the others that Yudi was more worried. Win or lose, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. They were relying on them. Lose? If you lose, then pay us some money. Give us some of the energy ores you just obtained. Not much. Just 20% of what you have will be enough, Wuxia said. Yudi looked at Silen. What do you think? We accept, but I still want to ask, is there only one match? Silen asked Wuxia. Just one match. More than that is a waste of time. Are you going to fight? Of course not. Why would I get involved in child's game? A child's game? Yudi was helpless at this description, but the other party was Wuxia. As long as Wuxia didn't show up, it should be fine, right? Wuxia gave Silen and the others 10 minutes to prepare and decide who to send. Who's going? Imo Hung asked. Old Imo was worried. They had finally ended a fight, but they had to face such an opponent before they could even return home. Old Imo knew a lot about Wuxia because of his son, so he had naturally heard of Wuxia. Being a hunter really wasn't easy. I'll go. Although he was mentally prepared, Imo Hung still couldn't help but worry. There were plenty of capable fighters in the 11th squad, and they could join the fray as well. What if something happened to Silen himself? After all, the other party was Wuxia's man. At the end of the day, old Mo was still selfish. He didn't want Silen to take the risk. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing? That's what you say every time. Old Mo waved his hand and sat down helplessly. What about the other person? Yudi asked. Silen looked out the door and shouted, Wheeze, go out and fight. All right. Hui Mao, who had been waiting outside, flapped its wings, and flew in. It looked like it was in a good mood. And Mo Hung didn't know what to say anymore. Hui Mao was a stubborn man. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. As for this cat, well, forget it. 10 minutes later, the screen came back on. How is it? Have you decided? Wuxia asked. Yes, we can start any time, Silin said. All right, let's begin. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, one of the spaceplane's doors opened and 2 people flew out. Silin didn't know who the 2 people on Wuxia's side were. They were wearing protective armor, but unlike normal armor, it was probably made by Wuxia himself. It belonged to the space camouflage category, and there were many thrusters and acceleration devices installed on it. Although it wasn't as light as Shimu's armor, it wasn't too far off. From the looks of it, Wuxia's people often wore this kind of protective armor in space battles. Let's go. Silin patted Hui Mao's shoulder and walked toward the hatch. Silin's decision might seem hasty, but he had his own plans. Although he hadn't come into contact with Yin Wuxia much in the past, he had learned a lot about him. Shi Huajing and Lung had told him a lot of things about Yin Wuxia just now, and Mo Hung had told him some things about Yin Wuxia. Since Wuxia was waiting for them, it meant that he was prepared. He wasn't asking for his opinion, so he couldn't turn him down even if he wanted to. Silin also told Yudi about his plans for all kinds of unexpected situations. He believed that with Yudi's capabilities, he wouldn't disappoint Silin if something really did happen. Moreover, Cheto and the others were ready to take action as soon as Silin gave the signal. Moreover, there was a squad of mechanical soldiers on the starship that could fight in space. Hui Mao transformed into his human form at the hatch's entrance. Every time he transformed into this form, he would feel a sense of pride and arrogance. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. Flapping his wings, Hui Mao turned around and called out to Silin, "Let's go." The hatch opened, and Silin jumped onto Hui Mao's back and grabbed Hui Mao's ears. The man and the cat left the starship together. The venue was the asteroid belt not far away from them. Fat Cat flew over with Silin and stopped on one of the asteroids. Then, she looked at the 2 people standing on another small asteroid. Inside the command room, on Wuxia's side, everyone was staring at the image on the big screen. "It really is him and that cat," Judy said. Just now, they were discussing whether Cheto or that strange cat would be the one Cheto was going to fight. During their investigation of the 11th Squad, there was a video of the cat flying in space after its transformation. That was why they had made a bet on it. Wuxia had bet on Hui Mao's side, and Liquid Silver and the others had bet on Cheto's side. After all, they had seen how terrifying Cheto was. In the end, Cheto was the cat. To be honest, that cat is pretty impressive. Is it the legendary cyborg? Judy asked. That's right. Moreover, it's different from the failed products of those researchers. This cyborg life form is very stable. As Yin Wuxia spoke, he glanced at the little fellow who was standing next to a small cup of ice cream and chewing on it. What do you think? The little fellow looked like a mouse, but it had a long, furry tail and a pair of big, bright eyes. Right now, it was scooping ice cream from the cup with a small spoon. Hearing Wuxia's words, the little fellow wiped away the cream stuck to its whiskers and said, "I see." Then it buried its head back into its food. Cheto's gaze moved away from the little fellow. Although they had seen the cat before, it had never shown itself in this form before. If it had shown itself at that time, it would have attracted a lot of attention. Silin sure hid that cat well. Over at the asteroid belt, Silin made a pause gesture just when the enemy was about to make their move. Then he asked, "Are there any weapons restrictions?" The duo paused for a moment and didn't say anything. A while later, Wuxia replied, "Don't bring out that arrogant lightning shooting cannon of yours. We don't have anything like that anyway." In other words, anything except that weapon was fine. Silin jumped down from Hui Mao's back, and his armor automatically attached to the asteroid. The 2 opponents flew over from the opposite planet the moment Silin made his move. Because of the acceleration of the protective armor, it only took a blink of an eye for them to land a few meters away from Silin. "Is it okay this time?" the other party asked. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, nor could it tell their age. It was neither fast nor slow. and there were no loopholes. Do you assassins know how to wait for the start before killing? As soon as Silen's words fell, the other party made their move. Being able to wait for the other party to be ready in this space station was also giving Silen face. Just like Wuxia said, this was just a competition, not an assassination. Silen moved his hand, and the slender long knife appeared. Silen didn't intend to hide this. He believed that with Wuxia's ability, he should know something. Even if he wasn't sure, he would still suspect Silen. The other party's figure disappeared in a flash. When the two knives collided, only a brief flash of light could be seen. The next moment, a similar flash appeared in another place. When the other party lashed out with the spiked whip, Huimao transformed back into his fat kitten form under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Huimao's behavior surprised the members of the 11th Squad. Huimao had always thought that the ferocious form was the most suitable for Lord Cat. Before the battle, Lord Cat would show off his ferocious form, and most of the time, Huimao would appear in that form, just like when he was fighting the robots. But why would he transform back in front of everyone? Inside the aircraft, Wuxia, who was holding a cup of ice cream, paused for a moment before he smiled. Piglet, that kid is so cunning. How can he hide so well? Everyone wanted to see how Huimao would fight in that form, but Silen had already told Huimao to transform back as soon as the battle started. With Huimao's speed, there was no way he would be injured. Even if he ran a lap around the asteroid belt, he wouldn't be caught. Silen was confident in this. What puzzled Silen was why Wuxia wanted to force Huimao out. Wuxia didn't arrange this so-called sky battle to see the combat power of the other members of the 11th Squad. If he really wanted to see it, why didn't he choose a planet to fight on land? Why did he choose to fight in space? Silen thinks that something suddenly occurred to him when he saw Wuxia pick up another cup of ice cream. Sure, Huajing had told Silen that there was someone in Wuxia who was very interested in cyborgs. Chapter 384. Over at the asteroids, Silen was blocking one attack after another. His opponent's movements were quick, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort or awkwardness in this kind of environment. It was almost as if his movements had become one with the armor he was wearing. Every time his armor accelerated, it was just right, not too early, not too late, and not in the slightest. His opponent was already fast to begin with, and with this acceleration, his attacks became even more powerful. Moreover, if he were to use an assassination technique, his chances of success wouldn't be any lower than if he were in a normal environment. This was Wuxia's killer move. No matter what the environment was like, he would always be able to maintain his peak performance and not be limited by the environment. Silen's armor didn't have this acceleration function, but it did allow Silen to remain unaffected by the environment. Every step he took, every jump he made, every step he took, he would move as if he were in a place with normal gravity. Blade light flashed, and the dagger-like knife that was blocked by Silen's long sword curved strangely in the next moment. Then, it bypassed the long sword like a venomous snake and shot straight between Silen's brows. Celine leaned to the side and lowered her body. Her long sword pierced through her back and blocked the snake-like blade gleam. The light from the crisscrossing blades flashed again. Inside the 11th Squad starship, everyone was staring intently at the screen. The more they watched, the stranger they felt. After looking at the screen for a while, Yudi breathed a sigh of relief. Silen shouldn't be in any danger anymore. While Silen was worried, the gray cat wasn't making any progress on its side either. Its running skills were too good, and the whip-wielding man was starting to feel a little helpless as he chased after it. The cat was fast, and it would run for a while before turning around to see if the man had caught up to it. If they hadn't, it would scratch them once before continuing to run again. I think that guy must be feeling pretty depressed right now, Carrie commented as he watched the whip-wielding man chase after Huimao. Xiaoxiang and Mogaz nodded in agreement. The tension in the air had lessened significantly. It's too rare. It's really too rare. Phoebe exclaimed excitedly. What's too rare? Carrie and the others looked at Phoebe in confusion. It's the one with the whip. My idol. In fact, my use of the whip was also influenced by Taipana. I was fortunate enough to see it once when I was with the main team. Phoebe explained. You've seen that guy? No. To be precise, the whip flashed by, and the target's head was pierced through, and he fell straight down, Phoebe said. Phoebe was quite excited at the thought of that experience. Because of that shock, Phoebe later chose to use a whip as a weapon. However, she didn't choose the exact same whip as Tai Panahan's because she wasn't used to it and it wasn't suitable for her. In the end, she still chose this knuckle whip. After a few years, seeing Tai Panahan again, Phoebe still couldn't suppress her excitement. She actually saw her idol again. It was still so clear. Although she still couldn't see the face, Phoebe was already satisfied. Tai Panahan. Tai Panahan. Yudi thought for a moment. There was not much information about Wuxia. He also knew that there was such a person in Wuxia, but not every name could be matched. Wuxia always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Most of the people in this organization had never seen their true faces. In the name of Tai Panahan, Nahun was his real name. Tai Panahan was just his code name. Tai Panahan was a type of snake. This type of snake was quite venomous, and its continuous attack speed was extremely fast. Once the code name was connected to the person, one would know what kind of person it was as soon as they heard the code name. However, even this venomous and fast snake was a headache when it encountered Huimao. When Sillin blocked the attack and retreated out of the opponent's attack range, he looked in Huimao's direction and saw the cat bite the whip. The sharp spikes on the whip retracted after Huimao bit the whip and were replaced by a flash of electricity. The electricity flowed along the whip and quickly spread to Huimao's body. "Oh my God, Meow!" Huimao let go of the whip and retreated, his face a little twisted. The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched when he saw Huimao's expression. He swung his saber and parried the attack from the person behind him, then rushed toward Huimao's side. The person fighting Sillin paused for a moment, then chased after Huimao in the end. Whether it was the people on the 11th Squadron starship or those on Wuxia's side, everyone was puzzled by the actions of the man and cat. Could it be that the cat had been struck dumb by the electricity on the whip? Was that why Sillin rushed over, because he was worried about Huimao? That was what most people thought. However, the truth was always out of everyone's expectations. Sillin's speed grew faster and faster. Just as Huimao's whiskers began to tremble, Sillin jumped into the air and jumped behind Huimao. Just as Sillin jumped, Huimao opened his mouth. Puff! Like a torrential rain, a pile of metal fragments sprayed out of Huimao's mouth and shot toward the two people on the other side. The duo was a little flustered by the sudden turn of events, and they didn't even have time to jump out of the way. They swung their weapons to block the metal shards, but the amount of metal shards Wheeze had spat out was simply too much. Moreover, it was urgent, fast, and sudden. It really did put them in a difficult position for a moment. The metal fragments were not in their original state. Many of them were half-melted and had some unknown substance stuck to them. It was definitely not human gastric juice. It was a disgusting sight. Seeing the scene, Wuxia spat out the ice cream in his mouth. What the hell did this cat eat? While speaking, Wuxia poked the little guy on the table who was holding a spoon with its front paws and staring at the screen in a daze. Won't you get indigestion from eating that stuff? The little guy's whiskers trembled, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, after Huimao spat out the ice cream, he sneezed twice. Another wave of metal fragments sprayed out, but it was a lot better than before. Smacking his lips, Huimao stroked the fur around his mouth, then tilted his head and scratched the base of his ears with his hind legs. The two people who had just blocked the hidden weapons suddenly stopped and turned to look behind Huimao. There, Sillin was pointing the Purgatory Thunder Snake K at them. The two looked at each other, then put away the tools in their hands and retreated. If they were on a real battlefield, Sillin would definitely have opened fire while the other party was dodging the hidden weapons. With Sillin's marksmanship, even if they didn't both get shot, at least one of them would get shot. If the person who fired was someone else, they might not have stopped so quickly. However, this person was Sillin. According to the information they received, Sillin was a very mysterious person. Moreover, the gun in his hand gave them a very dangerous feeling. Assassins had always trusted their instincts. Therefore, they didn't need much time to think before they decisively retreated. Anyway, their mission was completed. Although this so-called space battle didn't turn out very well, the two believed that Boss Ian had found the answer. Space battle? What a joke. Why would assassins play this kind of game where they openly fought? Were they playing monkeys? Even if they practiced, they would use assassination missions to practice. This kind of thing could only be used as a pastime. Their space battles always ended with the death of the target. This so-called space battle was just an excuse for Boss Ian to find the answer. The two of them were just here to play. That was all. This is the end. Everyone in the starship was stunned. It was over just like that. They felt like they had been tricked. Sillin put away his gun and patted Hui Mao, who was licking his claws. Let's go. Don't eat random things in the future. I didn't eat random things. It was just that I suddenly felt like vomiting when I was electrocuted. I ate too much. Those robots are really disgusting. I haven't even finished digesting them. Hui Mao transformed into his powerful mode and carried Sillin back to the starship. Sillin, did you guess from the beginning that the other party wasn't going to be serious? Hui Mao asked. I had that feeling. Also, if my opponent was in the middle of an assassination, his telescopic knife should be black and not reflect light. It's just that because of the nature of this space station, the other party didn't use that kind of assassination tool. Think about it. As the boss of an assassin organization, Wuxia, why would he suggest such a childish method of competition? Then what does that old man want? It's probably because of you. Me? What does he want with me? Hui Mao exploded. It hated being someone else's research subject. It might not necessarily be you. I heard that there's a person in Wuxia who likes to eat ice cream. He's very interested in cyborgs, and Wuxia also likes to eat ice cream. He was eating it during our previous conversations. So it should be him. Hui Mao was silent for a moment, then said, Sillin, why don't we eliminate that old man first? Sillin pulled on Hui Mao's ear. Don't even think about it. That old man is very cunning. After returning to the 11th Squad starship, Hui Mao Wuxia was waiting in front of the holographic screen. All right, you win this time. Wuxia's tone was very casual. It was almost as if he was saying, fine, you can drink this extra cup of water. Hui Mao squatted on Sillin's shoulder and stared at Wuxia with hostility. The more he looked at this old man, the more cunning he felt. Due to Hui Mao's intense gaze, Wuxia put down the ice cream in his hand and asked, Little fat cat, do you have something against me? Hui Mao raised his chin. I know you're plotting something against me. After a pause, he said, Are you going to do something improper to me? Hui Mao Wuxia, the little guy sitting on the table next to Hui Mao Wuxia, also widened his eyes. Was this cat's brain still working? Sillin flicked Hui Mao's ear. That last line shouldn't be used in this situation. I told you not to watch those pornographic films like you. You'll turn into an idiot if you watch too many of them. Hui Mao swung his tail in annoyance and harumphed. All right, let's get back to business. I said I would tell you something if you won, so I'll fulfill my promise now. Hui Mao Wuxia straightened his face and said, This information is about several core members of Vanguard. Someone is going to assassinate the higher-ups of Vanguard, and there are at least 10 people on their hit list. As for whether Ji Feng is on that list or not, I'm not sure. Assassinate the higher-ups of Vanguard. Fuck. Sillin only thought of this assassin organization that was on par with Hui Mao Wuxia. The other assassin organizations wouldn't have the guts to do something like this. Correct. Why didn't you tell Captain Ji Feng? Why should I tell Ji Feng? Uncle Ian said casually. However, if he told Sillin, Sillin would definitely tell Ji Feng. Hui Mao Wuxia didn't care if Ji Feng knew about this. Sillin thinks for a moment and said, I'll tell the captain about this. Is there anything else? Not for now. Oh, there's one more thing. I'm very interested in the cat on your shoulder, but don't worry, I won't do anything to it. In fact, in some ways, I'm on the same side as you. After saying this, Hui Mao Wuxia hung up. The aircraft also flew away and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. On the same side, Sillin still didn't understand the true meaning of Hui Mao Wuxia's words. By the time he understood, the two of them were already engaged in a fierce battle. Inside Hui Mao Wuxia's aircraft, the little guy who had finished another big cup of ice cream was already squatting in Hui Mao Wuxia's arms and dozing off. His long, furry tail was wrapped around his body, and he looked very satisfied. Huimao Wuxia stroked the snow-white fur of the little guy in his arms and said, "How is it? How do you feel?" This sentence wasn't directed at the little guy in his arms, but at the two people standing not far away. These two people were the ones who had gone out to fight Sillin and Huimao. "That guy is hiding his strength," the person beside Tai Panhan said. He had fought with Celine for a period of time. Although he hadn't used his best skills and hadn't used his true strength, he could still see some things. Hiding his strength? Yes, I think there were 3 times when he could have killed me in one hit, but I don't know if it's because it was just a sparring match or something else. But he didn't use his full strength, the person said confidently. "That's true," Huimao Wuxia said slowly. "Even now, no one knows how strong Sillin really is. Also, didn't you notice that he doesn't need to use force when he can? For example, the virus that caused the miracle, or the reason why the Skeleton King and his subordinates died a few years ago according to the information you've gathered. He didn't use force at all. He relied on other methods. He wasn't able to kill Osculo because of his combat prowess. There could be other factors as well. Actually, we all know that a person's combat prowess isn't that scary. What's scary is the ability to kill a large group of people without using any sort of combat prowess. Out of all the people we've come into contact with, people like that are the most dangerous because their destructive power is impossible to estimate. Not to mention, that kid has both. Also, I don't know what deal that kid made with Gaydar, but I know that Gaydar is the kind of person who won't care if the difference in strength is too big. Being able to talk to him and build a relationship means that Gaydar values Sillin a lot. Someone wanted to make a deal with Azrael for Sillin's life, but Azrael refused. Others thought it was because of Gaydar, but I think it was Si Huang who made the decision. Huimao Wuxia said this for his subordinates. He rarely spoke so much at once, but this time, the people on the space plane would take it seriously. Sillin didn't know what Huimao Wuxia's people thought of him. After he contacted Ji Feng, he told them about his conversation with Wuxia. However, Ji Feng seemed to be prepared for this. It's time for them to make a move. The them he was referring to was the fog and some related people. There were many things that Sillin didn't know about in Vanguard, and the huge movement in Vanguard last time wasn't just about Somba Leruo being ambushed. Maybe Ji Feng had already noticed something. Ji Feng told Sillin to be careful, and he would contact Wuxia. At the same time, he also told Sillin to be prepared. Since Wuxia came looking for him, it wouldn't be a simple test. He believed that they would meet again soon. Sillin agreed with Ji Feng's speculation. Ji Feng definitely knew more about Wuxia than Sillin. On the other hand, Sillin had a vague feeling that Ji Feng still had some thoughts that he hadn't told him, and those thoughts were related to him and Huimao. "What do we do next, Sillin?" Yudi asked. Other than the news brought by Wuxia, Ji Feng had also sent over some internal information regarding the other hunter regiments. Recently, the other 3 hunter regiments had been acting strangely. Something was brewing. Just like Ji Feng said, the hunter world of the League of Stars was probably going to undergo a great change. Now that they knew that the A Squadron of Vanguard would be in trouble, the entire hunter world would be making a big move soon. No one would be able to avoid it once the war began, and a small team like theirs wouldn't have much of an advantage. Of course, the best thing for them to do was to meet up with the other B squadrons and deal with the coming change together. "Let's return to the base at Sector Z and make preparations," Sillin said. "All right, got it." Never fight a battle unprepared. Since they knew that a great change was coming, they had to arm themselves first. It was a good opportunity to get their hands on so many top-grade energy ores, and they could strengthen their weapons quite a bit. Moreover, they had to hurry. No one knew when the great change would erupt in the hunter world. While Sillin was pondering the information he just received, Ayu was poking his head around outside the command room. It was only after Sillin and Yudi were done discussing matters that Ayu flew in. "What is it?" Sillin asked. "Sillin, have you been busy lately?" Ayu looked a little nervous as he twirled his fingers. "I won't be idle for the time being. Is there any trouble?" Sillin said, "Well, if you're busy, we can help you with it. However, we hope that you can spare some time to help us." Ayu continued to twirl his fingers. "What kind of help? If it's urgent, I can help you first." "That's great." After Sillin agreed, Ayu pulled Sillin and rushed toward the other end of the passage. What's the rush? Sillin ran after him. Hurry up and save me. Chapter 385. Sillin knew that Moon and Shimu were busy working on the box that Sigma was holding like a treasure. He thought that they would wait until they returned to the base before carrying out the awakening plan Moon mentioned. However, Sillin couldn't help but wonder why Moon was in such a hurry. Did something happen? No, that can't be right. Judging from Moon's reaction, it should be something good. Sillin followed Moon to Shimu's workshop on the starship. Shikai, Sigma, and the others were already waiting for him. The box was placed on a silver-gray metal workbench. There were 2 orbs of light floating inside the open box. Some data was flashing on the device next to them. Whis jumped onto the metal workbench and circled around the box twice. It could sense the machine language coming from the 2 balls of light, but it was very weak and incomplete. That was why there were only some messy data characters flashing on the instrument next to it, and they couldn't be connected into a string. What's going on? Sillin asked. They're awake. Sigma looked very excited. But we can't get in touch with them. Mu and I tried, but we can't get through to them. I don't know what's going on. You, Shimu, and the others have been busy retrieving the brains of Rifia and Zoel that Chip had kept. Back then, the Shi family had only used the materials and not the brains. At most, they had tried to replicate it, but the brains weren't seriously damaged. After all, the Shi family knew how important a brain was to a robot. Therefore, they could be awakened as long as the conditions were met. Moon and Sigma had been trying to communicate with the 2 core brain regions inside the box for a while now, but the 2 core brain regions didn't respond at all. But just now, Moon and Shimu had just finished a game of Chain Stars. While the 3 of them were discussing the game, the 2 core brain regions suddenly reacted. The box on the metal table suddenly opened, and 2 clusters of light floated into the air. The instruments around them also reacted strangely. Moon told Celine about what happened just now, and his nervousness was obvious from his tone. The 2 orbs of light in the core brain region were reacting. Did this mean that the 2 of them could wake up? What should we do? Even Moon found it hard to calm down when he thought about Rufia and Zol's situation. Everything had happened too suddenly, and he had planned to deal with it after returning to the 11th Squad's base. He did not expect something to happen here. Fortunately, he had brought all the materials with him just in case. Did you encounter a similar situation when you were creating Cheto, Sillin? Shimu asked. Shimu was the one who asked you to bring Sillin over. He thought Sillin might be able to provide some advice. Back in the day, Sillin had done many calculations based on the advantages of the first-generation liquid core brain. It wasn't until Sillin was satisfied with the final results that Sillin was satisfied with. Adding that to the fact that he had discovered that miraculous crystal at the time, he had turned some of his theoretical designs into reality. That was how Cheto came to be after all sorts of coincidences. At the time, Cheto was nothing more than a newborn robot. He was like a newborn baby. His potential was there, but he didn't know much at all. After that, Cheto was the one who improved himself almost all the time. Right now, not even Sillin could understand the complicated structure of Cheto's brain. Sillin stared at the 2 floating balls of light. He hadn't created Cheto like this when he first created him. Maybe it was because Cheto had changed a lot during his development, but his initial state wasn't exactly the same. That being said, there were still similarities between the 2. After quietly sensing the information transmitted from the 2 light clusters, Sillin said, "This should be a normal phenomenon. It's just like how ordinary animals undergo a long period of hibernation. Due to the long period of hibernation, their brain activity has always been an extremely low level. Even if they were to wake up, they would need to go through a period of adaptation. But these 2, Sillin pointed at the 2 light clusters in front of him, are in this adaptation period. They are not awake, but their brains have already begun to move." Shimu nodded. He was thinking the same thing, but he hadn't created an original robot himself. There were many things that only existed in theory. He wasn't as convincing as Sillin was. Sillin and Shimu discussed for a moment. Half an hour later, they came up with a plan. Sillin walked to the side and pointed at a certain direction. Then he said to Wayu, Put the box inside, Ayu. Shimu was already adjusting the apparatus in the direction Silin was pointing at. Ayu carefully dragged the box and moved it into a transparent, cylindrical cabin. It was the same cabin Shimu and Shikai used when they were making robots. Unlike the mass-produced ones, the one in Shimu's workshop was much more complicated in terms of configuration and parameters. After discussing with Silin, Shimu decided to adjust some of the parameters. After Ayu put the box inside, Shimu pressed a button and closed the cabin door. Through the transparent wall, everyone could see the two balls of light floating inside. Cheto and the White Spirit also walked into the room. Silin was the one who informed them to be cautious in case they needed more help when the time came. Moreover, Silin also hoped that Cheto could learn more from this incident. It would be very helpful to Cheto, who was also a robot himself. Silin and Ayu each took control of a couple of apparatus. After they were done adjusting the apparatus, Silin shot Shimu a questioning look. After receiving an affirmative answer, they pressed the start button at the same time. The environment inside the cabin was changing rapidly. The composition of the ions, gases, pressure, and temperature inside the cabin were changing rapidly, and the magnetic field was adjusting in a regular pattern. Both Silin and Shimu stared closely at the icons and data displayed on the apparatus. They needed to make adjustments according to the data displayed. After a period of instability, the graphs and data on the apparatus finally calmed down. However, the two balls of light inside the cabin didn't show any obvious changes. Moreover, the line on the graph was rising very slowly, meaning that the two balls of light were awakening very slowly as well. This can't go on. Silin thinks for a moment before saying to Ayu, "Try to communicate with them." Although there was a wall between them, it wasn't a problem for Ayu with his abilities. Ayu followed Silin's instructions and tried to communicate with the two balls of light inside the cabin. However, the results weren't very good. The line on the graph was changing, but the change was too small to meet Silin's expectations. Silin frowned and fell into deep thought. From the corner of his eye, he saw the gray cat looking at the data displayed on the instrument, and some data symbols were flashing in its eyes. The fellow was just trying to decipher the disjointed data symbols created by the two balls of light on the instrument out of boredom, but it just so happened to give Silin an inspiration. "Try to communicate with them using data stream mapping," Silin said to Ayu. Shimu's eyes flashed when he heard Silin's suggestion. He looked at Hui Mao and Silin before turning back to the monitor. He didn't expect Silin to be so much more powerful than he thought. His understanding of machine language was far beyond his expectations. It was because of this that Shimu knew how rare it was for humans to be able to understand machine language. Even among the Shi family, there might not be one in several generations. On the other hand, Celine, who was not a member of the Shi family, had a better understanding than Shikai, who was a true descendant of the Shi family. Ayu didn't pay attention to what Shimu was thinking. He was only concerned about the two balls of light inside the cabin. They were his brothers. He hadn't seen them for hundreds of years, and the five of them hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years. The arrogant Wuxia, the cold Zoel, are they coming back? Ayu stared at the two balls of light inside the cabin. Two beams of light shot out from his face. They contained all kinds of data. The streams of data were mapped onto the two balls of light. They contained information about the 5 robots and the Shi family of that generation. Ayu hoped to use this information to trigger a reaction in the brains of the two balls of light. Sure enough, after sensing the data stream mapping, the two light clusters flickered. After this flicker, the data on the monitoring instruments connected to the fusion cabin changed drastically. "Yes, that's it. Continue," Silin said as he made some adjustments to the devices and the parameters calculated based on the new data. Both Shimu and Silin had to make the necessary adjustments themselves. There were many times when a machine wasn't necessarily better than a human. For example, when it came to synthesizing robots, the creator was the dominant factor. Only after synthesizing a robot would they be able to develop their own robots. Shikai watched from aside. He didn't interfere because there was nothing he could do. Silin and Shimu were more than enough to control the devices, and their control was very precise. This was something Shikai needed to learn. There's a certain gap between him and the two of them, and he didn't deny it. Silen's hand speed was so fast that Shikai couldn't keep up with it. He had to rely on other visual aids to catch a glimpse of it. Silen alone took care of 60% of the work. Shimu took care of 30%, and the remaining 10% was the work of IU, the two balls of light, and the automation of the devices. When the data displayed on the device reached one of Silen's standards, the next step would begin. "All right, IU, put the materials in," Silen said to IU without stopping. IU also sensed that the two balls of light were becoming clearer and clearer. He sensed a familiar presence that he hadn't seen for a long time. After Silen said that, IU quickly took out the materials he had been hiding and put them into the module's inlet. One of them was very similar to the material Silen used to create Cheto. There were also a couple of extremely rare metals that IU had been hiding for a long time. Even the Shi family didn't know about them, and the only reason IU had taken them out was to awaken Euryphia and Zoel. The balls of light inside the module grew brighter and brighter. As they moved, the materials were absorbed, shaped, and synthesized on their own. From a beginning to the end, a robot similar to IU and Sigma was slowly taking shape inside the module. Euryphia, Zoel. Agitated, Sigma began to circle around the cabin, arms swinging up and down, unsure of what to do. Cheto didn't say a word as he watched IU and Cheto. However, he didn't miss a single detail. Everything, including the operation, the calculation rules, the optimal path, the optimal conditions, and so on. The main reason he was able to evolve to his current level was because of his own learning and application abilities. Silen had told him on the day he created Cheto, "I'm only providing you with a starting point. How far you can go is up to you." Cheto was different from Sigma and his siblings. When Silen and Huimao left for Mist Bodhisattva for the first time, Cheto had gone on a long journey. He used to walk with the crowd, sit in a coffee shop at a street corner, read an ancient book for an entire afternoon, and experience the life of a normal person. He used to do hard labor with the lowest rung of society. He used to live in a shipping container ghetto. He used to work with elites who were dressed up in a hurry. He used to work with the hunters who were considered unimportant by the four great powers. He used to travel through dangerous jungles and experience the urgency of a normal person facing a crisis. When the lanterns were first lit, the suburbs and the civilian district beyond the border started to grow quiet, and the romance inside the city started to go crazy. Cheto had experienced two completely different nights before. He was lying in a simple house in the civilian district and listening to the snoring of the old miner next door. He was also riding a hoverboard in the city and following the screaming youngsters through the flashing neon lights. It was only after these experiences that Cheto finally understood. Ah, so this is the life of a human. He wasn't a coal machine after all. Silen had told him that he could create another robot, but there was only one Cheto. Cheto wasn't envious of Sigma's 5 siblings. He had brothers of his own, such as Wheeze, Silen, and Carrie. They might be humans or cyborgs, but they were brothers who had gone through thick and thin with each other. They were brothers who he could entrust his back to. Moon and Sigma had always been praised by the 11th Squad and everyone who saw them, but Cheto had always kept a low profile. Most of the time, the 11th Squad had already treated him as one of their own instead of a robot. Huimao flicked his ears and yawned when he saw what was going on. Then, he jumped on Cheto's shoulder. Silen was busy, so he didn't dare disturb Silen. That was why he crouched on Cheto's shoulder instead. He wasn't interested in the two robots, and neither was he interested in them. After finding a suitable angle, Huimao leaned his head against Cheto's neck and dozed off. Chapter 386. The two robots inside the capsule had been perfected, and most of the work was done by the robots themselves. Silen and Shimu didn't need to do anything else, so they simply sat on the side and watched the data displayed on the monitor. The two new robots were created based on the programming in their brains, and they looked very similar to Sigma and Moon. Why else would they call them brothers? When the two robots were done, the light bars on their faces flashed, and the cabin doors opened on their own. The change in air pressure made a hissing sound. The two new robots flew out of the capsule, and Sigma and Moon jumped toward them excitedly before they could say anything. After so many years, the four brothers were reunited once more. Chip was the only one left. Not wanting to interrupt the four brothers' bonding session, Sillin walked out of Shi-Mu's workshop and went back to his own room to rest. Although the process of synthesizing these two robots wasn't long, the amount of calculation involved was just too great. This was especially true in the beginning. He was practically operating like a machine. Thankfully, things were a little easier towards the end, and Sillin had a buffer period. This time, he was creating two robots at once, so it was only natural that the amount of calculation required was a lot more than before. Unlike the time when he created Cheto, most of the calculations were done in real time. After stretching his aching arms a little, Sillin walked back to his room. Hui Mao jumped off Cheto's shoulder the moment Sillin came out. He winked at Cheto and said, "I won't disturb you anymore, boy. You can pick up girls now." Cheto flicked Hui Mao's ear with a smile and left Shi-Mu's workshop as well. He had learned a lot of new things just now, and he needed time to think about them. The 11th squad had gained 2 new members, but it was a new problem for Shi-Mu. It was fine back when Sigma and Moon were the only ones in the group. Moon was the only one who would speak from time to time, and Shi-Mu didn't think much of it. Now that there were 2 more Sigma and Moon, Shi-Mu didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was because the 4 of them were in a group, but the quiet Sigma and Moon seemed to have become more talkative, and they couldn't stop chatting. In the end, Shi-Mu couldn't take it anymore and kicked all 4 of them out of the workshop. He really didn't know how that generation of Shi family members could tolerate these 5 troublemakers. Sometimes, the 4 of them would play a human pyramid with Sigma at the bottom. Sometimes, the 4 of them would mess around with Xianxia and the others. Even a game of chess would turn into a war. Either way, the atmosphere on the 11th Squad starship was pretty good as of late. It was festive and lively, and the 4 robots kept Sigma's indoor orchard in perfect order. Not only that, but they also helped Mo Hung and Shikai a lot. Old Mo was very fond of the 4 little robots. He had worked with robots for many years, but this was the first time he had interacted with so many human-like robots. Aside from their appearance, they were practically human. Moreover, they had different personalities, so Old Mo couldn't help but be delighted to see them. Unlike the others who were relaxed, Sillin was now thinking about what to do next. Just now, he received a secret message from G-Phone. It was a message that not even Yudi was aware of, and neither was the rest of the 11th Squad. It was about Vanguard as a whole, and it wasn't long before a group of executives from the 11th Squad would arrive at a branch base at Sector Z. There, they would meet with the executives of the Navigators and come to a decision regarding the ownership of a planet. The Vanguard and Navigator squadrons had discovered this planet almost at the same time. It was a habitable planet with a decent size. Right now, the military was busy enough with internal disputes, and the people from the other sectors would not pay much attention to this planet. After all, the 2 hunter regiments had their eyes on this planet, and those family forces would not come and fight with the hunter regiments over this planet. Therefore, it was time for Vanguard and Navigator to come to a decision. It was because the planet was too tempting. After they occupied it, they could build a temporary branch base for expansion, sell it at a high price if they didn't use it in the future, and trade it for a batch of weapons, space planes, and so on. No one was willing to let go of such a fat piece of meat. In fact, this kind of thing wasn't rare at all. It was very common for 2 hunter regiments to come to a conclusion and come to an agreement because of their target. But at this time, it was thought-provoking. This was especially true after Wuxia told Sillin the news not long ago. There were even more secrets hidden in this. G-Phone was obviously mentally prepared for this, and there was another rumor circulating among the hunter regiments. It was said that this might be the first time Vanguard and Navigator fought head-on, and it might even lead to an all-out war. The friction between the 2 hunter regiments was enough as it was, and this planet was just a fuse that would lead to the biggest conflict between the 2 hunter regiments in the last 50 years. There was no telling if these rumors were true or not, but after this, the B squadrons of both 2-man regiments had already gathered at Sector Z. Logically speaking, a base at Sector K would be more confident, but at the same time, The damage to their base would be greater if a large-scale, all-out war broke out. Therefore, both sides had chosen to set up a branch base at Sector Z. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about fighting each other. It was just a temporary branch base anyway, and they wouldn't feel much pain even if the entire planet was destroyed. Ji Feng had already contacted the 11B squadron commanders in secret and told them everything that might happen. He told them to prepare themselves because it would be an incredibly difficult battle if an all-out war broke out. Other than that, Ji Feng also told Sillin about the meaning behind Wuxia's words. It was very likely that the fog would take advantage of this meeting to kill them, and this was the best opportunity for them. Therefore, Vanguard had more things to pay attention to. Ji Feng's biggest worry wasn't the navigator. After all, they were both part of the 4 great hunters, and both sides knew each other better than the other. Ji Feng's biggest worry was internal problems. Because the hunter regiments were too big, it was impossible to clean out all the traitors, and it wasn't impossible for the backlands to catch fire. The second concern was the assassin organization fog. Their assassination targets were a few of Vanguard's higher-ups. Right now, they didn't know how many of Vanguard's higher-ups were on their hit list, but one thing was for sure. These higher-ups were the most influential people in Vanguard. If anything happened to any of them, it would be a huge loss for Vanguard. When the time came, the 11 squads definitely wouldn't be at the front lines. The A Squadron would hold the front lines, and they would provide support from the rear. The big move that Ji Feng made during the last meeting at the base was actually because he had scattered some of the best seedlings among the various B squadrons. This was because they were less affected by the attacks in the B squadrons, and these people were the future hope of Vanguard. When they grew up, they would become another batch of peak strength. The dispersal and relegation, this time, was actually a kind of protection for these people. The abilities of these people were indeed uneven, and the people who were truly valued by the higher-ups were mixed among them. This was the main reason for the action that time. As it turned out, Ji Feng had already started making all kinds of arrangements since then. There will be a war between the 4 great hunters sooner or later. Lan Hudi and Heaven's Birth are currently at war, and Vanguard and Navigator can't possibly stop either. Once the war breaks out, both sides will lose a lot of people. That's why we have to protect those who haven't matured yet. If our seniors are unfortunate enough to fall in this war, at least we'll have someone to take over our position in the future. We won't allow Vanguard to decline. This was what Ji Feng told Sillin. He didn't tell all the other captains this, and he only told the people he truly trusted. At the same time, he was reminding Sillin that the 11th squad shouldn't go to the front lines and that they should stay with the other squads. Mogaz, Mao, and the others were all potential members who hadn't matured yet, so they shouldn't be sent to the front lines. Sillin, help me protect them. That was what Ji Feng said before he disconnected the call. This puzzled Sillin a lot. Even if Mogaz and the others were people the higher-ups thought highly of, Ji Feng didn't necessarily care too much about them. While Sillin was puzzling over this, Wuxia sent him another message. I just received the news. I'm just informing you that someone in your squad is on the miss-hit list. Be prepared. It might even be you. Remember to stay alive when the time comes. On the screen, Uncle Ian was happily munching on a box of ice cream. On top of his head was a small, furry animal that looked like a mouse. It had big ears and was about the size of a rabbit. It stared at Sillin for a while before losing interest and hopping off to the side to play. You don't know who it is either? Sillin asked. I won't tell you even if I do. Sillin, fine, let's change the question. Is there only one person on the hit list? Sillin asked again. As far as I know, there's only one. However, if the assassin gets excited, he can take out a few more of them. That's why your squad has to worry, kid. Sillin fell silent for a moment. Thank you for the reminder. Is there anything else? Nothing for now. Oh, if you can't handle it, you can hire someone from our organization to protect you. What's the condition? That fat cat of yours. Sillin ended the call immediately. On the other side of the call, Wuxia bit his spoon of ice cream and rubbed the head of the little fellow who had jumped into his arms again. It looks like this isn't going to be easy. Before returning to the base at Sector Z, Sillin observed the 5 Mogaz members for a bit. He had a feeling that the person on the miss-hit list that Wuxia mentioned was one of the 5 new members of their squad. Jifeng wouldn't have said something like that otherwise. As for who it was, Sillin didn't know. He had even talked to all 5 of them separately, but he couldn't find anything out of them. They're hiding this well? Well, if I can't find them now, then I won't look for them for now. The starship had returned to the base at Sector Z, but they didn't have much time left. Everyone had learned about the current situation of the Hunter regiments through various channels, even without Sillin's reminder. Are we really going to fight navigators, Sillin? Carrie rubbed his palms together eagerly. Maybe. It's always good to be prepared, Sillin replied. Yeah, I'll make sure to prepare as much as I can. Carrie dragged Xianxia and the others away to discuss how to fix navigators when the time came. What are you worried about? Yudi asked. Although an all-out war could break out, Yudi knew that a squad like the 11th Squad wouldn't be at the front lines. Therefore, they wouldn't be attacked as fiercely as they were. I'm not worried about the navigators. With our team's strength, even if we can't get rid of many of the navigators, we can at least protect ourselves. However, when the time comes, the navigators might not be the only ones. Yudi's heart skipped a beat. You mean an assassin organization? Ever since they knew that there might be a large-scale battle, Wuxia and Zoel, who had just woken up, started to equip themselves with battle equipment. Wuxia, in particular, was a battle maniac. He often pestered Mo Hung to exchange some opinions and understand some of the current weapons in the Star Alliance. Hui Mao, on the other hand, was as carefree as ever. All he did was eat and sleep. While the 11th Squad was preparing, the other B squadrons were slowly making their way back to Sector Z. This meant that the time was drawing closer and closer. Sillin had contacted Shadun, who was currently with the A Squadron. According to Shadun, they didn't plan to make such a big fuss at first, and they didn't plan to recall all the B squadrons either. However, all kinds of rumors started to spread that Vanguard and Navigator were going to go all out against each other, and Navigator didn't deny it. In fact, they even recalled all the B squadrons under Navigator's command. No wonder they were notified in such a hurry. Jifeng hadn't planned to involve all 11 squads in the first place. Just like Jifeng said, the 11 squads were filled with hope for the future, and they were filled with a bunch of good seedlings who had yet to mature. Sillin was one of the first to learn about this. Jifeng had informed Sillin about Wuxia beforehand, and Sillin was informed of the situation beforehand. Sillin, this is going to be a difficult mission. You and your B squadrons must not be careless. Shotton said seriously, I can already sense the tension in the A squadron's atmosphere. This mission is different from any previous one, and no one can tell what will happen when the time comes. And man, I know. Just join the 3rd B Squadron when the time comes, Shotton said. Right now, Shotton trusted the 3rd B Squadron even more than the 6th Division. Although he had risen from the 6th Division, the 6th Division was no longer the 6th Division it used to be. Moreover, the personnel structure was different due to the demotion, so Shotton's influence on the current 6th Division was negligible. Sillin understood what Shotton was trying to say. He was afraid that Sillin and the others would be at a disadvantage. If they were to join the 3rd B Squadron, they would be able to take care of the 3rd B Squadron. After all, everyone had a good relationship with each other. Not long after the call with Shotton, Sillin received another call from the 3rd B Squadron. They were probably aware of the 11th Squad situation, so they asked the 11th Squad to join them and take care of each other. Sillin didn't refuse the 3rd B Squadron's good intentions. The 11th Squad was simply too small, and even if they were to face an accident, the 3rd B Squadron could still lend them a hand. Out of the entire Vanguard, only the 3rd B Squadron had the best relationship with the 11th Squad. 3 days later, Sillin received a summon from Jifeng. It was a summon for the entire Vanguard, and all 11 squads were to depart immediately after receiving this order. The well-prepared group didn't panic. In fact, Carrie and the others were looking forward to it very much. Before they left, Sillin tried to persuade Mo Hung to stay behind again. The old man was old, and he might not be able to take care of everything when the time came. However, Mo Hung was very persistent about this. Look, even Dias's little boy is coming with us. What's there for an old man like me to be afraid of? Plus, I've already written my last will, so I won't blame you even if something happens. My son knows me very well. He knows me very well. Like hell he knows. Sillin wanted nothing more than to knock Mo Hung out and toss him into the base. Sir Mo couldn't even come up with an excuse that involved the last will. This made Sillin feel very helpless. In the end, Mo Hung was surrounded by 4 robots and boarded the starship. Rufia promised Sillin that it would protect Sir Mo, but Sillin didn't have much faith in its promise. In fact, he didn't even know Rufia as well as Moon. Before they left for the A Squadron, Sillin called you over and told him to keep an eye on their surroundings while they were protecting Mo Hung. There was a chance that someone might sneak into their base. Sneak into Little 11? Moon asked with a tilt of his head. The enemy must have a powerful background to be able to sneak into the base without Little 11 noticing. That's why I want you 4 to be careful. All right, I understand. I'll protect Grandpa Mo with Moon and the others around. Even if they couldn't pinpoint the enemy's exact location, they would definitely notice them if they snuck into the base. What about you? Aren't you, Cheto, and Wee's inside the starship? Moon asked. I don't know what's going to happen when the time comes. I may have to go out, and Cheto and Weez may have their own opponents. Therefore, I'll leave Little 11 to you 4. The light bar on Moon's face flashed for a moment before he said, Amen, I understand. Little Bai is here too. Moon was a very smart robot, and he was able to analyze a lot of things from Sillin's words. Although Moon often looked unreliable, he was the real leader of the group. Even the conceited Rufia and the uncommunicative Zoel viewed Moon as their leader under certain circumstances. The starship passed through an asteroid belt and a couple of non-habitable planets. It was then that they saw other B squadrons heading toward the base. However, it wasn't the 3rd B squadron, it was the 2nd B squadron. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they simply greeted each other and went their separate ways. There were a lot of people in the 2nd B Squadron who mocked the 11th Squad because the 11th Squad was just a small starship that couldn't even compare to a child starship of the 2nd B Squadron. Even a small squadron of the 2nd B Squadron was much larger than the 11th degrees. The B Squadrons that were heading toward the A Squadron's base were all attached to motherships, and some of them were even accompanied by some corvettes or space planes. It was a grand sight to behold. Therefore, the 11th Squad looked incredibly weak at first glance. The 11th Squads didn't enter the A Squadron's base directly. In fact, they didn't even approach it. Instead, they stayed close to the planet and the smaller planets around it. The 3rd B Squadron went straight to the 11th Squad's base after they arrived. In the eyes of the other B Squadrons, the 3rd B Squadron was playing the role of babysitter. By the time all 11 B Squadrons had arrived, the A Squadron's fleet was ready to depart. There were 3 A Squadron starships, and all of them were large composite starships. The space planes and fighters that were scattered around the spaceport flew into the A Squadron after the 3 large composite starships left the spaceport. Oh, it's time to depart. Carrie cheered. Yes, the 11 B Squadrons were only here for one meeting. They would follow the A Squadron starships to the negotiation site, and it was very likely that they would fight there. Mo Hung clicked his tongue in wonder as he stared at the A Squadron's 3 starships on the screen. These 3 starships are big enough to carry all 11 of your squadrons. The A Squadron starships sure look impressive. They're all free starships, but they give off a different vibe, Diaz said. The A Squadron's 3 composite starships were about the same size as the B Squadrons, but they gave off a very special vibe. It was easy to tell who belonged to the A Squadron and who belonged to the B Squadrons at first glance. That's why those people can only be part of the B Squadrons. That being said, if our squadron's free starships are bigger, there's no way we'll lose to the A Squadron starships. Yudi was confident in this. Where's Sillin? Mo Hung asked when he didn't see Sillin. He saw Sillin a moment ago, but he was gone in the blink of an eye. Shouldn't he be in the command room, ready to give orders at a moment's notice? I received a transfer just now, Yudi explained. The transmissions were too secret, and Sillin normally didn't use them in the command room. Instead, he used them in his own lounge. Cheto and the gray cat were there, so they wouldn't be eavesdropped. Sillin was indeed on the receiving end of a call, but it wasn't the one Yudi mentioned. It was Somba Leruo who was on the receiving end of the call. It was to remind Sillin to pay attention to the situation in the squad, especially the new members. And now, it was Uncle Ian who was on the receiving end of the call. Mist has arrived. Keep an eye out for them. All right, it's still the same thing. If you need help, you can come to us directly. We're here as well. What are you here for? Are you here to watch the show? Sillin asked. I'm not that bored. I'm just here to take out a few people I don't like. Don't worry, they're not for Vanguard. I don't like Ji Feng either, but since he's that monster Nabila's target, I won't interfere. Wuxia said. Nabila was the current leader of Mist. Sillin was very impressed by Mist, and no pardon. Uncle Ian had told him that they had arrived at the coordinates, so he was sure that both the Vanguard and the Navigator were feeling nervous. Of course, this was only limited to those who knew about this information. Those who didn't probably wouldn't know that these two famous assassin organizations in the League of Stars were here. Would they? A dozen or so large-sized composite ships, and almost 100 medium-sized ships and child ships. This kind of lineup could be considered huge. Although it wasn't all of Vanguard strength, it was still shocking enough. Other than the B squadrons who were carrying out missions and those who were stationed at the base, the rest of the B squadrons were gathered here. A portion of the A squadron was stationed at the main camp at Sector K, and the rest were stationed at the sub-base at Sector Z. However, half of the higher-ups were here, including Somba Leruo and Bart. The people on Mist's assassination list were among them. The target of the negotiation was an area outside of Vanguard and Navigator's territory. It was a free zone, and there was a rank B habitable planet here. It used to belong to the military, but after the League of Stars' military split up, there was no one to manage it. This time, the planet was forcefully requisitioned because of the incident involving the 200 regiments. The military didn't say anything when they learned about it. It was just a normal rank B habitable planet anyway, so they could do whatever they wanted. Look, it's Navigator's men, Carrie said excitedly as he looked at the scene on the screen. On the screen, on the other side of the planet, a fleet about the same size as Vanguard's was parked in a formation. They had just arrived not too long ago. After all the motherships had come to a stop, the composite mothership began to split apart. The child ships and accompanying starships, space planes, and fighters separated from the mothership. In an instant, the fleet's range expanded several times, and it was now densely packed with starships, space planes, and fighters. If one were to look at it from a further angle, they would see the following image. Two fleets were spread out on both sides of a not-so-big planet. They looked like a pair of half-spread wings that sandwiched the planet in the middle. The 11 squad starships were not eye-catching at the periphery of Vanguard's wing. They were surrounded by the 3rd B Squadron child ships and some large space planes, warships, and space fighters. The 11th squad starships did not stand out at all. Don't we need to go out? Carrie adjusted his equipment and asked Sillin. Xianxia and the others were also looking at Sillin expectantly, but Sillin didn't agree. Now, it wasn't the time yet. The 11th Squadron starships weren't all that eye-catching, but the 11th Squadron's fighter jets were. It wasn't that the fighter jets were flashy, but rather that they were custom-made fighter jets with extremely high performance. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia and the others couldn't hold themselves back, the 11th Squadron's fighter jets would be exposed before the battle even began. It was the time to gauge each other's strength before the battle began, so Sillin wasn't going to let Carrie and the others go out just yet. After Ji Feng left an order for the squadron leaders, one of the A Squadron starships flew toward the planet. The first batch of Vanguard troops were already waiting for them there, and Navigator's situation was the same. The B Squadron, on the other hand, stayed at the periphery of the planet and spread out in a certain formation. This way, they wouldn't be able to hurt their own people easily even if a fight broke out. Chapter 387. The negotiations on the planet had already begun, and the people on the B squadrons could only see the general situation outside the planet through the transmissions. They couldn't know the specifics of the negotiations, and they would choose their next course of action based on the signal sent by the A Squadron. Although they couldn't see the negotiations happening on the planet, the tension radiating from the planet had infected everyone around it. The large images on both sides of the planet showed the factions of both sides, but there wasn't even a band music playing right now. The starships were all quiet, and the only thing that added a hint of liveliness to the solemn atmosphere was the fighter jets flying around outside. According to Scyllane's knowledge, there were 3 vice commanders in the entire Vanguard's upper echelon. Vice Commander Solo stayed at Sector K's headquarters. Vice Commander Kong Ling stayed at Sector Z's branch base, and Stanley was the only one who came with G-Phone. This meant that as the only vice commander who came with G-Phone, there was a high chance that Stanley was on the Fogg's assassination list. Scyllane stared at the name list in his hand and pondered. He felt that there were a lot of things that G-Phone didn't explain to him clearly, and these secrets would probably be exposed after this war. Just as Scyllane was thinking about some of the things he didn't understand, the communicator in his hand suddenly flashed. It didn't have a fixed frequency, and it was like a secret signal that told Scyllane who the caller was. Scyllane raised his hand and motioned for the others to continue paying attention to the A Squadron's movements. Then, he returned to his own lounge. "What's wrong this time?" Scyllane looked at Wuxia on the hologram and asked. "I'm just checking to see how your preparations are going." Uncle Ian was still holding a box of ice cream and eating leisurely. He picked a mouthful for himself and another mouthful for the little animal nestled in his arms. "If there's nothing important, I'm going to disconnect. Don't be hasty. You youngsters just can't keep your cool." Wuxia passed the box to the little animal in his arms. It was only the size of 2 fists, but it was able to hold a small bucket of ice cream so easily. It was impossible for a normal animal to do so. "I just wanted to remind you this time. Don't get angry if something happens later, such as your starship changing owners." I'm guessing, with Ji-Feng's personality, if he sensed that the negotiations weren't going well and the war was about to escalate, he definitely wouldn't put all his hopes on you. "Are you talking about the person in our team who's on the Mist hit list?" "Correct. Actually, I think the people from Mist must have leaked some information to Tamir. Tamir wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack G-Phone." The tamer that Wuxia was talking about was the current leader of the Navigators. He was one of the 6 stars of Hunter, just like G-Phone. Why is that person so important? Is he related to Captain G-Phone? Hidden Wuxia didn't seem to like G-Phone, but when he heard Scyllane's question, he didn't keep quiet like before. Instead, he said, "They are related, but it's not just because of their relationship. Ji-Feng had a lot of sons, and a few of his grandsons are about the same age as you. However, those people are very low-key, and only a few of them are known to the public. Even if a few of them are killed because of the war, he wouldn't care. However, this one is different." When he said this, Hidden Wuxia's eyes flashed with obvious mockery. From Hidden Wuxia's words, Scyllane guessed that one of the 5 newcomers must be Ji-Feng's descendant. Since Hidden Wuxia said it was his son, then Phoebe and Kong Lujia were eliminated. The only choices were Mao, Mogaz, and Pango. However, Scyllane had a lot of questions. First, Scyllane had come into contact with all of them before. He had fought with them, but he hadn't learned any genetic information from them. Second, what was so special about Ji-Feng's son? Was he worth Ji-Feng, Sonba Leruo, and the other higher-ups' nervousness? You want to know? Hidden Wuxia crossed his legs and said smugly, "You want to know? Tell me." "Of course." Hidden Wuxia adjusted his sitting posture and stroked his short beard. "You know Olillo, right? Have you heard of the spell that represents evolution in Olillo?" "Olillo again?" It seems that this person is related to the spell. Scyllane thought about everything he knew about Olillo. If he was connected to the incantation, then that person must possess some kind of ability. What else? Scyllane looked at Hidden Wuxia. Uncle Yin's eyes twitched. He only said this to see Scyllane's reaction, but Scyllane's reaction was only a little surprised when he first heard it. He was so calm that Hidden Wuxia wanted to slap him. It was obvious that Scyllane didn't have much ambition for Olillo. Originally, he wanted to persuade Scyllane to create some trouble for Ji-Feng, but he didn't expect it to have such an effect. However, Uncle Ian was very satisfied with the result. Other than that, There's nothing else. Good luck to you. All right, I'll mourn for your starship. With that, Hidden Wuxia ended the communication. Sillin sat in his room and thought about what Hidden Wuxia said. He felt that these people were all mysterious. Also, Wuxia seemed to be communicating with him more frequently. What was he after? While he was thinking, Sillin's shoulders sank. Hui Mao ran over and squatted on Sillin's shoulder. He raised his foot and tapped Sillin's face. Sillin, can I change my form and go out to fight later? Hui Mao's eyes lit up. This guy was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Sillin swatted Hui Mao's paw away. You didn't even clean up the fish biscuits after scooping them up. It smells like fish. As he spoke, Sillin suddenly paused. He looked at Hui Mao and lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Whis, do you think you're the only cyborg in the entire League of Stars? Sillin asked. Huh. Hui Mao, who was licking his paw, was puzzled. Didn't you guys say that the stable state of cyborgs basically doesn't exist? If I hadn't eaten that unknown thing, I wouldn't have been able to transform so smoothly. What if there's another cyborg that's as stable as you and can transform smoothly? Hui Mao narrowed his eyes and said with a deep look, if it's not a friend, then it's an enemy. If it's an enemy, I'll kill it. Sillin, is there really such a thing? I don't know. I just thought of asking. Sillin wasn't sure if the one on Wuxia's side was the same as Hui Mao's. Although the probability was very small in Sillin's eyes, the remaining probability couldn't be ignored. However, if it really was that small probability, Sillin couldn't imagine how Hui Mao would react when faced with a fellow that looked like a mouse. He would probably choose to eat it? What a headache. Sillin rubbed his forehead. What's wrong? Hui Mao asked. Nothing, I'm just thinking too much. Oh, don't think too much. You'll turn into an idiot, Hui Mao said in a serious tone. Sillin, when Sillin returned to the command room, the A-team had already sent out a warning signal. It seemed that the negotiations weren't going well. They had only talked for a short while, and they were already starting to get restless. Should we get ready? Carrie shook his arms. There was a thruster at the joints of his arms and legs. There was also a retractable device on his back. Shimu had decided to add a few pieces of equipment to Merciless' suit of armor. This way, they wouldn't have to rely on any other tools to fly in space. Moreover, the suit of armor was very sensitive. The faster a member's reflexes were, the better they would be able to utilize the suit of armor. Let's get ready. Before Sillin could finish his sentence, he received a call from the A-team starship. After accepting the call, an image appeared on the screen. To everyone's surprise, it was one of the 3 vice commanders, and the only vice commander who had come to this meeting, Stanley. Stanley looked very serious. After the communication was connected, he went straight to the point. I need the leadership of your starship. I'll take over later. While Stanley was speaking seriously on the light screen, Whis had already left a few claw marks on the table beside him. Give up the starship? Why the hell? Are they trying to steal my territory? Do these people have a death wish or something? Cheto poked Hui Mao, who was gradually losing control of his emotions. He shook his head and motioned for him to calm down. At first, Stanley thought he'd have to waste a lot of time trying to convince him, but he didn't think that Sillin would agree right after he was done talking. However, he also made some demands. Stanley looked a little impatient, but he didn't care about Sillin's demands at all. Right now, his main goal was to take over Sillin's starship and protect the person on it. All right, I'll send someone over in 2 minutes. Stanley ended the call after that. Why did you give up Little 11, Commander? What's the meaning of the A-team taking over right now? Yeah, we may not have a lot of people, but we're still a squad. They can't just take our starship away, even if they look down on us. We built our own starship. Why should we give it to them? It's not like the A-team lacks it. Fuck, isn't he just a vice commander? Why should he take our starship? Carrie and the others were very dissatisfied with Stanley's decision. The B squadrons of Vanguard had always been independent and never interfered with each other's business. Although the A-team had the right to assist in the management of the B squadrons, that was all they were allowed to do. The reason why a Freedom Starship was called a Freedom Starship was because of its freedom. It wasn't like the military, where the orders of the higher-ups were strictly enforced. Not even the commander of A-B squadrons could say no to their commander's request. But the problem was that Sillin had agreed to it. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they still trusted Sillin after spending so much time with him. That was why they waited for Sillin's next order after they were done complaining. They believed that Sillin had his reasons for making such a decision. Get ready, everyone. Carrie and the rest of you will fly the fighter jets out of here. Mogaz and the rest of you will stay behind. Of course, we won't give them our fighter jets. Damn it. This is blatant exploitation. Carrie grumbled as he left with Xianxia and the others. However, the way they looked at Mogaz and the rest of the B squadrons didn't look too good. Stanley had said on the hologram that the 5 new members would stay behind and the others would be free to do as they pleased. In other words, the others could either leave or stay behind and be at Stanley's mercy. What the hell? The conflict between the A team and the B squadrons had always existed. Many A team members looked down on the B squadrons unless they were particularly capable, like Somba Leruo and the others. However, people like Shotten didn't fare as well in the A team as the B squadrons imagined. He thought that the situation would improve after the A team was demoted, but Carrie couldn't help but feel extremely displeased when he recalled Stanley's tone just now. That was why Carrie vented his displeasure on Mogaz and the rest of the B squadrons. Mogaz looked aggrieved, but the 5 of them didn't say anything. Sillin had a feeling that they knew something. Sillin took out another space plane. This was the one Shikai and the others had built through practice. Sillin had Dias's youngest son, and Mo Hung, Shikai, and Shimu board it. Part of Shikai's mech army was also inside. Once the battle began and the space plane was safely away, Sillin wouldn't have to worry about their safety. Sillin had a private conversation with Shikai and Shimu, but no one knew what it was about. After the space plane left, Sillin arranged for the rest of the B squadrons to return to the space plane. There was another modified space plane on the starship, so Sillin had the rest of the B squadrons board it and the rest of the fighters move inside as well. 11th, keep an eye on this place. Don't let anyone go to the places I told you about, Sillin said. All right. 11th sounded a little sad. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. We haven't abandoned you. Sillin turned around and saw Hui Mao dragging his locker into the space plane. Behind him, Cheto was even helping him carry a few things like his furry cat nest. We're just leaving for a while. We're not moving. No, I don't trust them. Hui Mao dragged his precious locker into the space plane without looking back. Seeing Hui Mao's reaction, Xianxia and the others also started moving their stuff. They were afraid that their treasures would be taken away. Stanley was the one who was going to take over the starship when he said he was going to send someone to take over. He didn't think that the vice commander would come to take over the starship himself instead of helping G-Phone. Stanley didn't pay attention to the others' movements. He only looked at the 5 Mogaz's group of 5 when he arrived. After giving Sillin a nod, he walked toward the command center with his men. After that, Sillin made a gesture in the air and said, "We're leaving now. Keep an eye on this place, 11th." After Sillin boarded the space plane took off and left the starship. For the first time in their lives, the 11th squad members felt bitter inside. It was as if someone had taken over their own home. Carrie didn't know why the A squad was doing this, but he knew a thing or two about a hunter's habits. For example, they wouldn't treat things that didn't belong to them as precious. Back when they were on the 11th Squad starship, they made sure not to damage the walls around them, even when they were fighting against each other. But would these people do the same? Would they take care not to shoot at the wall, kick the chair, or kick the table? The more Carrie thought about it, the more upset he felt. He decided to vent his pent-up anger and dissatisfaction on the enemies in the upcoming battle. Sillin told them that he would take back control of the starship, so they didn't retaliate. Otherwise, Carrie wouldn't be afraid of them, even if they were the A squad members. On Stanley's side, after the A-team took over this small starship, they looked down on it first, but gradually they discovered some special things on this starship. For example, many places could not be accessed at all, and some places had access control. Stanley could not command the access control system, and the person who cracked the code could not do anything about it either. When someone threatened to shoot down the door, Phoebe sent him flying with a whip. The 5 of them wouldn't allow that to happen. Isn't it just a stupid starship? Do you really need to protect it so well? The person who was sent flying waddled over to them. Phoebe and the others didn't say anything. Stanley also told his men to be more careful. He was clearly going to accommodate the 5 of them. Vice Captain, there are many places on this starship that are sealed off. The lounges, workshops, and so on are all locked up, one of them said. I advise you not to barge in recklessly. Mogaz leaned against the wall and said to the group of people who were looking left and right. What if I barge in? The person asked. This time, Mogaz didn't answer. Instead, a childish voice answered, Then I won't hold back. On the other hand, Sillin was chatting with his men on the spaceplane. He told them about the new operation plan and some emergency measures. Sillin only ended the call after he received repeated assurances that they would execute the plan according to Sillin's instructions. What are those people trying to do, Sillin? Hui Mao was lying listlessly on its side, fiddling with a ball-shaped nut in front of it. It was worried about Sigma's indoor orchard on the starship. It was worried that the place it had rubbed its scent on would be destroyed by someone. That was why it couldn't afford to give up territory. Sillin stroked Hui Mao's fur. You'll know when the time comes. What if they destroy the starship? What about Little 11? What about Sigma's indoor orchard, your workshop, and my turf? The last sentence was the main point. Then we'll teach them a lesson as well. When the time comes, many people might enter our starship. Other than the people from Vanguard, there are also people from Navigator and others. No matter who they are, we'll teach them a lesson together. Hui Mao stood up and shook his fur. Yeah, we'll teach them a lesson together. We need to teach them a lesson. Of course. Beep, beep, beep. 3 alarms sounded, indicating the start of the battle. After these 3 alarms, an explosion occurred in a place on the planet, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. That was the place where the negotiations were taking place. Chapter 388. The explosion on the planet signified the official start of this inevitable battle. The A Squadron had their own arrangements, and the squads had their own responsibilities. The A Squadron's formation had changed, and the B Squadron was not allowed to go to that area as they pleased. If they did, they might ruin the A Squadron's formation and plan, and they might even be mistaken for an enemy and be killed. If that happened, they could only blame it on their own luck if they were accidentally killed. Every B Squadron had their own squad leaders. Although the 3rd B Squadron wanted to protect the 11th Squad, it was incredibly difficult to locate Sillin's spaceship in a battlefield full of small space planes and all kinds of space fighters. Moreover, the 3rd B Squadron had just received an order to protect the 11th Squad starship. Other than the squad leader and a few people, no one in the 3rd B Squadron knew that the 11th Squad starship had been replaced. They naturally carried out the order without any questions. What they didn't know, however, was that the person they wanted to help had been forced out of that small starship. Sillin had spoken to the 3rd B Squadron's squad leader and told him to ignore them and protect the 11th Squad starship. Since Sillin had said so, the 3rd B Squadron squad leader no longer insisted. The 3rd B Squadron had to pay attention to their own squad's movements, the enemy's movements, and the A Squadron's new orders so that they could respond at the first sign of trouble. They couldn't even take care of themselves right now. The large starships and spacecraft had already raised their energy shields the moment the alarm went off. The dark red energy shields told the people piloting the spacecrafts that the energy shields were currently activated. Don't collide with them, or you'll be digging your own grave. Ah, isn't that energy shield made from the energy or we discovered before? Hui Mao patted Sillin excitedly after he saw the image on the screen. Yes, that's the one. The dark red energy shields on Vanguard starships and space planes were made from the energy or Sillin discovered back when he was still in the 6th Division. After that, the mining of the energy or on that planet was directly handed over to the A Squadron and the 6th Squadron's ranking in the Vanguard Fleet Sword. However, that was all in the past. The credit belonged to the 6th Division, not the 11th Squad. How infuriating! Hui Mao was now full of resentment. When it thought about how the fruits of its hard work had all gone to others and how little it had gained, it was very angry, very, very angry. The result of Hui Mao's anger was that he had scratched a couple of holes in the metal table beside him, and that was after Cheto had comforted him. Inside the aircraft, Yudi sat in the main command seat and gave commands. A team of robots stayed on the aircraft to assist in piloting, so the others could free up their hands to do other things. Xiaoro and Tico, Yudos and Tang Xiuqiu, Dias and his wife, Shusag and Tesoro, Carrie and Chifeng, and Xiaoshang and Badao were all flying out to meet the navigators. Shusag had always thought that the 11th Squad had some influence, even though it was a little small in number. Now, however, Shusag and his son were in the same fighter. As they watched the dense array of spaceships, starships, and fighters surrounding the planet, Shusag finally understood why the A Squadron's members reacted the way they did when they arrived at the 11th Squadron starship for the handover of command. They didn't care. Yes, the 11th Squad's dozen or so people were practically negligible when compared to the entire Vanguard. Back on the starship, although the 11th Squadron starship was small, it was still a starship. It was still different from other spaceships. Even if it didn't have much of a presence, it still had a presence. But now, the space plane Sillin was on right now was hidden in this enormous battlefield. No one would know that it was actually a flying tool used by a squad leader of one of the 4 great squadrons on the main battlefield. Compared to the other 10 squadrons, Sillin's current situation could only be described as shabby. Shusag recalled that the people who had followed Stanley to the 11th Squad starship might have looked at Sillin with sympathy and mockery. Fighter jets flashed by, flames from explosions, all kinds of sound waves, electromagnetic interference, energy-absorbing weapons, and cannons bombarded and counterattacked one after another. White cold beam, cryogenic cannons, and scorching particle cannons intersected in this seemingly chaotic battlefield. Fighter aircraft were constantly being destroyed, and smaller aircrafts were also being destroyed. Some were from Vanguard's side, and some were from Navigator's side. The surrounding space environment was already filled with debris of various sizes. Aircraft that had been hovering in front of Shusag a moment ago were blown to smithereens in the next. Not even a groan could be heard from them. Life and death were decided in the blink of an eye. Sillin thinks of a phrase he had read in Communidan's diary, a battlefield that burns with one's life. The atmosphere of the battlefield was always able to make the hunters immerse themselves in it. Even the usually timid hunters would ignore the fear in their hearts at this moment and rush into the battlefield that was filled with sparks and sparks. Sillin stood inside the control room of the spaceplane. There were 8 light screens in front of him, and they were displaying the movements in 6 different directions. The remaining 2 screens were displaying the situation on the planet. A normal person would be dazzled if they had to pay attention to 2 or 3 screens at the same time, but Sillin could easily pay attention to 8 screens at the same time. While paying attention to the activity on the light screen, Sillin told Cheto some information that he needed to record and analyze. Wheeze was the only one who was bored enough to walk around the metal platform and scratch its claws twice. Judging from the frequency at which its whiskers were trembling, Sillin knew that the fellow was very impatient and holding back its anger. Sillin frowned as he stared at the screen. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. After carefully analyzing the images displayed on the screens, Sillin's attention was focused on the debris floating in space that was growing in number. These debris were affecting the fighter aircrafts quite a bit, and it was obvious that many of the aircrafts at the center of the battlefield had slowed down a bit. Sillin zoomed in on one of the screens. There were some things that looked like floating rocks among the debris of various sizes. What on earth are they? Sillin zoomed in on the details on the other 7 screens. Can you analyze these further? Sillin asked Cheto. Cheto stared at the floating pebbles Sillin was pointing at and tried to analyze them. Unfortunately, he couldn't come into direct contact with them, and there were all kinds of disturbances in the battlefield, so his ability to analyze them was limited. I can't. I'm not sure what they are, but they're different from the debris. I sense some special signals, Cheto replied. The communicator in Sillin's hand flashed a few times while he was thinking. Is it invisible Wuxia? It wasn't a video this time. It was a message. Beware of bugs. Bugs? Bugs. Sillin immediately connected the communicators on the 6 fighter aircrafts and communicated with them. Be careful not to touch those floating debris. Avoid them as much as you can and don't come into contact with them. Since the outer material of the aircrafts was a little tough, it wasn't a big deal to bump into small debris from time to time. Although they were a little puzzled by Silen's words, they did as they were told. At worst, they would just slow down a bit. Everyone's speed had decreased quite a bit anyway, so they could take care of themselves as long as they were careful. After all, this wasn't the A Squadron's central battlefield, and the fighter aircrafts at the center of the battlefield were moving around in a hurry. Even if they slowed down, they would still be much faster than the fighter aircrafts at the periphery. This was the difference in technology. Yidos didn't think that he was any weaker than the A Squadron. In fact, he was confident that he could charge into the central battlefield at his original speed, take out a couple of navigators, and return safely after that. Originally, Yidos wanted to give it a try, but Silen had warned them before the battle began, so Yidos gave up on the idea. At worst, he would just try somewhere close to the central battlefield. Silen's words reached his ears before he could act. What's there to avoid debris? Some of the wreckage was classified as wreckage within the safety line, which was the wreckage and other obstacles that the warship could withstand according to the warship's functional coefficients and defensive capabilities, etc. Sometimes, avoiding debris on purpose would actually make everyone's hands and feet tied. It didn't take long for everyone to understand why Silen gave such an order. Carrie accidentally ran into an obstacle while making a sharp turn after avoiding a shot from a navigator. "You've hit a debris," Chiefing said. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since Silen said that, and Carrie had already run into one. So Chiefing reminded him. "Got it, little friend." Carrie looked at the display on the fighter's instrument. It was just an obstacle within the safety line, and it didn't seem to affect the fighter's functions. Just as he finished thinking this, he realized that the debris was stuck to the fighter. After trying to shake it off a few times, Carrie decided to ignore it. However, very quickly, the fighter's safety system sounded a warning. "What's going on?" Carrie was puzzled. Chiefing followed the system's warning and pulled up the image taken by the external camera. "What's this?" Chiefing was shocked. After Carrie fired and blasted away the enemy fighter, he turned his head to look. Fuck! On the tail of Carrie's fighter, there was something about a meter long stuck there. It looked like the stone debris floating in space, but the problem was that this thing was alive. The originally somewhat bumpy, oval thing gradually stretched out, revealing a head and sickle-like claws. The other abdomens were like suction cups sucking tightly on the fuselage, and the liquid that sprayed out of this thing's mouth began to corrode the fuselage. Fortunately, this fighter was made of some special materials, so its resistance was a little stronger. After a long time, only a shallow mark was left on it. At the same time, Carrie discovered that one of the navigator's battleships also had the same thing. The guys over there were not as lucky as Carrie. Their battleship was quickly corroded, and in the space environment, any small hole on a flying tool could be fatal. Although he didn't know what exactly happened on the other side, Carrie only knew that the warship was destroyed by another Vanguard warship not long after it brushed past them unhurriedly. There was no telling if the thing stuck to the fighter plane had been destroyed along with it or not. Carrie quickly contacted Silen and reported the situation to him. Meanwhile, Silen was already analyzing the thing. He ordered all 6 fighters to fly to where the space plane was. Fortunately, the material used to make the aircrafts were pretty resistant to corrosion, so there was no danger for now. After Silen had sorted out the information he had on the thing and sent it to the B Squadron commanders, he summoned Cheto and Huimao. "Get ready to leave." Huimao's spirits lifted. "We can finally leave this place." Silen brought up the star map of this war zone and drew a circle on it. Then, he said to Yudi, "Circle around this area. Don't stray too far away." "All right, don't worry." Yudi looked at the area Silen circled. It was where their starship was located, and the 11 squad starships were flying around this area all this time. More and more fighter aircrafts were gathering in this area. Some were navigators, and some were vanguards. Fuck, electrocution is useless against them. Carrie cursed while staring at the image captured by the external camera on the system screen. Right now, 2 of those strange things were stuck to their space plane. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now he realized that there were more and more of them around them. When did these things appear? I'll go take care of them, Qifeng said. Don't. We're almost at the place, Silin said. You should take care of the 3 enemy fighters first. There were 2 weapon systems on a fighter. One was for the pilot, and the other could be used by the co-pilot. Right now, Qifeng was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Although he didn't really pilot a fighter, he was helping Carrie deal with the enemy fighters. Compared to shooting, Qifeng preferred the most primitive way of combat, hand-to-hand combat, no claw combat. Carrie was worried about leaving Qifeng alone. The little guy wasn't good at space, and it would be terrible if he lost control of his armor and got flung out of the space plane. When the fighter finally arrived at the range, Silin said, Silin's voice entered Carrie's communicator. Adjust the pilot speed to medium 3rd gear, and don't attack for half a minute. Cheto, and I will help you take care of the things on the space plane. Carrie did as Silin said and started the countdown. Their time limit had always been very strict. Half a minute later, Carrie and Qifeng would enter attack mode again. When Carrie's countdown reached the 13th second, a figure flew toward their fighter. The figure's feet were tightly attached to the fuselage, and one of his hands was pressed against the fuselage to stabilize himself in a triangular formation with his feet. After he stabilized himself, the figure swiftly punched the insect that was spraying corrosive liquid on the fuselage. No sound could be heard, but when Carrie saw the thing's head get punched through, he thought it should have been a crisp crack. Because the thing looked very hard on the outside, the person's fist must be really hard to punch through. Although the insect's head was already dead, its legs were still tightly attached to the fuselage, so Carrie could only pull it off directly. Even after the whole thing was pulled off, the suction cups on its legs were still tightly attached to the fuselage. Carrie felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the strange things that were forcibly torn off the fuselage and the broken limbs. What the hell is this? After the first insect was taken care of, the second one was quickly torn off the fuselage in the same way. By the time Carrie's countdown reached the 13th second, both of them had been taken care of. Thanks, Cheto, Carrie said to the figure flying into the distance. Is that Cheto? Qifeng was puzzled. Who else could it be if not Cheto? That's how Cheto does things. He likes to solve his problems with his bare fists because it's more direct and less troublesome. However, I'm afraid that Cheto is the only one who has such hard fists, Carrie said. Qifeng frowned and scratched his red hair. I still think that person is Silin. Silin? Doesn't our captain always use swords and guns? Carrie retorted, but Carrie quickly fell silent. Now that he thought about it, the man's movements were so smooth when he took care of the 2 strange things. It was so smooth that it didn't look like he was on a spaceship, but a stone bench in a normal environment. It was too natural, too smooth, and he punched a hole through the strange thing's head. No matter how he looked at it, it should be Cheto's doing. Carrie hesitated when he saw Qifeng's determined gaze. Then who was the person who flew past just now? What are you doing, idiot? You're spacing out at a time like this. Xiaoxiang's angry curses came from Carrie's communicator. Just now, an enemy navigator had locked onto Carrie's aircraft and almost opened fire while Carrie was spacing out. If Xiaoxiang hadn't taken care of the enemy first, Carrie's aircraft would have been hit already. Ahem, I spaced out. Carrie quickly adjusted himself and answered. Is your brain full of shit? How can you get distracted on a battlefield like this? You joined the squad before me. Xiaoxiang mocked. Thanks, brother. Carrie came back to his senses and stopped thinking about whether the man was Silin or Cheto. Carrie knew that their captain had never revealed his true combat strength, but he couldn't help but overlook Silin's strength. It was because Silin mostly used swords and guns in front of them. On the other side, Silin helped Carrie and the others get rid of the bugs stuck to their aircraft after he had taken care of the 2 bugs on it. How is it Cheto? Silin asked. We've sent them the sample analysis data already, Cheto said as he tore a bug off Shusag's body. He had sent the bug analysis and sample analysis to Shikai and the others so that they could analyze it for him. Right now, neither he nor Silin had the time to do so. Huimao was crouching outside Yudo's aircraft and chewing the bug he had just bitten off. He spat it out after chewing twice. This is disgusting. Chapter 389. Although Sillin didn't know what kind of insects they were, he knew that the person who created them must have put a lot of effort into it. After all, there were very few species that could synthesize a corrosive liquid that could melt away the outer materials of a space fighter and survive on their own. This time, it was obvious that someone had done it on purpose. Not only that, they had disguised the insects so that they looked like floating rocks and made it difficult for others to detect them. It could be said that they had put a lot of thought into this. Was it Wuxia's doing? Or was it the Mist's people who had been quiet all this time? It couldn't be the Navigator's people, because a lot of Navigator's people had fallen victim to the same thing. The Mist people were more likely to be the culprit. There wasn't any big news from the A Squad. Even if the higher-ups of the A Squad had been assassinated, it probably wouldn't reach the A Squad's ears yet. Right now, Sillin didn't want to care about that. Right now, his attention was on the 11th Squad starship. Ever since he and Cheto left the space plane to help take out the insects, Yudi had told Sillin that more and more fighters were gathering at their starship's area. Almost 10 minutes had passed, and the number of people on the other side had increased. Although the starship was still flying, it was like the eye of a storm right now. Wherever it went, there would be a circle of people surrounding it. Some were vanguards, some were navigators. Moreover, Sillin believed that there were definitely people from Mist mixed in with these space planes and fighters. Both sides were in chaos because of the insects, but they quickly came up with a countermeasure to deal with the situation. One of them was the pilot, and the other was the machine gunner to shoot the insects that had latched onto other space planes or space planes. Everyone was helping each other out. Some people noticed Sillin's actions, but they didn't know who Sillin was because he was wearing a suit of armor. All they needed to know was that he was a member of the Vanguard. Moreover, a lot of people who saw Sillin thought that he was sent by the A Squad to help them. This was a kind of habitual thinking, because when it appeared at this time, coupled with Sillin's mobility, it gave people the feeling that he was one of the specially trained elites in the A Squadron. Sillin dealt with the bugs on Carrie's spaceship and watched them adapt quickly. Then, he returned to the spaceship that Yudi was piloting. However, he did not enter the spaceship. Instead, he stood in a depression on the side of the spaceship and watched the battlefield. In addition to causing trouble for both sides, the insects were mainly used to attract attention. Perhaps when everyone was paying attention to the insects, some people had already begun their secret operations. Sillin knew that Vanguard's A Squadron had sent out several special operations teams to attack the main starships of navigators, and navigators were clearly prepared. Both sides were in a stalemate. Every second, there was a pincer attack. Every second, there were new warships or spaceships appearing from hyperspace. Both sides wanted to catch each other off guard, but it was obvious that both sides had a deep understanding of each other, so there was not much effect. These are only superficial. In this space battlefield that cannot be seen, who knows how many secret battles are taking place? For example, the high-level officials on the planet who went to negotiate, and the things that were going on inside the 11th Squadron starship. Yudos piloted the spaceship and quickly took out an enemy that was chasing after the spaceship. He did not need Tang Xiaoqiu's help to complete a lot of shooting missions. Of course, with Tang Xiaoqiu's help, the number of enemy spaceships they took out doubled. Unlike Yudos and Tang Xiaoqiu, Xiaoqiu was so bored that it almost dozed off. It was very envious of Hui Mao, who was squatting outside and picking up Bug from time to time to play with him. Many people who flew past Yudo's spaceship and saw the fat cat calmly squatting on the fuselage of the spaceship could not help but curse. It was not their fault. This was really too unbelievable. Who would have thought that a cat would not have any protection in space and would be playing with bugs on a fighter jet in this battlefield? In fact, Hui Mao's color was not very eye-catching, but that was based on the premise that the cat was squatting there quietly. The current situation was that the cat was playing with a bug with its claws. The bug that was many times larger than itself was easily played with by the cat. Before the scythe-like claws could cut Hui Mao had already bitten off. Hui Mao was not worried about being hit by stray bullets. First, as long as it was not a heavy weapon, it would not be able to injure it. Second, with Yudo's piloting skills, he could nimbly avoid the enemy's attacks. As long as Huimao stayed close to the fuselage, there was no need to worry about being hit. Xianxia curled up inside the spaceship and bit its palms. It also wanted to play with it. Whis was playing carelessly when Silen's message suddenly came through. He told Huimao to return to the spaceship. There was a mission. When it heard Silen said there was a mission, Huimao immediately shook off the big bug on its claws. It scratched its ears and prepared to leave, but Xianxia stopped it. Half a minute later, Huimao contacted Silen. Silen, Xianxia says it's bored and wants to follow us. Do you agree? Huimao asked. Silen thinks for a moment and said, bring it along. Xianxia was very excited after getting permission. It put on the armor that Shimu had modified for it and was ejected from the spaceship. Snowball would be fine if it didn't wear any armor. It could jump for a long time without breathing, and it wasn't afraid of the space environment. However, its white fur was too eye-catching, so it could only put on the armor for now. Although there were some propulsion devices on the armor that allowed it to fly in space, Snowball was not familiar with this. It flew crookedly and directly crashed into a navigator fighter, leaving a dent in it. Xianxia grabbed onto Huimao's tail to stabilize itself. Even if it couldn't fly, it could still be carried by Huimao and avoid crashing into spaceships or spaceships. Meow, you fatso! Cursed the gray cat whose tail was grabbed by Whis. Xianxia looked at Huimao's fat body and fell silent. Who asked it to not have wings? Thus, in this chaotic battlefield, a medium-sized fat cat with wings was dragging something unknown behind it. Everyone who saw this scene was amazed. What the hell is that thing? Some navigators tried to capture the unusual duo, but before they could even get close to Whis, they were blasted away by 3 light bullets fired from its mouth. I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve, Xianxia said to Huimao through the communicator. Of course I did, Huimao said smugly. I've never seen you use it before, because I like to keep a low profile. Xianxia. Fine, I'll keep quiet. The spaceship's hatch had already opened for them. After Huimao charged inside, he turned around and left Xianxia behind. Before Xianxia could regain his footing, he rolled out of the hatch and into the passage. Both Silen and Cheto had returned, and there was a spaceship parked next to them. It belonged to Xianxia and Cheto. Huimao shook his fur and smoothed out the mess Xianxia had made on his tail. Then, he jumped onto Silen's shoulder and asked, when are we moving out? What are we going to do? We're going back to Little 11, Silen said. Just now, Yudi had lost contact with Little 11, and Cheto couldn't contact him either. The entire starship had been cut off from the outside world. What happened to Little 11? Huimao asked. It's not necessarily because of Little 11. Maybe someone entered the starship and cut off its communication with the outside world somehow. We can't contact the people on the starship, and the people on the starship can't send a message to the outside world, Cheto explained. We should be able to contact Little 11 after we get to the starship. Right now, our mission is to return to the starship, Silen explained to Huimao and Xianxia. What about Carrie and the others? Xianxia asked. They'll fly their spaceships to the starship and provide cover for us. Yudi ordered the spaceship to approach the starship. There were a lot of navigators around the area. Not even the 3rd B Squadron could spare much energy to help the 11th Squad starship. Moreover, the starship's energy shield had been deactivated for a while now. Many of the corvettes that were protecting the starship had been left behind. AA Squadron Special Ops Squad was operating at the Central Battle Zone, and an elite squad was protecting the starship from the navigators' spaceships and spaceships. The elite squad had been following the starship closely, so they hadn't been left behind. The 11th Squad's energy shield had been deactivated, so there was no way they were running out of energy. After the spaceship approached the starship, it sped up and flew toward it. Vanguard didn't attack the spaceship after noticing that it was one of their own. Although they weren't too happy about the spaceship's approach, they didn't open fire. Cheto, decrypt the hatch at the bottom of the starship, Silen said. He still couldn't contact Little 11 right now, and since he couldn't open the cabin door himself, Cheto would have to do it for him. In addition to the hatches on the surface, There were also some secret hatches that outsiders did not know about. Done. Cheto was done unlocking the hatch, and a small passage was opened. Good luck, Yudi said. He wouldn't go in with Sillin and the others. Tesoro was inside the spaceship as well, and they were far weaker than Sillin and the others. They would only be a burden if they went with him. Sillin gestured for them to move, and the hatch at the top of the spaceship opened. The armored Sillin and the others quickly flew toward the secret hatch. This time, Huimao didn't let Xianxia grab its tail. It hated having its tail grab the most. If it wasn't Xianxia, it would have bitten anyone it didn't know, even if they were from Vanguard. This time, Cheto was the one who dragged Xianxia into the secret hatch. Sillin told him to train it more, or he wouldn't bring it along for the next base operation. Xianxia promised repeatedly. It didn't want to sleep in a spaceship out of boredom again. Yudi drove the spaceplane away after Sillin and the others had safely entered the secret entrance. However, he still followed them from the surrounding area, paying attention to the situation and cooperating with the elite squad to fight against the navigator. From the moment Yudi flew the spaceship to the moment Sillin and the others entered the starship's secret hatch, to the moment Yudi flew the spaceship away from the starship, everything happened in less than 5 seconds. It looked like the spaceship had just brushed past the starship. Sillin and the others had moved very quickly, and there was an object on the spaceship to hide their movements. After entering the secret hatch, Cheto tried to contact Little 11, but he couldn't. It was as if something was stopping him from doing so. What do we do? Cheto asked. Take over control of Little 11. Before leaving, Sillin had told Little 11 that if anyone tried to interfere with the starship's management system and couldn't put up a fight, then everything should stop. Therefore, when Sillin discovered that the passageway and the rest of the starship was completely dark, he knew that Little 11 had shut down most of its internal functions. The only thing it could do was maintain flight, and it was piloted by someone else. Right now, it was in a dormant state because it couldn't control it anymore. The people outside couldn't control the starship through it, and they couldn't activate the starship's lighting system either. The starship was designed with a lot of unexpected situations in mind. Later on, when Little 11 was implanted with a super AI, they also made a couple of safety measures. This included the current situation. Other than Little 11, the starship had other management channels. It was just that they weren't known to outsiders. Moreover, even if a few professionals were to study the starship's management channels, it would be extremely difficult to gain control of them. This was because the management rights required a specific machine language, and a specific machine language at that. They waited for Cheto to regain control of the starship. Celine closed his eyes and sensed the situation around him. Although his surroundings were pitch black, he could still sense the changes in every detail in the surrounding area through the darkness. Cheto's management rights were very successful, and he didn't cause any disturbances. No one else on the starship would know that the management rights had changed hands. Sillin could feel Huimao's claws stretching out uncontrollably from his shoulder. He knew that the bastard was very angry right now, but he had to endure it for the sake of the operation. It was hard on him. Although the starship was still in darkness, Sillin didn't ask Cheto to turn on the illumination system. He didn't ask him to change the starship's current condition, but with their abilities, they could see that there were many places inside the starship that were damaged to varying degrees. There were bullet holes in the walls of the passage not far away, and those with keen noses could smell the faint scent of blood. Not to mention Huimao's night vision. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to chew up every bastard who dared to mess around in his territory, grind them to bits, and spit them out. There's no one within 100 meters of us, Cheto said. The starship was equipped with built-in surveillance cameras. The storage area was relatively hidden, and it was very difficult to detect when it was turned on. What's the general situation right now? Cheto projected an image from his eyes. It was a hologram of the starship's current structure, and it showed the surveillance targets inside the starship. From the image, they could see that there were more people gathered at the shooting field. There were more than 20 people inside the training field, and a group of people outside the training field. They're trying to open the training field's door, Cheto said. He could sense that the training field's door was being damaged, and it wouldn't be long before it was removed. Those people outside are probably Navigator's men, Cheto said. Sillin, didn't you say that there might be Mist men as well? Shusag asked in puzzlement. The Mist men won't be captured by the surveillance cameras. They're definitely here. Huimao interrupted Sillin the second he was done. Yes, they're here. I can smell their disgusting scent already. We can't let them get away this time. Sillin walked a couple of steps toward the passage and crouched down at a spot on the floor. He wiped the liquid off the floor with his hand. I remember this guy. Huimao said fiercely. I remember him too. Sillin wiped the liquid off his hand and stepped back. Then he said to Shusag and Xianxia, there are some liquids inside the starship that carry a kind of hard-to-detect smell. When they stick to a person's body, they'll follow the person's movements and mark their location like a signal. Then shouldn't we be careful later? Shusag frowned. The darkness here was already a hindrance to begin with. Not only would it restrict their movements while concealing themselves, but it would also be incredibly difficult if they had to pay attention to this signal flare that he couldn't smell at all. He wasn't like that cat who could smell all kinds of hidden scents. No, you don't have to pay attention to them. Sillin took out a spray bottle. Spray this on yourself. Shusag took it and sprayed it. He sniffed it hard, but couldn't smell anything. Before we left, I had Little 11 coat most of the starship with a scent membrane. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect it, but people who are sensitive to smell would be able to pick it up. Therefore, the scent film Sillin had Little 11 apply after they left could now serve as a form of protection. Even if they accidentally stepped on the liquid that resembled a signal flare, it would still be able to cover their tracks to a certain extent. The armor has an automatic purification function, and this camouflage spray will make it easier to move around. Shusag nodded in realization. He had heard of similar things back when he was in the Mist Bodhisattva army, but he had never experienced it himself. It seemed like he still had a lot to learn. If Sillin hadn't told him about it, he would have become an idiot who thought he was a moving target in the eyes of others. After they were done with the spray, Sillin assigned a few tasks to each of them. They would work separately, and Cheto would be able to know everyone's location and progress through the starship system. Sillin and Shusag would go one way, and Cheto and Xianxia would go the other way. Cheto would be able to guide Xianxia. While Sillin and Shusag were approaching the training field, a couple of injured people were tending to their wounds while the others were spread out to protect Mogaz and the others. Boss, the door won't hold for much longer. They'll be here in about a minute, said a member who had come with Stanley. Stanley waved his hand to show that he understood. The atmosphere in the training field was a little heavy. Of the 30 or so people who had come here, only 20 were left, including Mogaz and the others. There were only 25 of them left. The navigators and the Mist assassins were still waiting outside. More than half of their dead members were killed by the Mist assassins, so Stanley wasn't worried about the navigators breaking down the door. He was worried about the assassins who were hiding somewhere. In fact, he didn't even know how many people the Mist had sent. Mogaz and the others also seized the opportunity to rest. They knew that they were going to fight a tough battle soon. Among the 5, Mogaz, Phoebe, Kong Lugia, and Mao sat in 4 different directions, protecting Pangu. Pangu sat there quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. It was as if he couldn't sense the heavy atmosphere in the hall. He just sat there quietly and casually. However, Pangu's casualness sent a chill down Stanley's spine. Sometimes a person without killing intent could have a devil living inside them. It was just that the devil hadn't shown its horns yet. Chapter 390. There were many ways to get to the training ground from the secret entrance, so Sillin and the others split into 2 groups and headed in that direction. Even though it was pitch black, they could still see everything clearly with the visual aids on their armors. Moreover, this was their starship, so Sillin and Shusag were all too familiar with the routes here. Sillin and Shusag were walking along one of the side paths. Normally, no one would pass through this path, and, judging from the scent and the traces they left behind, none of the navigators or the squadron who had taken over this place had passed through this path. The 8th Fleet and the navigators didn't pass through here, but that didn't mean the others didn't. Perched on Silen's shoulder, Huimao sniffed and sneezed in disgust. That smells so bad. Shusag didn't say anything. Fine, he still didn't smell anything. As they continued forward, Huimao began to move his claws. Silen knew that something was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Wheeze jumped out from Silen's shoulder and pressed down on an object that was slithering past the passageway with its paw. Then it stomped down hard, and the object turned into a sticky puddle of water with a pop. Before Huimao could do anything, Shusag had already seen what it was. It looked like a rat, but it didn't have the fur of a rat. Instead, it was covered in a layer of metal-like armor. It didn't reflect any light in the dark, but it was obvious that the armor was tough. Its limbs were thick and strong, and they were far from the thin claws of a normal rat. Its claws were sharp enough to leave a mark on the metal walls of the tunnel, and when Wheeze pinned it to the ground, it opened its mouth to reveal its fangs. But before it could make a sound, Huimao stomped it to death. The thing that died under Wheeze's claws gradually turned into a puddle of watery stains. However, it was a little sticky, and its sturdy outer armor and sharp claws had melted with its death. It looked a little sticky. Shusag didn't know what it was, but it was the liquid that Silen had told them about. What a strange creature. As soon as Shusag was done sighing, he noticed that there were other similar creatures heading their way. He was about to make a move, but Silen stopped him. Let Wheeze take care of this first. Pay attention to your surroundings. I'm afraid that someone will be coming soon. Silen still remembered the man who brushed past him back in prison. Even if the man had disguised himself well at the time, Silen could still see the same emotions flashing in his eyes as the crimson eyes of the things Wheeze was stepping on. Crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty. Huimao was still moving at a speed that did not match its body size at all, trampling the mouse-like things that surrounded it into mucus. Shusag watched in amazement as Huimao stomped them to death. You can never judge a cat by its appearance. Silen, who had been standing there quietly all this time, gestured at Shusag. Shusag immediately went on alert. Silen was telling him that someone was coming over, but he didn't notice it. At least when he noticed it, he was just a little later than Silen. As expected of an assassin, his concealment was indeed very good. If it weren't for Silen's reminder, Shusag would have been in a more passive position. The other party also knew that Silen had sensed his approach, so he did not continue to hide. In response, a large number of rat-like creatures swarmed in from both the front and back of the tunnel. Some of them were larger and looked more difficult to deal with. Silen put his hand behind his back and signaled to Shusag. Silen would deal with the person who came over, while Shusag would deal with the rats. Zung. Shusag's specialized claws were already extended, and he took a few steps back to maintain a certain distance from Silen. This way, he could rush over to help out in the event of an emergency, look out for each other, and avoid getting hurt by accident. That way, he wouldn't restrict Silen's movements. Silen didn't pay attention to the rats swarming toward him. He had Huimao to help him deal with the rats in front of him, and Shusag to guard him from behind. Right now, he was focused on the person who was slowly making his way toward him. The figure grew closer and closer. After moving a little closer, it stopped 50 meters away from Silen. It seemed to be hesitating whether to come over or not. The figure didn't move, and neither did Silen. Both sides seemed to be waiting for the other to make the first move. More and more rats appeared, and almost half of the narrow path ahead was blocked. Huimao extended his claws like a meat grinder and ground them into slime. The ground was already covered in the disgusting slime. Huimao shook the slime off his hind legs in disgust. He could have just opened his mouth and swallowed the slime, but Huimao found it too disgusting and unpalatable, so he chose to use his claws instead. Silen didn't seem to care about what was happening in front of him. He just stood there quietly as if he didn't see it. Suddenly, Silen's figure flashed, and it was as if he had vanished from where he was standing. A hand stretched out from the layer of mucus where he had been standing. The hand had long fingernails, and the shape of the fingernails was similar to the claws of those mice. The outstretched hand didn't manage to grab Silen. Instead, before it could retract, it was cut off by Silen's slender sword. All of this happened in an instant. The severed arm melted into slime. However, this slime was different from the transparent slime from before. The slime from the arm was blood red. The man was injured. The figure that stayed 50 meters away began to melt and disappear from the head. That was not the real body of the man. The real body had been lurking among the rats. The Roten was very angry. He didn't expect his arm to be cut off so quickly. Silen's movement was too fast, and it was neither too early nor too late. Silen dodged the attack just before the Roten's outstretched hand could grab it. The Roten now understood that Silen was actually standing there to lure him into making a move and to cut him when he made his move. From the looks of it, Celine had the ability to dodge before he even revealed his hand. However, Celine didn't do so. She did it for the sake of slashing him with her blade. What puzzled the Roten was how the man in front of him knew where his real body was. Also, who was this man who cut off his arm and hand? The Roten knew all the high-level members of the Vanguard and the Navigator's first team who were strong in individual combat. However, he really didn't know the man in front of him. The Roten didn't know or remember the man he passed by in the first-class prison a few years ago, who he thought was a prison guard. However, Silen remembered that the reason why he was able to identify the real body of the Roten was that he remembered the smell of the Roten was different from those rat-like guys. If Shusag knew the reason, he might mourn for his poor sense of smell again. After cutting off the Roten's arm, Silen stood still again as if he was waiting for the Roten to strike again. The Roten was much more vigilant after being cut off. He didn't act rashly again. He knew that Silen was faster than him. In this case, he could wait for a better opportunity. There was more and more slime in the passage, and the air began to be filled with water vapor. The Roten lurked. He knew that as long as he didn't show up in his real body, Silen couldn't kill him. So what if he knew the general location of the Roten's real body? While the Roten was waiting for an opportunity, Silen said something strange. The Roten didn't understand it, but Shusag did, because Silen was speaking mist Bodhisattva language, and it was a secret code often used by the military in the language. Huimao and Silen were communicating in machine language, so even if it didn't understand the secret code, it could still understand what Silen was trying to say. While the Roten was still confused, Silen moved his hand, and a gun appeared in his hand. The moment the gun appeared, Shusag and Huimao both jumped and retreated. Bang! There was a soft, muffled sound. After the bullet hit the place where the Roten was hiding, a layer of crystals quickly spread and covered the whole pool of slime. The crystals quickly thickened and tightly wrapped around the slime, sealing it. The water vapor in the air also quickly decreased. A shrill cry echoed in the passageway. The rats, who had been running around in a frenzy, seemed to have lost their sense of direction and were bumping into each other everywhere. It was Silen who had asked Cheto to increase the humidity in the passage. However, even if the Roten knew that the humidity was rising fast, he wouldn't have expected Silen to do this. The humidity was good for the Roten too. He was just happy that the higher the humidity, the more agile he would be in his slime form. But now, this benefit turned into a fatal one. Shusag looked at the situation in front of him and felt that half of his body was cold. In front of him, the place where the slime had accumulated was covered in a thick layer of ice, but it wasn't as cold as ice. It wasn't the formation of the ice that sent chills down Shusag's spine. Instead, it was the person lying at the front of the ice. Only his head and half of his torso remained, as if 2/3 of his body had been frozen solid. What's more, the remaining 2/3 of his body hadn't formed yet, and had been frozen inside the ice along with the slime. It looked very creepy. The Roten was frozen in the strange ice from the chest down and couldn't struggle at all. He didn't even have time to transform into his human form. Only his upper arms were exposed, and his forearms were still in the ice. That was how he ended up like this. The Roten stuck out his long, spiky tongue and tried to scrape off the ice that had frozen him. But before he could do anything, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Bang! The shrill scream was still echoing in the passage, but the rats, who were bumping into each other, had turned into puddles of water. The only things left in the passage were the water stains that were gradually being cleaned up by the starship's cleaning system. After a while, The place would be cleaned up as if nothing had happened. A shrill scream rang out from the training ground. That was the shrill and horrifying cry that the Latin let out when it was frozen. It was Scyllin who had asked Cheto to play it here. Whether it was the Navigator's men who were trying to break down the door outside, or the Vanguards, a squad members who were tensed up inside the training ground, everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time when they heard the voice. Phoebe felt all the hair on her body standing on end when she heard the voice. Who? Whose voice is that? A man next to Stanley swallowed and asked in a trembling voice. A person's voice contained a lot of things. It could reflect the emotions of the person when he was screaming, and it could also reflect part of the person's ability. When the voice wasn't disguised, the unique vibration in the sound waves was like a mark that reflected the person. Stanley's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Maybe the other members didn't know who the voice belonged to, but as the deputy commander of Vanguard, he clearly knew. Stanley just couldn't believe that the Roten would make such a hysterical scream. It sounded like the last cry before death. As a killer, the Roten even hid his traces, let alone deliberately making a sound. Moreover, the voice didn't sound fake. The emotions contained in it were too strong, so strong that those who heard it could empathize with it. This was also the reason why even Stanley couldn't help but have goosebumps. Who forced the Roten to make such a sound? Who had the ability to force the Roten into such a state? Both the Navigator's men and the A Squad's men, even Stanley himself, could only think of one word, Wuxia. In fact, not only the Navigators and Vanguard's men, but also the Fog's men who were hiding in other parts of the starship thought that it was Wuxia's men. They couldn't think of any other answer except Wuxia's men. Vice Captain, a member of the Vanguard A-Team, looked at Stanley with uncertainty. The Fog's men had already made them suffer a lot. If Wuxia's men were added to the mix, few of them would be able to make it out alive. Many people in the A Squad knew that their commander, Ji-Feng, was not on good terms with Wuxia's men. Wuxia had once threatened Ji-Feng. Therefore, if Wuxia's men were here, they would never help them. Stanley looked at Pango, who was sitting in the center of the crowd. He didn't know what to feel. He felt that he might not be able to protect Pango. Hey, Phoebe, guess what I'm thinking right now? Mogaz elbowed Phoebe, deliberately aiming for Phoebe's full chest. Phoebe slapped him away. Phoebe looked at Mogaz helplessly. Only this guy would speak in such a tone at a time like this. It's none of my business what you're thinking. Phoebe rolled her eyes at him. Mogaz glanced at the other members of the A Squad around him. He covered his mouth with his hand and moved closer to Phoebe. I think the captain is here. Mogaz looked like he was whispering, but his voice wasn't soft at all. At the very least, the people guarding the outermost perimeter could hear him clearly in this deathly silent atmosphere. Captain? Which captain? Scyllin, the captain of the 11th Squad? A few people glanced at Mogaz disdainfully. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Mogaz curled his lips. That was exactly what he felt. Sigh. Mogaz thumped his thigh and sighed. If you hadn't taken control of Little 11, the Navigators wouldn't have had the chance to lock him up. If Little 11 wasn't locked up, he could have helped us. He could have shown us what's happening in other parts of the starship, caused some trouble for the Navigators, and called for reinforcements. Reinforcements? Another person snorted. Do you think the Navigators are pushovers? They can seal off the AI system and all signals. Do you really think they'd give us a chance to call for reinforcements? Come to think of it, I didn't think they'd be able to do this. I've never heard of them possessing this kind of technology before. The other A Squad members nodded in agreement. Based on their understanding of the Navigators, those bastards shouldn't have possessed this kind of technology. Who helped them? Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios because the Navigator's men had stopped breaking down the door after hearing the shrill scream. The protective door of the training ground would not be broken down for the time being. The A-Team members began to talk about who was secretly helping the Navigator in order to ease the tension in their hearts. Only Phoebe was more silent than the rest. They knew that the reinforcements Mogaz was referring to weren't just the people outside the starship. He was referring to the robots lying in a secret place inside the starship. Without Little 11, Shikai, and Sillin, these robots wouldn't have made a move. Mogaz and the others didn't have the authority to order them around. They brought this upon themselves. After a brief pause, the breaking down of the door resumed. "Attention, everyone! Prepare for battle," Stanley said. The red-hot metal was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. It was also a signal that the door was about to be broken. The high-energy cutter cut through the training ground's reinforced walls one layer at a time. It was now the last layer. When a big mouth was gradually formed, everyone in the training ground raised their vigilance to the highest level and prepared themselves according to the formation arranged by Stanley. Clang! The door was kicked open, and 3 grenades were hurled inside. Block them! A large protective shield was activated, and several protective shields were connected to block the shockwave when the 3 grenades exploded. These 3 grenades would not be too powerful. If they blew up the entire training ground, it would give the Vanguard members a chance to escape. Therefore, the Navigator's choice of grenades was well thought out. After the grenades exploded, the protective barriers were almost completely destroyed. Kill them. Maintain formation. Laser weapons would only expose themselves in an environment like this. That was why everyone chose to use metal bullets. However, there shouldn't be any light, but after the 2 sides fired, they found that the bullets created spots of light in the middle of the 2 sides. It was as if there was a transparent energy barrier in the middle. Click, click, click. The lights in the training ground came on. Gurgle. Something rolled out of nowhere to the middle of the 2 sides and stopped near the protective barrier. Under the sudden light, the rolling thing attracted the attention of both sides. It looked like an ice cube. In this ice cube, there was the bloodthirsty and violent eyes of the rodent, and his facial expression was distorted by the pain of being frozen in half. A voice rang out in the training ground. "What should I do to you guys for messing up my starship like this?" Chapter 391. The voice came from speakers in all directions of the training ground. From the moment the protective shield appeared, everyone knew that something had gone beyond their expectations. The training ground must have been equipped with a protective shield, but after the Navigator's people shut down the Starship System control, the Vanguard people trapped inside could not open the shield, and the distress signal could not be sent out. The people outside had no idea what was going on here. As long as the starship did not stop, the people outside could not easily enter the training ground. To activate the protective shield in the training ground, the control system must be connected. Plus, the lights inside the training ground were on, which meant that the control system was no longer blocked. What the Navigator and Vanguard members were concerned about was who was in control of the system. Stanley felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the ice next to the protective shield. It was not an illusion. It was really the rodent. He did not expect the rodent to be killed, and in such a way. It seemed that the rodent did not have a good time before he died. The head sealed in the ice, the expression on its face, and the voice he heard a few minutes ago. Stanley felt that he was breathing very carefully. Was it really Wuxia's people who were able to kill the rodent? But if it was Wuxia's people, why did they have to raise the protective shield to protect themselves and the others? Stanley knew the rodent, and so did several people on the A-team. Many people on the Navigator's side also recognized the rodent's face. Because of this, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. The room was bright, but it felt even darker and more dangerous than before. What was lurking around here? Drip! A drop of blood fell on the floor and bloomed. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The height of the training ground was about 30 meters, and on the wall at a place 20 meters above the ground, a person was standing steadily on a metal pole used for climbing training. When did this person appear? No one noticed it at all. It was completely silent. If it were not for the sound of liquid dripping in this strange silence, no one would have noticed the person standing there. This person was wearing armor, which Mogaz and the others were very familiar with. This was the armor unique to the members of the 11th team. However, the sound of liquid dripping did not come from this person. Instead, it came from the person in his hand who was no longer breathing. Tires! Stanley recognized the man whose chest had been pierced and whose blood was dripping from the wound. Tires was also a member of the Fog. He was known as Swift Blade Tires. His blade was shaped like a tear, and it was extremely fast. Many of his victims didn't even have time to react before they lost their senses. Like the rodent, Tires had caused a lot of trouble for the A-Team not long ago and caused them heavy losses. But now, this killer with the swift knife Tires was being held in his hand like garbage. His face was deformed, his chest caved in, and many bones were broken. First, it was Rodden's head, then Swift Blade Tires. The two Fog killers were slaughtered one after another. Even the navigators, who thought they were well prepared, felt that things had gone beyond their expectations. In contrast to Stanley and Navigator's worry and anxiety, Mogaz and the others were much more relaxed. At the very least, the people who came were on his side, and not Wuxia or other enemies. "Captain," Mogaz jumped for joy. "It really is you guys." Phoebe and the others were also overjoyed, but they didn't jump to their feet like Mogaz. Mogaz was so excited that he felt like he was the one who had killed 2 Mist members in a row. He was so happy that he couldn't care less about Stanley's glare and giggled to himself. Stanley's eyebrows twitched. He ignored Mogaz and turned his attention to the man perched on the metal pole. "Sillin," Stanley asked. The voice that came from a speaker just now belonged to Sillin. However, Stanley's mood was completely different now. Why did Sillin appear at this time? How did he get in? The man perched on the metal pole didn't say anything. He loosened his grip and tossed Tires to the ground. Tires, who was in free fall, smashed into the hard floor of the training ground with a bang. Everyone in the training ground tensed up with this sound, and their hearts trembled. Someone on Navigator's side quickly pulled out a gun and fired at them the moment he let go of Tires. Over there was no protective barrier. The barrier only surrounded the center of the training ground in a cylindrical shape. The man perched on a metal pole was outside the barrier. The shooting was almost silent. In addition, the person who fired the shot was a veteran. He grasped the timing and had sufficient accuracy. However, when the bullet hit the person on the metal pole, it made a clanging sound, and then the bullet bounced off. The man on the metal pole was completely unharmed. Bulletproof armor. That was what everyone thought. As soon as they realized the bulletproof armor's function, the leader of Navigator's team felt a chill run down his spine. It was an instinct he had honed through life and death situations. Just as he reacted and opened his mouth to shout the word little before the word heart left his mouth, a figure passed through their ranks. The shooter was pierced by 5 specialized scythe-like finger bones. Shusag quickly fled after the hit. The Navigator's team reacted quickly and fired at him. However, Shusag's evasion speed and the armor's defensive function didn't really hurt him. Shusag kept the sole of his armor glued to the wall and ran perpendicular to it. Some of the Navigator's team kept firing at Shusag. Some kept an eye on the man perched on the metal pole, and the rest stayed on alert. Behind the protective shield, the A-Team members felt that it was ridiculous when they saw this. They were the ones who had been ordered to protect Shusag, but now they had to stand inside the barrier and watch everything like bystanders. Shusag's pursuers couldn't hurt him even if they managed to hit him. Some of them even switched to laser weapons, but they couldn't do anything to him. The armored Shusag was nimbly dodging around the battlefield. "Wait!" The leader of Navigator's team gestured. He sensed something was wrong. The man perched on the metal pole hadn't moved since he dropped Tires, and the man who killed his own team member was dodging. Did he not have any backup plan? Soon enough, the leader of the group made up his mind. Retreat. He gestured for everyone to retreat at full speed. But it was too late. A hail of bullets rained down on the Navigator's team before they could even get close to the broken door. The Navigator's team was also wearing armor that could block bullets to a certain extent, but only to a certain extent. The visors on their armor allowed them to see the invisible thing at the door. They didn't know what it was. All they could see was a vague outline of a human. "Watch out! Invisible people!" one of the Navigator's team members shouted. Invisible people? Stanley was perplexed. He recalled that there was indeed a member of the 11th Squad who possessed the invisibility ability but that member was only a little girl. Furthermore, there weren't just one invisibility ability in front of him. There were many of them, and they didn't look like little girls either. Stanley glanced at Mogaz and the others thoughtfully. The excitement in Mogaz's eyes told him that they knew the reason behind this. "What's that, Phoebe?" Stanley asked. He didn't ask Mogaz. That guy wasn't reliable. Phoebe paused for a moment before answering, "Reinforcements." "What kind of answer is that?" Stanley wasn't satisfied with this answer. "Didn't I tell you? If Little 11 wasn't sealed off, these reinforcements would have been able to help us a long time ago," Mogaz said. "The captain kept them here so that Little 11 could be released if he was in danger, but—" Mogaz shrugged and didn't say anything else. The A Squad was the one who forced Little 11 to surrender his authority and gave the Navigators team a chance to seal off the ship's defenses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now, and they wouldn't have lost so many people. Before Sillin left, he told Stanley not to go overboard and give the starship some freedom. But Stanley didn't listen to him at all. Was he to blame for Sillin? Was he to blame for not making himself clear? It wasn't strange. Every team had their own developments and secrets. This wasn't the military. This was the rule of the Hunter Corps. Taking control of the starship and kicking out the crew was already a little out of line. They only had themselves to blame for this. Stanley tried to recall what Sillin said during the handover, but he couldn't remember it. He was so focused on getting the 11th Squad out of here that he didn't pay attention to Sillin's words at all. He couldn't remember it now. I think Sillin said something else. Stanley was in a dilemma. On the other side of the shield, the Navigators' men were being suppressed. Not only did they have to fight with the invisible people, but they also had to pay attention to their close-range attacks. The invisible people moved very fast, like well-trained soldiers. Their attacks were fatal, but they didn't have a murderous aura. Quite a few of their members had already been killed. "Seal off the control system again," the leader ordered. "No, we can't seal it off," a man holding an elliptical device shouted. He didn't know what was going on. The device clearly said that the starship system had been sealed off, but someone was clearly still controlling it. Screech, the leader of the Navigators, slashed an invisible man in half. As soon as they clashed, they realized that these invisible men were not afraid of bullets. The threat of bullets to these invisible men was limited. Therefore, when it came to close combat, they would just use lightsabers or other cold weapons. The invisible man that was split in half revealed his physical body, but what shocked everyone was that what was revealed from the cross-section of the severed body was not the flesh of a human, but machinery. They're robots. Fuck, why are there robots here? Why were there so many robots here? Also, why were their movements and combat techniques so similar to humans? Were they from the Robert family? Everyone thought of the Robert family immediately. Mogaz grew even more smug when he saw everyone's reaction. Phoebe curled her lips in annoyance. But to be honest, this did give her a sense of pride. The Robert family wasn't the only ones with robots like this. Wuxia wasn't the only ones who could fight against the mist, and the A Squad wasn't the only ones who could do great things. The 11th Squad can do it all the same. The robots were enough of a headache for the Navigators, but what happened next was even more frustrating. The gravitational field was suddenly deactivated. Without the sudden loss of gravity, the Navigators didn't even have time to react before 7 of them were killed by the flying robots. It looked like a one-sided massacre. The Navigators tried to break out of the encirclement, but when they finally did, they were smashed into the wall and flattened to a pulp. A giant door god stood guard at the entrance. Xianxia's body swelled several times in size after his transformation. His fleshy hands were as hard as steel, and his reflexes were quick and agile. He killed a person with a single slap. Even if he didn't die, he wasn't far from it. Snowball was responsible for taking care of these people who broke out of the encirclement. However, Sillin also told him that if the other party used grenades or other artillery weapons, he could just dodge and let these people escape. There were robots in charge of cleaning up other parts of the starship anyway. Xianxia was responsible for taking care of the escapees while Mogaz was yelling at the other side of the barrier. Come on, Xianxia. Kill that bastard. There's one on the left. Watch out for grenades. Behind, two of them have escaped. Veins popped out on Stanley's forehead. He wanted nothing more than to tape Mogaz's mouth shut. Just as Stanley was about to lose his temper, Mogaz suddenly stopped and muttered, "That's weird. Why isn't Mr. Cat here?" Phoebe and the others were curious as well. Given the cat's personality, it wouldn't miss out on a chance to vent its anger and show off. If Scyllin was here, then Mr. Cat must be here as well. But what was the cat doing? Who's Mr. Cat? A member of the A squad couldn't hold it in any longer. Every single person in the 11th squad, or even inhuman, was shocking to them. Why would someone who had the ability to kill the assassins of the fog stay in a small team that had just been formed? If it were them, they would have joined the A squad a long time ago. Their strength was more than enough to secure a spot in the A squad. Also, if the 11th squad was this strong, why didn't the A squad give them any information about what was going on? Mr. Cat is Mr. Cat, our captain's pet, Mogaz answered. Isn't it that fat gray cat over there? Another squad member gestured with his hands and asked. Yes, that's it. Mr. Cat is the strongest in our squad after the captain and Cheto too. They're the strongest in the 11th squad. And who's Cheto? Someone asked. Mogaz was about to answer when Phoebe lashed him with her whip. What the hell are you talking about at a time like this? Mogaz finally shut his mouth and turned his attention to the battlefield. There weren't many navigators left on the battlefield. 7 or 8 of them had broken out of the encirclement, and the rest had either been killed by the robots or killed by Xianxia. The leader of the navigators team was still here. He and a few other team members held back the androids and killed a few androids. It had to be said that the strength of this leader was really good. It was at this moment Stanley noticed that the man standing on the metal pole had finally moved. Since there was no gravity, he used the thrusters on his armor to fly toward the leader. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the leader. Bang! The leader only had enough time to block the punch with his sword, but he was knocked back by the force of the blow. He might have been sent flying if his armor wasn't holding him in place. A fist-shaped dent had appeared on the sword that blocked the punch. It couldn't withstand a second attack. The remaining 3 navigators wanted to help, but before they could turn around, one of them felt a chill in his chest. He had been pierced. Shusag flung the dead navigator aside and went on to finish off the remaining 2. Crack! Crack! Bang! The leader of the navigators was pinned against the wall by Cheto's neck. Both of his arms were broken, and several of his ribs were broken. Crack! The sound of bones breaking entered the battlefield again. The leader's neck had been broken. The moment the leader breathed his last, the person who was strangling him quickly retreated. Boom! The place had exploded. In fact, the leader wanted to detonate another bomb, which was placed near the energy cabin. As long as the leader gave the order or his own heartbeat stopped, the bomb would be detonated and the entire starship would be blown up. However, when he was grabbed by the neck and knew that he would not be able to live for long, he gave the order to detonate the bomb, but he did not find any movement. He didn't have time to react. The hands around his neck were already pressing down on him. A heartbeat stop was the only way to detonate the small bomb. Even so, the explosion shook the entire training ground like crazy. If it weren't for the protective barrier around the training ground, Mogaz and the others would have been caught in it already. Shusag and Xianxia had flown away and found cover before the explosion happened, so they weren't hurt at all. Hey, Captain, are you all right? Mogaz shouted at the messy training ground. Everyone turned to look at him as well. Not even armor could protect them from a bomb of this magnitude at such a close distance. The gravity system had been reactivated, and the smoke and dust from the explosion was slowly dissipating. A man walked out of the smoke and dust and grew clearer and clearer as Mogaz shouted. As the figure walked out, everyone saw the electric light flashing on the figure's body. Mogaz's mouth fell open. Cheto, where was Scyllin? If this man was Cheto, then where was Scyllin? Chapter 392. The barrier around the training field had been shut down, and the people inside had walked out. Mogaz walked up to Cheto quickly and asked, "Are you all right, Cheto?" Cheto was covered in lightning and missing a piece of his shoulder. He looked like he was in a pretty bad shape. Even though he was wearing a suit of armor, it only served to cushion the impact. However, after Cheto put away his armor, the wound on his body started healing and returning to its original state in no time at all. The A squad couldn't believe that Cheto had healed himself in just a few breaths' time after taking the bomb at close range. Shusag and Xianxia also walked up to Cheto and stood next to him. They were allies now, and Shusag didn't trust the A squad at all. He didn't care if they had to fight each other. Everyone except the 11th squad was an outsider to him. Cheto didn't answer Mogaz's question. Instead, he controlled the projectors in the training field to display the battle situation in other parts of the starship. Some robots were doing cleaning work there. The images were very clear, showing the battle between the robots and the escaped navigators. The command room had regained control of the starship as well. Under Cheto's control, the starship's barrier was raised once more. However, the starship itself didn't slow down at all. When the protective shield appeared on the surface of the starship, Carrie and the others knew that Sillin and the others had succeeded. The starship no longer had to endure the bombardment of the enemy aircrafts outside. The Sentinel defense system and AI weapons inside the starship had been activated, and after issuing a warning, they started attacking the enemy aircrafts around the starship. Cheto called Shusag and Xianxia over to clean up the mess inside the training field. Although they had the help of the robots, there were still some things they had to do on their own. Cheto needed to gather some information on the dead navigators. Stanley didn't know what to say when he saw the people in front of him going about their business, as if no one else was around. Should he say thank you? Shouldn't he? Should he say hello? How should he say hello? It wasn't easy for Stanley to swallow his pride. That was why Stanley didn't say anything. Mogaz was the only one who was asking questions around Cheto. "Where's the captain, Cheto? Is Lord Cat here too? Where are the others? They have other things to do." "Xianxia, that's still useful. Don't break it," Cheto said to Xianxia, who was playing with the ice block on Rodon's head like a ball. Xianxia had already put away his armor and returned to his original furry white bear form. Hearing Cheto's words, Xianxia obediently placed the things in his hands on the ground. After scratching his butt, Xianxia, who could not bear the loneliness, wandered around the training ground again. He confiscated the firearms, lightsaber, and other tools left behind by Navigator to fill up his toy library. The members of the A-Team were a little nervous when the fatty approached. Now, the fatty looked very simple and honest and cute, but when they thought of this guy crushing a person to death with a slap, they couldn't help but feel nervous. With a dire beast so close to him, it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. However, Xianxia didn't pay attention to the A-Team members. He was focused on finding new toys. When he saw a new submachine gun in the hands of a member of the A-Team, Xianxia walked over and stared at the gun. The man who was being stared at by Snowball stiffened. He looked at the fatty who was staring at the gun in his hand without blinking, then looked at Stanley, who was deep in thought and did not seem to be paying attention to them. He swallowed his saliva and carefully said, "You want this?" Xianxia scratched his ear with his paw and said, "Let me play with it for a bit. I'll return it to you later." "Will I really return it later? Also, will I really not get into trouble?" That being said, the person handed the gun to Cheto anyway. Someone shook his head disapprovingly, but he didn't say anything because Shusag was looking at him. They had all seen Shusag slaughter the navigators just now, and they didn't want to make an enemy out of him unless it was absolutely necessary. Even though they were all members of Vanguard, they treated each other like strangers. In fact, everyone in the A-Team was confused by the fact that the strongest members of the 11th Squad were Sillin, Cheto, and Lord Cat. Shusag wasn't mentioned. They had seen Cheto's strength for themselves, and they had a better understanding of Shusag's. If everyone in the 11th Squad was as strong as Shusag, then they would have to reevaluate their opinion of the 11th Squad. But was Sillin really that strong? He wasn't that old, was he? Some people were wondering about the reason behind this when they were suddenly pulled back to reality by a series of gunshots. On the other side, Snowball was holding the submachine gun and shooting at the severely deformed door that was cut by the navigator. It was about 70 meters away from the door. After a series of shots, it left a circle of bullet marks on the door. It was a simple task for most people, but the white fatty in front of them wasn't a human. He was a special kind of animal, and this was just the beginning. Xianxia scratched his ears after firing the submachine gun. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he moved his fat palms and disassembled the submachine gun just when everyone thought he was going to break in half. It was hard to imagine how Xianxia had disassembled the submachine gun with his fat and clumsy palms, but it was an undeniable fact. After disassembling the submachine gun, Xianxia studied the parts for a moment. Then, as if he had lost interest, he reassembled the parts and handed them back to the person. Compared to Tang Xiaoqiu's gun, Xianxia didn't find this one attractive at all. The person who received the submachine gun was still a little dazed. He only came back to his senses after his comrade patted him on the back. The first thing that came to his mind was, fuck, why did that white fatty look at me with disdain when he returned the submachine gun? Mogaz asked about the starship again, but Cheto didn't say anything. Cheto didn't tell him where Sillin was. He could sense Sillin's current location. The reason he didn't kill the leader of the navigators right away was because he wanted to confirm that the detonation signal of the bomb in the energy cabin was successfully disrupted. It was only after the navigator gave the order to detonate the bomb and nothing happened that Cheto finally felt reassured enough to kill him. On the other side of the starship, inside a side passage leading to the energy cabin, the lights inside the starship had been turned on, so the passage was brightly lit. At this moment, a person was slowly walking toward them from the corner of the passage. Although the passage was brightly lit, it was impossible to see the person's face clearly. The person was wearing a cloak and a hat, and the light shone through the brim of the hat and cast a shadow. The person was fiddling with a device on his wrist in an attempt to contact someone, but he discovered that he couldn't send a message. The device had been disrupted. Suddenly, the device on his wrist vibrated and displayed a notification. The person paused for a moment when he saw the notification. He looked a little incredulous before he quickened his pace. However, he only took 2 steps before he came to a stop and looked up ahead. There was a person standing about 30 meters away from the other end of the passage. Blue succubus? Celine looked at the cloaked person not far away and asked. He was here to stop the last of the 3 Fog members on the starship. He was also the opponent that Sillin had met once before and had even gotten beaten up by him. After Sillin revealed her identity, Blue Phantom pulled down her cloak and revealed a blue-skinned woman. The captain of the 11th Squad, Sillin, Blue Phantom asked. They had seen some of the information about the 11th Squad before they came here, so it was only natural that she knew about Sillin as the captain of the 11th Squad. However, she couldn't understand why Sillin would appear on this starship again after he had handed over his authority. Regardless, the only thing Blue Phantom wanted to do right now was to detonate the bomb Navigator's men had planted inside the energy cabin. They had already lost 2 people in this mission, and if they couldn't complete it, there was no need for her to return. She didn't care even if she had to blow up the entire starship and kill everyone. In any case, she was the only one left of the 3 who had come here, and the other 2 signals on the vitals display on her wrist had already disappeared. She didn't need to worry about anything anymore. The moment the blue succubus finished her last word, she charged towards Sillin fiercely. Straight blue light blades extended from her hands, and her eyes were cold and emotionless. It was just like Sillin's memories. Kill Sillin, then go to the energy cabin and detonate the bomb. This was Blue Phantom's current mission. Ping! The blue blades of light were blocked with a hiss. Blue Phantom's pupils shrank when she saw the slender black blade that had blocked her blades of light. It's you. It wasn't that Lan Mei recognized Celine, who they had fought before, but that she recognized the blade. It's you. You killed Osculo. That was what Blue Phantom was trying to say. Blue Phantom was on high alert. Several blue blades of light crisscrossed and stabbed at Sillin. The crisscrossed blades of light wove into a deadly net and the surrounding walls were already covered in crisscrossed marks. Sillin didn't wear his armor, nor did he take out his water gun. He didn't plan on using his Purgatory Thunder Snake either. All he did was wave the long blade in his hand and block the incoming blades of light. He kept on defending, retreating step by step. It looked like Sillin was being suppressed and at a disadvantage. But Blue Phantom knew that the person in front of her wasn't simple. There were no unnecessary movements. Every time Sillin swung his blade, he was able to perfectly block the blades of light. No matter what angle they came from, no matter how many blades of light came at him at the same time, he would always be able to block them. It was different. It was different from the feeling of being unable to attack or block. In Sillin's eyes, these flashing blue blades of light no longer gave off the frightening feeling they had in the past. They were just like ordinary blades, blades that he could definitely avoid with absolute certainty. It wasn't that the blue blades of light had lost their power, but that this level of power was no longer enough to suppress Sillin. Whether it was the speed at which he swung his blade or the way in which he attacked each blue blade of light, Sillin felt as if there was a machine running at high speed inside his brain. It recorded every instant of his movements, analyzed his next move, and calculated the best way to deal with it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue blades of light collided with the long blade of light, and the blue blades of light slashed against the wall. The blue blades of light on Blue Phantom's hands and fingers converged. There was only one blue blade of light in each hand, and the light they emitted was very strong. You could feel the energy colliding with each other. But Osculo's blade was indeed a good one. Even Blue Phantom's strengthened blade of light couldn't cut through it. Sillin blocked Blue Phantom's double blade attack again, but it was different this time. After blocking the attack, Sillin quickly retreated. The next moment, several deep marks appeared on the place where he had been standing and the walls on both sides of the tunnel. Blue Phantom didn't only have two hands. It was just that she always gave people the impression that she only had two hands. Now, Blue Phantom had two more hands, each of which was connected to a blue blade of light. It was a combination of finger blades of light. Blue Phantom didn't expect her surprise attack to fail, and it didn't even touch the corner of Sillin's shirt. Since this attack didn't work, it was obvious that it would be difficult to hurt Sillin later. Continuing would only buy more time. Retreat first, then find a chance to go to the energy cabin or find another way to destroy the starship. Blue Phantom had just thought of retreating when she suddenly felt a chill run through her body. The air around her seemed to freeze. Every nerve in her body was trembling, as if she didn't know how to react. The blue succubus waved her arm in reverse according to the conditions. Her 6 arms instinctively bent, and the blue blades of light formed a protective net in front of her. This was a habit she had developed countless times. Bang! Blue Phantom's eyes widened as she watched the 3 arms on her left fall. It was too fast. She couldn't react at all. The blue blades of light that had been fighting against the long blade had now fallen to the ground along with the broken arms. Even the blue blades on the hands had disappeared, leaving only the severed hands. "You!" She didn't even finish a word. A line of blood extended from the right side of Blue Phantom's neck down to the left side of her waist. Blue blood, darker than her blue skin, flowed out of the wound, and it became more and more turbulent. Why? Blue Phantom felt that if Sillin could kill Osculo, then it would be difficult for her to kill Sillin. After fighting so many times, Blue Phantom knew that she wouldn't be able to easily finish off the person in front of her. But the last attack made Blue Phantom understand that Sillin hadn't used his full strength. In that moment, Blue Phantom felt like she was facing Osculo, the person who was on par with her boss, Nabila. Sillin clearly had this ability, so why did he fight with her for so long? Was he playing with her? She couldn't understand why Sillin, who had killed Osculos and become so powerful, would willingly stay in a contemptible squad like Vanguard. Why didn't anyone in GL pay attention to him? Why didn't anyone notice him when he had grown to such a level? Why didn't anyone notice him? Why didn't anyone notice him? This was what Blue Phantom didn't understand, even in death. If they knew about this person, Nabila and the other stronger members of the Fog would have personally dealt with him instead of just sending the three of them to their deaths like Roten. Lame had completely forgotten about the young man she had chased in the level 1 prison. He was someone she didn't even care about. But Sillin still remembered them. Sillin put away his knife and made a gesture. Not far behind Sillin, a robot slowly materialized into existence. Take her. Yes. The robot walked over and dragged Blue Phantom, who was already dead but still had a look of disbelief on her face before she died. Blue Phantom's eyes were still wide open. She didn't understand what had happened, nor did she expect Sillin to have such an ability. She died with her eyes wide open. Sillin didn't look at Blue Phantom, who was being dragged by the robot. He walked to the other end of the passage, where the power cabin was. There was a cat squatting at the door of the power cabin. The cat was nodding its head like a chicken pecking at rice. TSK, he could still sleep peacefully in this situation. Sillin asked Hui Mao to squat here and guard. He was to guard the bomb and prevent it from exploding. He was also to pay attention to the surroundings and prevent people from approaching this place. When Sillin approached, Hui Mao's ears twitched. Then he opened his squinted eyes and yawned. There was something suspicious stuck to his fangs. How many people did it swallow? Sillin asked. 2 or 3. I can't remember. As he spoke, Hui Mao yawned again. He stuck out his butt, stretched his back, shook his fur, and looked sideways at the person being dragged by the robot behind Sillin. Oh, it's already taken care of? Then let's hurry to the training ground and meet up with Cheto and the others. Hui Mao looked a little impatient. Wait, let's take care of the bomb first. Sillin grabbed Hui Mao, who was about to leave, and walked into the power cabin. With Hui Mao's help, Sillin took some time to take care of the bomb. Only after this bomb was taken care of would they be able to focus on other things. Otherwise, it would become a hidden danger. Half an hour later, Sillin passed the processed bomb to another robot. The robot hugged the bomb and threw it out of the starship. After the bomb was thrown out, Sillin finally turned around and tidied up the somewhat messy power cabin. Then he grabbed Hui Mao and left. Sillin, shouldn't we ask for compensation this time? Hui Mao asked while waving his paws. Yes, that's for sure. At the training ground, the Ace squad members were huddled together and discussing something. Cheto and Shu Sag were busy with their own things, and Shuechio was having fun on his own. Suddenly, Cheto looked at the door. Sillin is back. Everyone in the training ground followed Cheto's gaze and looked toward the door. Footsteps and the familiar voice of Fat Cat entered the room. Finally, Sillin appeared. Shusag relaxed when he saw that Sillin was safe and sound. Hey, Captain, where are you guys going? Mogaz was about to say something, but he choked when he saw the person being dragged by the robot behind Sillin. The other Ace squad members choked as well. That was the third one. Chapter 393. The Fog had only sent 3 assassins, or at least only 3 of them were known to the public. Moreover, all 3 of them had caused a lot of damage to the A squad. But what about now? First it was Radon, then Tires, and now the blue succubus that was being held by the robot. Stanley had to admit that he had made a mistake this time. Ji Feng had told him not to underestimate Sillin too much before he came here. Stanley didn't pay much attention to it at the time, though. After this incident, he realized that Ji Feng might have underestimated Sillin and the small squad behind Sillin. What the hell happened to this place? Hui Mao looked very unhappy when he saw the state of the training ground. Although he would still demand compensation from the A squad later, no one would be happy to see their turf destroyed like this. I'm so happy to see you again, Lord Cat. Mogaz ran up to Hui Mao and explained what happened just now to him. Everyone in the A team turned to Mogaz in unison when he called out Lord Cat. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Hui Mao's nose twitched a little before he jumped off Sillin's shoulder and ran up to the deformed metal door. Then he sniffed it, moved his ears, and lifted the thick metal door with his paw. It was so thick that it could easily crush a person to death. The A squad members couldn't help but feel their faces twitch when they saw this. Mogaz wasn't lying. They knew that the cat was a little special, but they didn't think it would be this special. Hui Mao didn't care what the others thought of him. He was after the thing under the metal door. After the thick metal door was lifted, everyone saw a person who was crushed to a bloody pulp under the door. However, Hui Mao's target wasn't the navigator, but the thing in the man's hand. Hui Mao picked up the deformed instrument with his paw and tossed it to Sillin. "This thing is a little special," he said. Cheto looked at the seriously damaged device. He hadn't paid attention to it before, and the device itself had lost all of its functions due to damage. That was why he hadn't paid attention to it when he was cleaning up the training ground. He didn't expect Hui Mao to be the first one to find it. "What is this?" Sillin asked. "I don't know." Hui Mao shook its paws to get rid of the blood and debris on its paws. "It feels a little special. That's the device the navigator used to seal the starship's control system," said Stanley, who finally found Chance. Sillin shot Stanley a glance before passing the device to Cheto. "Keep it for now. We'll show it to Shimu later." "All right." Cheto accepted the device. There were some things he needed to ask Hui Mao later. Cheto was inferior to Hui Mao in judging things without relying on machine language and signal response, so he needed to improve himself in this area. Cheto had already taken care of a lot of things in the training ground and on the starship, so Sillin didn't need to worry about them anymore. "Vice Commander Stanley, I think we need to have a good talk after this incident is over," said Sillin while looking at Stanley. "I think so too." Stanley didn't know how he should treat Sillin right now, but it was true that they needed to have a talk. There were too many things he didn't understand about the 11th Squad, and how Vanguard should treat the 11th Squad from now on was a headache. Of course, now wasn't the time for a talk. The war between the 200 regiments wasn't over just yet. Stanley needed to ask about the Ace Squad's current situation, but he didn't know how the other higher-ups were doing right now. While Stanley was contacting the front line, Sillin went to talk to the Mogaz Quintet, especially Pango. Pango was on the missed assassination list. While Sillin was talking to Pango, Pango told Sillin about his background. It was true that Pango was Ji Feng's son, but his mother wasn't a member of Vanguard. She was a member of Wuxia. Back then, Wuxia obtained 2-star map fragments of spell. Ji Feng had one, and the other was hidden somewhere else. Pango's mother betrayed Wuxia after she found the last star map fragment and found spell with Ji Feng's help. Spell, like Tear of God, was a kind of potion. However, spell contained a whole set of genes, and this set of genes would give a person a special ability. After Pango's mother drank the gene medicine, her strength skyrocketed. Later on, during a mission, they encountered an accident. The spaceship entered a star area with an abnormal magnetic field. Coupled with the sudden outburst of stellar activity in that area, the ion storm and all sorts of other unexpected events gathered together. In order to save Ji Feng and a few of Vanguard's higher-ups, Pango's mother did her best to protect them. However, she was already 7 months pregnant at that time, and her body was greatly affected. After that crisis, Pango arrived early, but his mother couldn't open her eyes again. Saving Pango had exhausted the last of her strength. At the time, many people thought that a premature baby who cried out under such circumstances wouldn't survive even in the best nursery. However, the baby's vitality was so strong that the entire nursery exploded when he cried. Later, Ji Feng and the others discovered that the spell gene originally found in Pango's mother was successfully duplicated in Pango's body. Not only did Pango inherit his mother's and father's high-level genes, but he also had the spell gene. Pango had 2 sets of genes at the same time, and as he grew up, he also slowly fused the 2 sets of genes in his body. Unlike his mother, Pango was born with 2 sets of genes. Compared to his mother, he had a bigger advantage. The 2 sets of genes in his body were much more compatible. His mother didn't fuse the 2 sets of genes before she died. She only fused 1/3 of the genes, but Pango managed to fuse 1/3 of the genes when he was 10. Ji Feng valued this child very much, so he didn't expose him. Just like Wuxia said, Ji Feng had many children in the open, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. However, he couldn't afford to lose Pango. The higher-ups who were saved by Pango's mother also helped to keep this secret. If nothing went wrong, this child would replace Ji Feng as the next leader of Vanguard, and he would be even stronger than Jifeng. Pango was the one who made most of his decisions. Even though he appeared to be a very easygoing person, Jifeng had never been able to persuade Pango to change his mind even once after Pango had grown up. Back then, when Vanguard sent a large number of members to the other teams, Pango had chosen to join the 11th Squadron. At the time, Jifeng didn't want to, but he let him be. At the same time, he secretly arranged Mao, Kong Lujia, and the rest of the stronger members to join the 11th Squad. However, Jifeng didn't expect that other than Pango, only 4 people would remain in the 11th Squad. Mao and the rest didn't know about Pango at first, but when Jifeng secretly contacted them, they were already prepared, so when Sillin talked to them, they didn't show any signs of abnormality. Sillin didn't care whose son Pango was, whether he was the future leader of Vanguard, or whether he was the bearer of spell. The only thing he cared about was the 11th Squad. Sillin gave the 5 of them 2 choices. One was to leave the 11th Squad and forget about this incident. They would still be members of the same Hunter Corps from now on, but they wouldn't be as close to each other as before. After all, being in the same team was like being a family. The second choice was to stay in the 11th Squad. However, the 11th Squad had its own rules, and they knew this from the moment they joined. Sillin was the leader of the 11th Squad, and Sillin was the one who made all the decisions. When Sillin wasn't around, there was still the vice captain. They could talk to the captain, the vice captain, or any other member they trusted. They couldn't skip the 11th Squad and accept orders from someone outside the squad, not even Jifeng. It wasn't that Sillin was being too dictatorial, but the 11th Squad had too many things that no one else had, including some huge secrets. If the 11th Squad didn't work together as a team, they would run into all kinds of trouble in the future. This was also why Sillin didn't tell the 5 of them about the 11th Squad secrets. All 5 of them chose the second option. Pango might not be able to stay in the 11th Squad forever. Jifeng would definitely transfer him back to the 11th Squad after he successfully fused the 2 genes together. Even if Pango didn't want to, Jifeng would have to step down sooner or later. Sillin understood that Pango had a responsibility he couldn't escape from. However, Pango showed great sincerity. After his time in the 11th Squad, Pango didn't want to join any other squad ever again. The 11th Squad was a very special one, and he was very happy here. He was able to learn a lot of hunter and non-hunter knowledge. Moreover, every member of the 11th Squad was very strong. Even their pets were several sectors ahead of the average hunter. The 5 of them chose to stay, but they were sent back to the probation period. Mogaz was confident that he would be able to regain his teammates' trust. After talking to Pango and the others, Sillin walked out of the room and saw Stanley walking toward him with a very ugly expression on his face. Stanley had contacted the A Squad just now and learned that things weren't going well at the front line. 2 of the higher-ups were dead, and 5 were seriously injured. One of the injured was Bart, whom Sillin was familiar with. Somba Leruo managed to escape death this time. Of course, he wasn't sure if he was on the assassination list or not. The commander is also injured, so I'm going to head over there right now. As for this matter, we'll talk about it after the war is over, Stanley told Sillin. Sure. However, I hope you can keep your subordinates' mouths shut. There are some things that are better left unsaid. I know that. All right, that device doesn't look like something a navigator could have made. Stanley had a feeling that someone was adding fuel to the fire. At the same time, he tactfully told Sillin to let him know if he discovered anything. Stanley quickly led his men to the front line's central battlefield. He wasn't worried about Pango's safety, and he didn't want to get involved after seeing the 11th Squad's freaks. It was better to talk to the commander about the 11th Squad after the war was over. After Stanley left, Sillin recalled everyone from the 11th Squad, including the space plane that Shikai and the others were on. Sillin didn't send any robots to participate in the war this time. First of all, there was a limit to the number of robots that could participate in the war. Some of them were still in the process of upgrading, and it wouldn't do them any good if they were forced to participate in the war. For example, the robots that fought against the navigators were stopped halfway through upgrading, so they weren't as domineering as they were against the Robert family's robots. Secondly, the Vanguard hunters might not want these metal men to join the battle. Unlike the Freedom Army, the hunters had their own way of thinking. They believed that their prey should be hunted by themselves, not to mention that the Vanguard hunters were in an advantageous position right now. A large number of robots joining the fray at a time like this would definitely upset the hunters. Moreover, I didn't trust robots. They were willing to use robots as cannon fodder, but they weren't willing to fight alongside robots. That was why Sillin didn't want to bring trouble to himself. How did my combat room collapse? Carrie roared from the other side of the room. My shooting target is paralyzed too, Tang Xianxia said with a cold expression. Thank goodness my indoor orchard wasn't trampled, Sigma said in relief. Sillin clapped his hands to silence everyone. Everyone, clean up your turf after the war and make a list. I'll ask for compensation from the A Squadron when the time comes. Will the A Squadron pay? Xiaoxiang wasn't sure. I made an agreement with Stanley when I handed over the management rights, Sillin said. Oh, let's take care of the battlefield first. Get to your positions and prepare the starship for combat. Shimu, I've placed a device in your workshop. Take care of it first. After everything was settled, Sillin walked into his own lounge. The area was well sealed, so it wasn't affected by the war. He turned on his communicator and saw an encrypted message. It was from Wuxia. After reading the message, Sillin informed Cheto, who was currently in control of the starship, that the starship's protective shield would be deactivated for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the shield would rise again. 2 seconds after the protective barrier was gone, Wheeze, who was huddled together with Moon and the others of the training ground and discussing about the penalty list, suddenly twitched its ears and looked around. Seeing that Cheto had gestured to it that was fine, it flicked its ears and went back to work. Not long after, Sillin opened the lounge door and let Person in. Your starship's protective measures are pretty good, I see. The Person didn't think of himself as a guest at all. He dragged a chair over, crossed his legs, and started examining Sillin's lounge. You sure aren't polite at all, Sillin said, while looking at Wuxia, who was rummaging through the food in his locker. The person sitting in the lounge was none other than the current leader of Wuxia, Wuxia. He didn't look like a leader of an assassin organization at all. Everything about him looked very ordinary. You're asking for trouble. Wuxia took out 2 bags of jerky and a couple of boxes of sweet sauce. You have a lot of good stuff here. Being close to the Food King sure is enviable. Sillin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the white animal in Wuxia's arms. Until now, he had only communicated with Wuxia through the communicator. Now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, it felt even more different. Is it also a cyborg? Sillin asked as he looked at the little guy in Wuxia's arms. It was using its claws to chew on a piece of jerky dipped in sweet sauce that Wuxia had handed over to it. Yes, it's called ice cream. Its nickname is Lil Bing. It's cute, isn't it? Hee hee. Wuxia was like a parent showing off his child. Ice cream. Lil Bing likes to eat ice cream, so I gave it this name. It likes it very much too. Wuxia patted the head of the little guy in his arms. Ice cream, who was chewing on the jerky, squinted its eyes. No wonder Uncle Kane always had a box of ice cream to eat every time he saw him. Sillin didn't have any opinion on the name. He was now thinking about how Hui Mao would react if he saw these 2 guys eating the jerky in Sillin's locker. I heard that Commander G Phone is injured. Sillin said. There weren't many people who could injure or even seriously injure G Phone. Even if they used other tools, G Phone wouldn't let them get away with it easily given his experience. He won't die, Wuxia replied in an indifferent tone. Then he asked, I heard that the 3 assassins Nabila sent to this place are all dead. How did you know? Actually, there should have been 3 more people who came to their aid, but we stopped them. Wuxia didn't answer Sillin's question directly. It made sense. Blue Charm and the others couldn't send a message after Cheto regained control of the starship, so the Fog probably had a backup plan. However, it turned out that Wuxia's men were the ones who stopped Sillin. After thinking for a moment, Sillin asked, You know about Pango, don't you? What do you want to know? Did you allow her to steal the incantation and the star map fragment on purpose? The she. He was referring to his Pango's mother. Yes. Wuxia didn't deny it. I gave it to her because she wanted it. To be honest, I don't really care about that kind of thing. I just wanted to see if she had really decided to betray us. In the end, Pango's mother really did choose to betray them. No matter how strong a person is, they can't fight against the universe. She chose the path she chose, and she must bear the consequences, including death, Kane Wuxia said calmly. Suddenly, little ice cream froze in Kane Wuxia's arms and stopped chewing. She tilted her head and looked at the door. Not long after, the door to the lounge opened, and a cat poked its head inside. Hui Mao, who was happy because of the ticket, immediately exploded when he saw the situation inside the lounge. Silin covered his face. It looks like we're in trouble. Chapter 394. Put down my jerky. Hui Mao's fur stood on end. Its claws popped out and made a few holes in the floor. Ice Cream squinted at Hui Mao, then took a few bites of the jerky in its claws. It added fuel to the fire. Meow. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Silin pulled Hui Mao back before it could pounce on him. Hui Mao, who was pulled back by Silin, was still making threatening gestures. It stared at Ice Cream, who was nestled in Wuxia's arms, warily. Wuxia looked at Hui Mao with interest. Silin wasn't greedy for Olillo. He was calm, so the cat next to Silin was definitely not bad. Hui Mao wasn't hostile to Lil Bing and Hua Xiaoheng, but it was on guard. It was only angry because Hua Xiaoheng took its food. Wuxia understood Hua Xiaoheng very well, just like how this little guy would get angry when other people in Wuxia ate Lil Bing's ice cream. If it was just on guard, it was a good sign. I'm sorry, little fat cat. We can actually pay for the food, Wuxia said. Hearing that it would pay, Hui Mao, who was struggling to pounce on it, flicked its ears. It calmed down a little, but its eyes were still vigilant. Will you really pay? Hui Mao asked. Yes. Hui Mao stretched out its claws. Double, double. Wuxia answered so quickly that Hui Mao's anger subsided a little. However, when it said that it wanted to write a fine, it was mocked by Ice Cream. Damn fatty. Stinky rat. Who are you talking about? I hate rats the most. Okay, calm down. You're a guest. Silin scratched Hui Mao's chin. Hui Mao stared angrily at the two guys who were eating its food. It couldn't help but move its claws. Wuxia chuckled and patted the little guy in its arms. Go play. I have something to talk to Captain Silin. Ice Cream had an unwilling look on his face as he slowly jumped out of Wuxia's arms and onto the table at the side. Silin flicked Hui Mao's ears. Take the guest to play. We have something to talk about. Hui Mao's ears moved. Nobody knew what he was thinking. He said to Silin, give me my ball. When Hui Mao, ears moved, Silin knew that Hui Mao was bullying again. Forget it. Let be. Silin took out Hui Mao's ball and threw it over. Hui Mao bent its forelimbs and caught it nimbly. It hooked its claws and played with the ball. Ice Cream, who was squatting at the side, looked at the ball under Hui Mao's claws. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't envious. Of course, it could see that the ball was special. Hui Mao played with it. Suddenly, it picked up the ball. It jumped and flipped. It used its tail to whip the ball toward Ice Cream. Ice Cream was prepared, but it didn't dodge. Instead, it used its head to hit the ball and bounced it back. The two guys exchanged blows. The ball flew faster and faster. Ordinary people couldn't even follow it with their naked eyes. The two guys moved extremely fast. One moment, they were on the table. The next moment, they flashed to the cabinet. Hui Mao knew that the guy in front of it was a cyborg life form like itself. When it suddenly saw its own kind, it became competitive. In addition, the stinky mouse in front of it had eaten its horde. Therefore, Hui Mao's speed at whipping the ball became faster and faster. It would be best if it could teach the stinky mouse a lesson. Looking at the two guys playing with the ball, Wuxia was in a particularly good mood. The smile on its face deepened. Silin, when did you get this? Wuxia asked. A few years ago. Celine briefly told Wuxia what had happened all those years ago, but he didn't mention anything about the white ball, leaving out some details. You're so lucky. You can encounter such a good thing while hunting. Wuxia said, I'm different from you. My family only has 10 years left. When I was in my most difficult time, this little guy helped me. My subordinate, who had been with me for 20 years, betrayed our entire organization for a man from another force. However, this animal was able to pull me back from the brink of death. If it wasn't for Little Ice, perhaps Wuxia's leader would have died. Wuxia didn't explain in detail. Sillin guessed that the confrontation between Wuxia and Fog had almost killed Wuxia. There must have been a lot of danger involved. Sillin didn't expect Wuxia to value this cyborg life form more than the members of his own organization. A human's lifespan is short. I hope that in the future, when I can't accompany it to eat ice cream anymore, I'll have a companion to talk to. Even if it's a companion to fight, it'll be fine. At least it won't be too lonely. After so many years, in the entire League of Stars, I've only found this fat cat of yours. Compared to strange creatures like Hui Mao and ice cream, the lifespan of humans was really too short. Even people with A-level genes and above, who were known to have the longest natural lifespan among humans, couldn't be compared to these creatures. After all, they were also considered robots. No one knew how long their lifespan was. How old is this cat of yours? Wuxia asked. More than 200 years. It said so itself. What about Little Ice? I don't know. There are no humans where it lives. It's a planet with a sea-level habitability. There's no advanced civilization. It doesn't know how to calculate time, and it can't speak the language of the League of Stars. Apart from hunting, it hides in its cave all day long. It's obviously very powerful, but it's afraid to see the light. When I was dragged into its cave, I thought I was going to become a chipmunk's food. I didn't expect it to make me safer, because no animal on that planet dares to enter its cave. When Wuxia was talking about these things, his eyes were gentle, as if he was talking about his precious child. Outsiders probably wouldn't expect the dignified boss of Wuxia to have such a side to him. Compared to Hui Mao, ice cream was indeed low-key, like a mouse that couldn't see the light. But what about Hui Mao? Sillin remembered that when this guy was a weak kitten, he had swallowed a few wolves while lying there. Looking at this guy's usual style, he knew that this fatty had always been arrogant. Although Wuxia had said all this, Sillin didn't think that this uncle had come all the way here just to talk about ice cream. As expected, after Wuxia talked about ice cream a little more, he said, when I was searching for cyborgs, I had also focused my attention on some of the secret research labs of the League of Stars. There are a lot of research labs in the League of Stars that research cyborgs, but the results were not satisfactory at all. They were all failures. Did you send someone to the research base at Sector C to steal experimental information as well? That's right. One of the labs was researching the fusion of machine and organic life. I thought they would create something new since they were so secretive, but it's just trash. Wuxia's expression was calm, but his words were filled with mockery and disdain. I've learned some inside stories while I was collecting information over the years. For example, the most influential company in the League of Stars, Miracle Corporation. I know who's supporting them, including the shady deals they've made in the dark. There was one time that group of people came to capture Lil Bing with Nabila. In a fit of anger, I carried out an assassination attempt. Who are those people? The old fellows of the Yu family. However, if Azrael's men hadn't interfered, I would have succeeded. Oh, by the way, you and the little princess of the Yu family, Yu Linglong, are you? Did you know that Yu Linglong's legs were broken for a period of time? She was injured by us during that assassination attempt. Sillin frowned. He remembered that Yu Linglong had been in a wheelchair for a period of time. It was when Sector Z was opened, and Sillin had sensed the presence of Azrael's men at the time. Azrael's men and the Yu family had a deal. I don't know what the deal was, but they're definitely connected. This time, Navigator has a device that can seal off the starship's AI system, right? That's the result of Azrael's research. There was too much information in Wuxia's words. Navigator's men had Azrael's help? Or was it the Yu family who was adding fuel to the fire? There's one more thing I need to tell you. You must not know that the little princess of the Yu family once had designs on the cat beside you, right? You may have protected the cat well in the past, but some people still recognize the cat's uniqueness. However, when they decided to take action in the end, they still targeted me and Lil Bing, who had been staying with me all this time. Politicians are all born actors. Sillin had been silent all this time in response to Wuxia's words. The Yu family aside, Wuxia had known about Hui Mao since a long time ago, but he had only revealed himself now. It would appear that Wuxia had been observing Sillin and Hui Mao all this time. If Sillin and Hui Mao's performance was unreliable to Wuxia, then this conversation probably wouldn't have taken place. A long while later, Sillin asked, So let's work together. I won't interfere with your business, and you shouldn't interfere with Wuxia's business either. Private matters are private matters, and we'll work together when there's a need to work together. What do you think? Azrael and Fog both have partners, so I think Wuxia is looking for a partner as well. Who are you going to work with, Vanguard or the 11th Squad? Sillin looked at Wuxia. The 11th Squad, of course. I don't get along with Vanguard. You know that. After some thought, Sillin extended his hand and smiled. It's a pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. Wuxia extended his hand and high-fived Sillin. They didn't sign any agreement. To them, a so-called agreement wasn't essential. If they wanted to betray each other, a mere agreement wouldn't be able to stop them. While Sillin and Wuxia were conversing, the two fellows who were originally competing with each other in a ball game were now hugging each other and fighting fiercely. They kicked, clawed, and even bit each other. The tables and chairs beside them were now in pieces. It wasn't clear if they were scratched or bitten. Hee, such a good relationship. Wuxia laughed. Sillin was speechless. Both of them had bitten off a few pieces of fur. Was this a sign of a good relationship? Which kid hasn't been through a fight? Wuxia didn't seem to mind. The one you have, it's a female? Sillin asked. I think so. I think so. And I think so. They've lived together for more than 10 years. You don't even know the gender of your own kid? Wuxia looked at the communicator in his hand and saw an encrypted message. The fight is almost over. It was a pleasant conversation. Wuxia called out to Lil Bing. Ice Cream, who was fighting with Hui Mao, kicked Hui Mao away and jumped back into Wuxia's arms. Meow. I'll beat you into a dried fish next time. Hui spat out the white fur in its mouth and pointed its paw at the direction of the sound with a threatening tone. Ice Cream, who was nestled in Wuxia's arms, snorted and started licking his fur. Both of them had bald spots all over their bodies, but the wounds quickly healed and new fur grew on them. For creatures like them, this level of injury was a piece of cake. Wuxia left the starship with Ice Cream. No one except Sillin, Hui Mao, and Cheto knew that Ice Cream had been here. Not even Sigma and Moon knew about it. Hui Mao buried his head in a storage cabinet and counted his belongings. Meow, that didn't pay. Stinky rats. Don't let me see them again, or I'll beat them to death. Sillin shook his head and walked to the side to pick up the forgotten leather ball. He didn't want the cat to lose it. Just like Wuxia said, the battle was coming to an end very soon. Both sides had called for a ceasefire because it would only benefit the others if they kept fighting. The navigators had suffered more losses this time, so they were the first to retreat. Vanguard's people stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. G-Phone was lying inside a healing pod on one of the A Squad starships. He was covered in multiple wounds, and his condition was fairly serious. The healing pod was connected to his body with all kinds of tubes. It was a scary sight. However, G-Phone was still conscious. Beside the healing pod, Stanley and a few other high-ranking members of the A-Clan stood there and reported the situation to G-Phone. G-Phone listened with his eyes closed. When Stanley told him about the 11th Squad, he opened his eyes. Let Pango stay there if he wants to. I'm not that easy to kill. As for the 11th Squad, don't worry about them. Let Sillin think what he's doing. But don't you think the 11th Squad is too unstable, Commander? Someone asked. As long as we don't force him, Sillin won't harm Vanguard. He's a member of Vanguard after all. Moreover, the 11th Squad has something the other squads and even the 4 great hunter regiments don't have. They have extremely valuable technical talents there. The hunter regiments had never placed much importance on technical talents. Even Communidin, who researched parasites and wrote the parasitic code, would not have made much of an impact without Nada's help. He might not even have been able to preserve the parasitic code. The technological development of the hunter regiments was limited. The 4 great hunter regiments didn't have much in the way of independent development. Most of them relied on trading and purchasing to acquire new technology. However, this wasn't the case for the 11th team. In this battle, the armor worn by the members of the 11th team, the fighter jets piloted by the members of the 11th team, and the members of the 11th team who were usually extremely low-key but had extraordinary abilities all left a deep impression on the A-team. G-Phone wasn't offended by Stanley's request for compensation. Instead, he smiled. That's Silen's style. Give him as much as he wants. How do we treat the 11th squad from now on? Stanley asked. We'll treat them the same way. We don't have to do anything on purpose. Besides, they don't care what others think of them. Silen, I underestimated him. G-Phone closed his eyes again. He admitted that he had underestimated Silen. He wasn't the only one. G-Phone believed that Azrael and the other organizations had underestimated Silen as well. No one knew what Silen was capable of, but a person like him had kept a low profile throughout the chaos of the League of Stars. What was Silen trying to do? According to the information he had, G-Phone had always been suspicious of Silen's motives. He couldn't figure out what Silen was thinking. Silen only cared about a small number of people in Vanguard. He didn't care about the entire Vanguard. G-Phone knew this, so he wasn't afraid of Silen seizing power. However, he had a feeling that Silen was someone with an ulterior motive. It was just that he couldn't figure out what the kid was trying to do. Captain, the bodies of the 3 killers from Fog have been sent over by the 11th squad, Stanley said. G-Phone moved his fingers. I don't need to tell you how to deal with them. You guys do it. The 3 killers from Fog were to be used as a memorial to the dead members and the top executives who had been assassinated in this incident. Captain, is Silen really that powerful? Someone next to Stanley asked. G-Phone didn't answer. Instead, he asked Stanley to release a projection. On the screen was Lan Mei's corpse, including the long gash on her body that had almost split her body into 2 halves. From a wound on her body and the 3 hands that were cut off, she didn't even have time to react when she was hit. That is to say, Silen's attack was extremely fast and ruthless enough to kill her in one strike. How fast was it that Lan Mei didn't even have time to react? The few people standing next to the healing pod unconsciously looked at G-Phone. They wondered how he would fare compared to their captain. Have you figured out the cause of Roten's death? G-Phone asked. Stanley shook his head. Not yet. The 11th squad doesn't reveal anything. Then forget it. G-Phone waved his finger, indicating that there was no need to continue the research. Captain, a man came in. It was Suali, one of G-Feng's subordinates. G-Phone gestured for Stanley and the others to leave. After they left, Suali took out a secret message that he had just received. Lon Hudi? What's up with that guy? Shouldn't he be busy fighting with Heaven's Birth? Although puzzled, Gale still gave a series of passwords after Suali left. Then a projector at the side projected an image. The image was of Blue Butterfly's current leader, the person with the codename Blue Butterfly. How is it? Can you still live? The person in the video teased. Cut the crap. What's up? Yes, let's work together. Chapter 395. G-Phone didn't seem surprised at Lon Hudi's suggestion to work together. You can't handle him on your side? Not really. Lon Hudi put his hands on the table, crossed his fingers, and smiled. As long as I have enough time, I can finish them all, including Bloomer. Bloomer, Lon Hudi, G-Phone, and Tamer the Navigator were all starring hunters. These 4 were known as the 4 giants in the world of hunters, because they were the leaders of the Hunter Corps. The 4 giants were the symbols of the entire League of Stars. The 4 giants had been in this situation for a long time, but now, Lon Hudi actually said that as long as he had enough time, he could finish off Bloomer. It seems you have made a good plan, G-Phone said. No emotion could be heard from his voice. That's because no one else is paying attention to me. But you are in trouble. The three most difficult powers to deal with in the League of Stars have all interfered in your battle against the Navigator. You are lucky that you can still speak. Lon Hudi said. The three most difficult powers that Lon Hudi mentioned were Azrael, Fog, and Wuxia. Anyone who got involved with one of them would have a headache, much less all three at the same time. But this time, what Lon Hudi didn't know was that Wuxia wasn't interfering for the Vanguard, but for Sillin. It could be said that the Vanguard had received some help from Wuxia because of Sillin. Otherwise, the Vanguard would have lost a few more high-level members. Even if they were prepared, Azrael and Fog interfered at the same time, G-Phone would be in trouble. If it was just the Navigator's people, G-Phone wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible situation. Nabila personally intervened this time? Lon Hudi asked. G-Phone didn't say anything. Nabila and Tamer attacked at the same time. G-Phone was indeed in a terrible situation. If it wasn't for Wuxia stopping Nabila, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. G-Phone did not answer, and Lon Hudi did not care. His main purpose this time was not this. Let's cooperate, Lon Hudi said. Reason: the League of Stars logo hunter group doesn't need 4. G-Phone looked at Lon Hudi. He did not expect Lon Hudi to have such an idea. Which one should I cut? There was no need for 4 hunter groups in the League of Stars, but there definitely couldn't be only 2. That way, there wouldn't be peace. In that case, only one of them could be cut off. Heaven's Birth. As for the reason, I thought you should know. G-Phone knew exactly why Lon Hudi had made such a choice. Heaven's Birth was merely working with a few scattered assassin organizations, and behind the Navigators were the people from the 3 sectors of the League of Stars. The weapons and technology used by the Navigators this time were not something they could get their hands on. Some of them were newly developed by the military. Although there were not many of them, G-Phone knew that they were from the 3 sectors of the upper 3 sectors. Although the conflict between the Navigators and the Vanguard this time was huge, there was no guarantee that the weapons and troops in their hands would be even stronger next time. It was even possible that the Navigators had changed internally. There were too many unfamiliar faces among the senior Navigators who went to negotiate this time. G-Phone already had a premonition. The Navigators were no longer the Navigators of the past. The hunters there were no longer pure hunters, but hounds. Those people want to attack the hunter group through the hunter group? G-Phone lowered his eyelids, thought for a moment, and snorted. All right, let's cut off Heaven's Birth first. While G-Phone and Lon Hudi were plotting to turn the Big 4 into the Big 3, Sillin also had a secret communication device in the starship. Long time no see, Sillin. On the communication screen, it was still that familiar face, that familiar girl with an innocent, cute, and playful smile. Long time no see, Ling Long. Sillin was in his own lounge, not letting Hui Mao in. There were some things he didn't want others to know, including Hui Mao. If Hui Mao knew something, he would probably make a fuss again. How are you guys this time? Did the 11th Squad suffer a lot of losses in the war? How are the members? From Yu Linglong's question, Sillin could tell that she was very clear about the situation here. Not bad. There were some losses, but there were no casualties. That's good. Yu Linglong smiled sweetly on the screen. Wuxia talked to me. Yu Linglong's smile faded at Sillin's words. Is that so? What did you find out? I found out a few things, like why you were in a wheelchair back then. Then he must have told you about how he almost captured your cat. Yu Linglong twirled her hair with her fingers. Do you believe him? I do. But I also believe that there's more to it than meets the eye. Yu Linglong retracted her smile and said seriously, It's true that I told my grandfather about the cat beside you, but I know that if he had to choose between you and Wuxia, he would definitely choose Wuxia. This is also the reason why I contacted you this time. Sillin didn't say anything and signaled Yu Linglong to continue. Seeing that Sillin wasn't impatient, Yu Linglong continued. You know that for families like ours, we usually choose a core member to nurture. In my generation, there are 3 candidates. In fact, there were originally 5, but the other 2 have been eliminated. Being eliminated meant either death or crippling. Among the 3 candidates now, 1 is me, and the other 2 are my eldest cousin brother and second cousin brother. The competition between the 3 of us has always been very intense, and after that incident, I knew that Nabila and my eldest cousin brother had cooperated. I knew that he would definitely choose to hide and not to lay his hands on you. Ian Unpardonable protected the cyborg very well. Because of this, Nabila wanted to use this to attack him even more, as Ian Unpardonable did not pay much attention to other things at all. Those who joined Wuxia for a short period of time, such as Judy, and those who joined for a long time but didn't get Wuxia's full trust, didn't know the secret of that cyborg. They didn't know that Wuxia had a cyborg that was known as a miracle creature by his side. They just thought that it was a precious pet that could talk and had a high IQ. Later, Wuxia took revenge on the Yu family because of this matter. My father and second cousin brother almost lost their lives. I lost both of my legs and had to recuperate for a long time. This was the result of the intervention of Azrael, and Nabila didn't help at all. And yet Bella wanted to use Ian Wuxia to kill us, causing the Yu family and Ian Wuxia to become enemies. However, his plan didn't succeed, and after that incident, my eldest cousin lost the support of a portion of the family. Even my grandfather had a bad opinion of my eldest cousin. Later, Wuxia said that no one is allowed to have any ideas about the cyborg in his possession, and no one is allowed to have any ideas about the cat in your possession. After that, my eldest brother wanted to attack your cat again. Back then, I wanted to notify you, but I couldn't contact you at all. It was as if you had disappeared. At the time, Silen had taken Hui Mao to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire and avoided a crisis. By the time he returned, the League of Stars was in chaos, and everyone was too busy to pay attention to Silen. Silen guessed that the reason he and Hui Mao were able to go so smoothly was because Wuxia had secretly helped him fend off a lot of dangers. Silen was very grateful for this. Whether or not Wuxia did it for Little Ice Cream and Wheeze, it was still a favor. As for the matter with instructor Mo Hung, I apologize. I had no choice. If I didn't act, my second cousin brother would have, and if he did, instructor Mo Hung would have suffered a lot. Silen fell silent for a moment before asking, "What are you doing this time?" On the screen, Yu Linglong stared at Silen for a while. She still couldn't understand Silen. It was the same back then, and it was the same now. Sighing, Yu Linglong said, "Right now, my strongest competitor in the Yu family is my second cousin brother. This time, he sent someone to assassinate someone, and my people can't protect him in time. Therefore, I hope that you can help me find that person and protect him until reinforcements arrive. This man may have stepped down from his position, but his influence still remains. If I can get his help, the support I will receive at Sector, it will be much greater." When she said this, Yu Linglong's aura changed completely. She was no longer the mischievous and lively girl she used to be. Right now, Yu Linglong exuded a sense of competence and coldness. This was the real little princess of the Yu family, and perhaps the empress who would control the entire Yu family in the future. Silen looked at Yu Linglong in this state. He felt a little unfamiliar, but he wasn't surprised. Besides, the fact that Yu Linglong could say all this meant that she trusted him enough. "Who is it?" Silen asked. "Former Senator Sambert." Yu Linglong told Silen about Sambert's information. This was equivalent to a trade between an employer and a hunter. Their friendship was nothing more than a weight of trust. "All right, I'll contact you when the time comes. Don't worry, the number of people who know about this is limited. There won't be more than 3 in our team." Silen read the information once and deleted it in front of Yu Linglong. "Silen, thank you," Yu Linglong said after a moment of silence. "No need. You've helped me a lot in the past." "Silen, do you know? When I first saw you at 7 Luminaries, I had a feeling that if I had this person by my side to help me, it was only a matter of time before I took control of the Yu family, or even the entire League of Stars. I'm sorry. I just want to be a hunter," Silen said with a smile. "That's true. You, Silen, don't like to be restricted." Yu Linglong also smiled and softened the cold expression on her face. "Be careful. The Yu family assassins may not be as strong as Mist or Wuxia, but they're definitely not weak." Silen made a got it gesture and ended the call. The lounge was quiet. Silen lay on the chair and thought back to what Yu Linglong had said. Sillin believed Yu Linglong's explanation. Back then, Yu Linglong and others had helped him a lot, such as Wuxia, who helped him in secret, and Gaydar, who had never shown up again. Sillin knew why Wuxia helped him, but why Gaydar? Rubbing his forehead, Sillin decided not to think too much about it. He was going with his intuition. Sillin knew of the Sambo Yu Linglong spoke of. He had met him once before. Samber was the old man Hua she wanted to protect at Sector M back then. That old man was an important person. If even Yu Linglong paid so much attention to him, it was obvious that the old man's influence wasn't low. When he thought about the star map coordinates Yu Linglong gave him, Sillin smiled. What a coincidence! Sambert's space plane was attacked by Yu Linglong's second cousin brother's men. In order to avoid being intercepted, they fled to Sector X, Planet X, C-362, Sillin's birthplace, planet Brown Earth. It was time to go back and take a look. Sillin got up and walked out of the lounge. The first thing he saw was Hui Mao running towards him with cat-like steps. The guy looked to be in a pretty good mood. "You're finally out, Sillin," Hui Mao shouted from afar. Then, he jumped on his Sillin's shoulder and said, "The A Squadron has allocated funds. Only more, no less." Hee hee. Sillin had also guessed that it would be like this. There really were only a few things that could make this cat happy. So, Sillin wrenched the gray cat off his shoulder. There were still some food crumbs stuck to its claws. It probably hadn't even had the time to lick them when it heard that the A Squadron was going to allocate funds for its repairs. It was so happy that it forgot everything and ran straight over. Also, most of the repairs on the starship are done, and we've got an extra sum of money. What do you think we should buy? The gray cat walked in front of Sillin and raised its tail. The tip of its tail was even curled into an arc as it muttered to itself. Sillin didn't interrupt it. He let it ramble on for a while, or it wouldn't be able to hold itself back. When he arrived at the command room, Sillin called Cheto over and told him about the new operation. Just like before, Sillin only planned to bring Cheto and Wheeze with him when he went to find Sambot. Everyone else should stay in the team for now. It was only after Hui Mao was done nagging that it noticed Sillin and Cheto were discussing something else. Another mission? Hui Mao pulled its ears to the sides in obvious displeasure. It was going to sleep for a while, and since there was a mission, it meant that it couldn't sleep anymore. However, were we going this time? Hui Mao asked. If they were going to a free trade zone, it could buy some high-grade cat food and try it as a pastime. In the end, to Hui Mao's disappointment, Sillin was going to the poor Sector X in Hui Mao's eyes. Sector X Hui Mao and Sillin had been there before, and there really wasn't much fun there. Moreover, after the League of Stars' chaos, the tourist planets were in a half-closed state, and many of the supply chains were broken. They would definitely be bored to death if they went there. Although we're only going to Sector X this time, the mission isn't simple, Sillin said. Hui Mao's ears moved, but he didn't say anything. We'll probably run into a lot of killers, Sillin said again. Hui Mao's ears perked up. It's not going to be easy, Sillin concluded. Hui Mao scratched its ears with its paw. In other words, the reward is a lot. That's right. Then let's go. When do we depart? We shook its fur. It was in high spirits, you know. At the side, Cheto. This cat deserved to be tricked by Sillin back then. Chapter 396. Sillin didn't stay for the post-battle meeting. G-Phone was busy with his healing, so he couldn't attend to the post-battle meeting for now. Therefore, Sillin left with Cheto and Hui Mao after informing Stanley that he was going to leave. Stanley didn't bother with Sillin either. G-Phone had said that Sillin could do whatever he wanted, so there was no need for him to interfere. Moreover, Stanley was actually very wary of Sillin after this incident. Now that Sillin was gone, he didn't have to face him anymore. He let out a sigh of relief. Yudi took Sillin's place to participate in the post-battle summary meeting. Right now, the 11th Squad was under Yudi's command. Shikai and Shimu were busy upgrading their robots. Last time, they were halfway through the upgrade, but they hadn't finished yet. This time, they received some new data and information. Both Shikai and Shimu were busy upgrading their robots. Their data and information were all derived from actual combat. The data they obtained from this battle was very meaningful, and it was a good opportunity for them to upgrade their robots once more. After the meeting, Yudi and the rest of the 11th Squad returned to the base to rest and reorganize. Their armor needed some repairs, and Carrie's group needed time to get used to each other. Not only did they need to repair the hardware, but they also needed a heart-to-heart talk with each other. Everyone was tired after the battle, so it was time for a good rest. "Hey, don't you think our captain needs to rest?" Xiaoxiang leaned on the railing and said lazily to Carrie, who was busy repairing the fighter in the workshop below. "How would I know? Our captain is a busy man, but we don't need to worry about that. We just need to improve ourselves." Carrie knew very well why Sillin had only brought Cheto and Wheeze with him. One reason was because of the secrecy of their mission, and the other reason was because of the level of danger. Although they were above average compared to other hunters, they were nothing compared to Sillin and Cheto. He circled around the starship once before sitting down at a corner. No one knew what he was thinking. "Hey, Ayu, why are you daydreaming again?" Behind him, Zoel and Sigma flew over as well. The four of them had been working together all this time. The light on Ayu's face flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm thinking about life. All right, keep thinking, but don't overdo it. The starship system is still in the process of upgrading. Be careful not to ruin Little 11. You know, when we think too seriously, it will affect the surrounding machinery," Rufius said, his tone clearly rising. Zoel said coldly, "Don't say that with a smug tone. There's nothing to be proud of." Ruifia, who was feeling pleased with himself, was choked by Zol's cold water. While the 11th Squad was busy with their own business, Sillin, Cheto, and Huimao were secretly traveling to Sector X. Sector X hadn't changed much. If anything, it would be that the sector had returned to its former bleak state. There was a time when the tourism planets in Sector X were mined, and it had boosted the population and economy of the sector. Many people's lives had changed because of the tourism planets. Their labor force was cheap, but at least they finally found a way to sell it cheaply. Unlike the beginning, when they couldn't even sell their cheap labor force. When Sillin brought Huimao and Tang Xiuqiu here, Sector X was at its busiest in the last few decades. However, the liveliness didn't last long before the League of Stars of War began. After the Fenier's family's Little Garden and other tourism planets were half closed, Sector X returned to its former bleak state. Of course, this bleak state was only relative to a trade sector. The people living in Saturn's sector were used to this bleak state since a long time ago. To them, it wasn't much of change. Sillin looked at the coded message he just received on his communicator and had Cheto drive the space plane into the planet. Sillin was all too familiar with Planet Brown Earth. He didn't even need to look at the satellite map to know which places were suitable for landing. The satellite array outside the planet was still the same as before. However, Sillin was no longer afraid of these sky eyes that the people on the planet feared. He didn't need to do anything himself. Be it Huimao or Cheto, they could easily take care of these sky eyes and avoid their surveillance. Compared to some of the more complicated surveillance equipment he had experienced before, Planet Brown Earth sky eyes looked too ordinary. After avoiding all kinds of surveillance, their small spaceplane landed in a remote and barren area. There was a forest here, and the growth of the trees wasn't good. Due to the environment, it was impossible for them to grow densely. However, for Sillin, this didn't affect their spaceplane's landing and concealment. After leaving the spaceplane, it turned invisible on its own. Very few people came to this area, and even if they did, they might not be able to discover the spaceplane parked here. "Where are we going first?" Crouching on Sillin's shoulder, Huimao moved his claws. He was getting bored again, and his claws were itchy if he didn't find something to do. Sillin looked at his communicator. Right now, Yulinglong only knew that Sambot was on this planet, but she didn't know his specific location. Unless Sambot contacted Sillin of his own accord, or Sillin found Sambot directly. The strange thing was that if Sambot's situation was really bad, he should have accepted Yulinglong's good intentions and contacted Sillin. But he didn't, which meant that Sambot's situation wasn't too bad. Moreover, Sambot was guarded against Yulinglong, so he had no intention of accepting Yulinglong's good intentions for now. It seemed that Sambot really was very dissatisfied and distrustful of the Yu family. Never mind, let's wait for a while. Sillin looked around and said, I'm going back to take a look. Ah, you mean that rundown town? Huimao had a pretty deep impression of that place. He felt that Sillin's birthplace wasn't as good as his. Yes, that's the place. Huimao's ears drooped. Although he didn't say anything, his reaction alone was enough to tell how unwilling he was. He was only enduring it for Sillin's sake. Sillin smiled and patted Huimao's head. There might be some changes this time. What changes? I don't even have a place to live, muttered Huimao. Have you forgotten? When I came here a few years ago, I bought an abandoned housing area and had people renovate it. Huimao's ears perked up the moment Sillin mentioned this. He remembered that the secret purchase was made with his help and tampered with some system data. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to take down the area without Sillin's help. Huimao snorted twice when he thought of that. Then let's go. It's free to live in my own place anyway. Cheto, is he implying that I'm going to buy cat food with the money I'm saving? Actually, Huimao wasn't just trying to save money. He knew that there was a territory that belonged to him that he hadn't marked or patrolled yet. Other than the prosperous city and civilian district, there was also a desolate area bordered by the peaceful civilian district. Sillin and the others had landed in this desolate area. They walked straight ahead, and it didn't take long before they saw the poor houses at the edge. No one noticed that Sillin and the others were a lot less populated than before. Some of the houses had collapsed, and it looked like no one had lived in them for a long time. However, in the direction of the city, there were some newly built houses. Some of the people who sold their labor at a low price had saved enough money to build a new house here. This place was close to the city, which gave them a sense of superiority. They felt that they were superior compared to the people in the center of the civilian area. The abandoned houses Sillin bought were located at the center of the civilian district. According to Sillin's design, the builders had built the place very well. After demolishing the abandoned houses, they built a big courtyard that looked similar to the one in the wilderness. The only difference was that this courtyard wasn't decorated with any fancy decorations, and the colors were a little dull. The two-story building in the courtyard wasn't very eye-catching even on a satellite map. All of this was done with Sillin's own money. He didn't use the 11 Squad's funds or Huimao's cat food money. Sillin had earned all of it by hunting and completing missions himself. Moreover, the cost of living here wasn't high to begin with, and this was the civilian district. It didn't cost much to build a place. The population here was even smaller than before. Most of the people who participated in the development of the tourist planet had migrated, and some of them had disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they were still alive or not. The rest of them squeezed into the city as much as they could, and those who couldn't fit into the city set up camp near the city. Compared to what he saw the last time he came here, there were many more abandoned houses. Huimao had already jumped into the courtyard when Sillin walked over. The protective walls of the courtyard were nothing to Huimao, and he didn't even need a key card to enter. Even though Huimao didn't like the conditions here, it was still his territory. After rubbing his scent and making some markings, Huimao jumped back onto Sillin's shoulder and pointed at the abandoned houses around them. Sillin, let's buy all of these too. Let's build a bigger courtyard. I'm going to buy all of these. Sillin didn't enter the courtyard to take a closer look. Instead, he walked in another direction. There was a small shop there. It was the tavern that Sillin rented out. The tavern's business wasn't good. One could tell from the counter that very few people came here. Laughter came from inside the tavern. It came from both adults and children. When Sillin walked into the tavern, the welcome screen at the entrance didn't light up. It had been stopped, and there was no need to waste electricity when it was so popular. Welcome, what can I do for you? A middle-aged man with green stubble walked out of the tavern. His face looked a little weathered, but he was in good spirits. There was a smile in his eyes, but when he saw Sillin, he froze for a moment and forgot what he was going to say. Long time no see, 20%. Sillin greeted him with a smile before sitting down next to a round wooden table. Cheto sat down at another table and didn't disturb Sillin in 20% conversation. Hui Mao was about to jump onto the counter and walk around when Cheto pulled him away. Sillin had rented out this tavern to 20% the first time he left. The last time he came here, the tavern's business wasn't this bad, and 20%'s life wasn't bad either. But obviously, it wasn't the same anymore. The counter was very clean, and it was obvious that the owner cleaned it every day. The wine bottles were also very clean, but some unnoticed dust at the corner exposed the truth. "It's pretty hard right now, isn't it?" Sillin said. Sillin, is it really you? 20% finally came to himself and found it a little hard to believe. After all, it had been years since Sillin left. Although he rented out the tavern, Sillin had never asked about the tavern situation, be it when it was profitable or when it was in dire straits these past 2 years. After Sillin nodded in confirmation, 20% chuckled, "You don't look like you've changed much." 20% wasn't much older than Sillin, but now that the two of them were standing side by side, people would believe them if they said they were father and son. The difference in lifespan caused by the environment they grew up in and their genetic rank made up for this difference. Sillin chatted with 20% about the changes that had happened here in the past few years. Now, 20% was married and had a child, living the same life as his parents. 20%'s wife came out to entertain Sillin and the rest. She was a typical woman from the commoner district, but it was obvious that she treated 20% very well, and her smile was very sincere. Her son held a rag in his hand and ran behind his mother with his short legs. "Do you want to go live in the city?" Sillin asked. "No, I'm not suitable." 20%, who already had a lot of deep wrinkles, scratched his head in embarrassment. "I still think I'm more suitable here. I'm not used to living in the city." "Come, Kong, call Uncle Sillin." 20% carried his son over. Sillin and 20% were of the same generation, so the child naturally should call Sillin uncle. "Hello, Uncle Sillin." The child looked at Sillin and greeted. Actually, he felt that he should call Sillin big brother. The person in front of him looked so much younger than his father. However, he was more curious about the fat cat that was yawning on the table next to him. His eyes darted over. "So fat." "Hello, Kong. This is for you." Sillin took out the things that he had prepared from his bag. It was some snacks that he bought when he was buying cat food. Sometimes Hui Mao would use these to grind his teeth. Sillin, this. 20% was embarrassed. Although he had never seen it before, he could tell that these things were very expensive. Moreover, they were all food that could not be bought in the surrounding area. The food did not attract much jealousy. The security in this area was not that good either. "It's okay. These are gifts for the little guy." Sillin pushed the things on the table towards Kong and rubbed his head. "Thank you, Uncle Sillin." Kong no longer paid attention to Hui Mao. After 20% agreed, the little guy sat obediently at the side with a pile of food. Hui Mao glared at the child who opened the packaging and started munching on the food. "That's what I use to grind my teeth when I'm bored." Seeing the fat cat on the table next to him waiting for him with its round eyes, Kong picked up a biscuit and handed it over. "Here, kitty." Hui Mao turned his head away. "Not eating. I'm angry." "Don't worry about it, Kong. Eat it yourself. It has its own cat food," said Sillin. 20%'s wife brought over a box of wine and a plate of snacks. She placed them on the table where Sillin and 20% were sitting. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Sillin took a bottle of wine. It was the taste of the old town. It was cheap, but it had enough flavor. It reminded Sillin of the days when he worked here. Cheto did not refuse the wine in front of him. Instead, he picked it up and took 2 sips. Hui Mao's eyes widened even more. Why is a robot drinking wine? It didn't take long for Hui Mao to notice some barely noticeable water vapor rising from Cheto's body. "Oh, sister-in-law, do you have tissues?" asked Sillin. "Yes, please wait a moment." 20%'s wife smiled apologetically. Then, she walked to the back room and passed some tissues to Sillin. "Enjoy your meal. I'll go prepare some side dishes." 20%'s wife left after saying that. She called Kong along so that he wouldn't interrupt their conversation. She knew that Sillin was the owner of this tavern, and that Sillin was the one who gave 20% a better foothold. But was he here to take back the tavern? After Second Cheng's wife and little Kong had left, Sillin gulped down a mouthful of wine and said to Second Cheng, "You and little Kong can increase your gene rank through genetic transformation. This way, your lifespan will naturally be a little longer. You have the highest success rate. Kong is slightly worse, but his success rate is still around 70 to 80%. 20% put down the bottle and asked, "Where's the kid's mother? She's a little special. I'm afraid her success rate is only 10% at most." Sillin had already analyzed Kang's DNA when he was rubbing his son's head. When he took the tissue, Sillin touched 20%'s wife's finger and analyzed her DNA as well. There were some things that even the most advanced medical technology couldn't change. Jinya once said that it was called fate. Then forget it. 20% smiled. "Thank you, Sillin." 20% knew that Sillin thinks that Sillin is helping him, but he didn't force the issue. Sillin took out a bottle and a box of liquid medicine. "This is for 5 people. You can try it if you change your mind." What Celine took out was a potion he had synthesized himself. It was milder and had fewer side effects. It was suitable for people with low geno ranks. No one in a hunter regiment would use this potion because their average geno rank was above B rank. 20%'s hands trembled as he looked at the bottle and medicine on the table. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. Sillin took out another card. The rent from 20%'s deal had always been on this carry card. "I'll leave this pub to you," Sillin said. "I've already done the paperwork." Actually, the paperwork was done directly by hacking into the system. It only saved the manual verification process. No one would be able to find out, and no one would. Old David took the opportunity to emigrate. No one knew where he went. On this planet, 20% was the only person that Sillin knew. After leaving the pub, Sillin went to Jinya's former residence. The lush and leafy Fuji tree in the courtyard looked a little sickly right now. The last time Sillin came over, it hadn't grown much, and now it looked even sicker than before. Sure enough, without the people from the Jin family, the Fuji tree couldn't grow. Sillin touched the cracked bark on the Fuji tree and said, "Hold on a little longer. I'll take you to the Jin family." Sillin was standing quietly in the yard and reminiscing. Squatting on the broken, almost rotten wooden rocking chair under the Fuji tree, Kuamao's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he looked toward a certain direction in the yard. At the same time, Sillin and Cheto also looked in that direction. In the next moment, a figure nimbly jumped over the wall, avoided the protective equipment on the wall, and landed steadily on the ground. It was a very arrogant landing posture. Then, the bearded man who was dressed like a normal civilian in this area was stunned when he looked up. It was obvious from his expression that he didn't notice that there was someone in the yard, and there wasn't just one. Even the fat cat sitting on the rotten wood was looking at him. His face twitched as he landed in an arrogant posture. However, the sense of vigilance he had when he found out that there was someone in the yard was greatly reduced when he saw the person in the yard and the fat cat who was looking at him as if it had seen something fun. "Cough! I've entered the wrong yard. Goodbye." A rough male voice rang before he turned around and prepared to slip away. "Where are you going, Huzi?" Sillin's leisurely voice rang. The man who was about to jump over the wall almost twisted his waist. He turned around and looked at Sillin helplessly. "You can recognize me like this?" Huimao yawned again, narrowed his eyes, and continued to sleep. He wasn't an enemy, so he couldn't fight. Boring. "What are you doing here?" "Sector X and Sector S are pretty far from each other," Sillin said. The bearded man in front of him, who looked like the most common civilian in the ghetto, was the disciple of the current leader of Fire Phoenix, one of the 3 great forces of Sector S, Pianhua. "You're always dressed like a man every time I run into you. Do you have transvestism?" Sillin said, "Nonsense, this is called concealment, do you know?" Pianhua did not elaborate. Sillin had a feeling that there should be more to this than meets the eye. However, Pianhua was unwilling to talk about it, so Sillin did not pursue the matter any further. He said, "What are you doing here? Climbing over the wall? What about trespassing?" Pianhua stopped pretending now and walked over with a swing of his arms. Nothing. I just saw that no one has been living here for a long time, so I was curious. Hui Mao's nose twitched. Don't you have a place to stay? You need to pay to stay here, and there are so many of you. Everyone has to pay their own rent. Pianhua's eyes flashed, and then he chuckled. No, it's just me. But Sillin, what are you guys doing here? This is my birthplace. This yard belongs to my master, Sillin said. Ah, so that's how it is. You were born here. Pianhua was flabbergasted. Although he did not know much about Sillin, he knew that Sillin was a powerful person. He could not imagine that Sillin was born in such a small and broken place, and in the slums at that. So, you're just here to reminisce? Pianhua asked. Sillin looked at Pianhua. What do you want to say? Nothing. Pianhua was a little hesitant. Sangbote, Sillin said softly. Hearing Sillin's words, Pianhua suddenly raised his head. Seeing the expression in Sillin's eyes, Pianhua did not plan to hide it anymore. Yes, I've been in contact with Sangbote. Sillin was originally just probing, but when Pianhua suddenly raised his head, he knew the information in one glance. So when Sillin confirmed his guess, Pianhua also knew that he could not hide it anymore. You're really cunning. Pianhua sat next to the pile of rotten wood and flicked the cat on Hui Mao's ear with his finger. Hui Mao's flicking caused his finger to pop loudly. How did you come to be with Sangbote? Sillin asked. I met him along the way, so I gave him a hand along the way. Also, Sangbo's popularity among the people is pretty high. Back when the prison was still around, I heard some people talk about him in prison. After I came out, I also learned some things, especially the people of Sector M. They all respect Sangbote a lot. I also received a mission to protect Sangbote until he is handed over to the people who will receive him. However, Sangbote has not contacted me of his own accord, and I cannot find a specific location for now. Oh, I didn't think that the person Sangbote was talking about was you. But if it is you, I can help persuade him. After all, Sangbo's safety can be somewhat guaranteed with you around. The pursuers will soon find Sangbote's location. They have a special tracker. Pianhua stood up and casually patted the dust on his pants. How is it? All right. I will wait at this location. If Sangbote is willing to accept my help, you can take him there. Sillin gave the address of the newly built yard to Pianhua. I didn't expect you to have a place to live. I don't want anyone else to come to this yard. Sillin looked at the yard. All right. I apologize for jumping in without permission. Remembering the address, Pianhua turned around, took a few steps, and floated out. He looked very familiar with the process. I will go reinforce the surrounding protective wall system, Cheto said. Sillin nodded and then looked at the Fuji tree that did not have many leaves and frowned. Hui Mao stretched his back and rubbed his claws out of habit. As a result, he scratched the already broken rotten wooden chair even more. What are you thinking about again, Sillin? Hui Mao jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and asked while secretly rubbing the rotten with shavings on his claws on Sillin's clothes. He also rubbed a small mushroom between his toes on Sillin's collar. While the gray cat was grinning, Sillin, who was staring at the Fuji tree leaves, raised a hand and pinched the hair at the back of the gray cat's neck. His other hand patted little mushroom on his shoulder and the back of his collar. I know you're up to no good the moment you hooked your tail. All right, I've modified the yard's protective system. There are too many loopholes, so it took a lot of time, Cheto said after walking out of the yard. If anyone else heard this, it would be strange if they didn't vomit blood in anger. It took less than 2 minutes, and you call it took a lot of time? If it were anyone else, it would probably take half a day. Looking at the almost bald and withered Fuji tree again, Sillin grabbed Hui Mao, turned around, and walked towards the door. Let's go over there. Sillin waited in the new courtyard all the way until nighttime. Pianhua finally brought Sangbo over quietly. There were also 5 people following Sangbo over. They were Sangbo's bodyguards. One of the bodyguards was heavily injured, and the other 2 were lightly injured. Those who weren't injured also looked tired, including Sambird. Only Pianhua looked very energetic. Sillin, I know you. You saved me once, Sambot said to Sillin. If he didn't know that the person who came was Sillin, Sambot wouldn't have agreed so quickly. As for the reason he came at night, it was to avoid some eyes and ears. I'm also very happy to see you again, Sillin said. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.